close right, hands up in the sky, take you for a ride, love to feel the high. We can start again, laughing to the end, screaming at the top, hope it never stops. We can do it all over, twin is bringing us closer, superstar you're like Nova. Oh, so incredible one time, gotta let it go tonight, wanna know what it feels like. Yeah, we going up, baby, we take it down. Oh, oh, let's spice it up, baby, right here and now. Hey, nothing could be better. So high up in the clouds, let's make it last forever.
There it goes.
Can't nothing bring us down. A roller coaster, roller coaster ride. A roller coaster ride.
I've been thinking about your love tonight. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide.
The main
I've been
one.
thinking about your
I'm an
love
idiot.
tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide.
this will mode. Alright, so the notification only works when I'm live on the Stream Elements plugin. That's interesting. It doesn't recognize the stream, which is weird. Wonder why that is. Stream cord is kind of messed up. I might need to find another one. Good morning, good morning.
Whatever happened to make a fool out of me? I was lost in the idea of it all. Too many years of you suffering here, burning down right now. And I don't know where I run to, but it could be oblivion.
Everybody this morning.
To a whole new life. Now my lesson was I'll skip the reminder of what's left for me if I turn around. You let me down.
Okay, so in order for my notification to have the right name and all that good stuff, I'm definitely gonna need to.
Need your validation. I'm here to
I'm just gonna have the previous days.
picking up the pieces of the puzzle you blew up. Wondering if I could change a thing to make it work, but I won't resurface this hurt. You let me down.
Still. Alright, so stream cord is still acting a little finicky, but that's okay. Okay. Morning, everyone. Got a new world download. Up already. This guy that he's the only person I'm a member for on YouTube because a lot of my builds are his and I love his builds. You guys are liking the stream. Stream looks clear today, guys. Okay.
What poll are we doing today?
Am I dropping frames? Frames.
Tough luck, babe. Struck out when you had about 30 chances. One bad day.
Ah,
You don't know how to pay for
because I
it.
allocated too much memory for Minecraft? No shot, right?
If I'm gonna fall back, it's a waste of
I was loading into the world? Probably because I was loading into the world.
keep winning. How the hell do you make it look so easy? I'm spinning, and I can't seem to get back on my feet. Yeah, I might give up, cause I'm falling down now. Won't be good enough. I miss it.
Shouldn't be though.
Days when nothing ever really mattered. So willing to give it all deep into you might just shatter now. You're scared of time. Gotta beat the clock now. It's all up to pride. Tough luck, babe.
Alright, it doesn't seem like it's doing it anymore.
One bad day. Now you don't know how to pay for the damage.
Weird.
I don't wanna
Alright,
if I'm gonna
to work, guys. Sorry I'm late. I was having a little bit of fun on Blockbench. Because I learned that you can
from here. Is it worth the fear? Follow the
create like cubes for your Minecraft character and make it look like extremely detailed 3D like player model and stuff.
sign to go.
There's this mod called Figura. Figura. Whatever it's called. I don't know. Me just doesn't know how to be comfortable on mouse and keyboard. But I'm getting there. I'm getting there, guys. I'm getting there. It's like my background for my PC. What's up, Max? I need to make a poll. What's the poll gonna be today? I forgot. I don't know. Hold on. I'll be right back. I'm gonna use a potty.
Have you poured this much water?
Have you poured this much water? You ever made this many bubble elevators? Alright, what's another good poll idea, guys? Because the polls really have been helping with engagement, so I want to keep doing them. What do you think, Max? Think other than, I don't know, like a Minecraft question. I think I got one. I think we'll do...
Have you poured a lot of buckets of water?
See, I didn't pour a lot of buckets of water. I used glass. Hold on, I have a good one. I don't know how many answers I could have. But, hold on. Because I kind of need the list of all of them. Then also, I want to mess with this as well. Alright, hold on. Yeah. There's too many to choose from. I've got to say mine is in between cherry and pale. Hold on.
Hi.
Hi, good morning, gamer. Okay, pale oak, cherry, mangrove. I think mangrove is pretty, and there is going to be a place for mangrove.
BRB using potty shit.
Oh yeah. Sorry. Please. Thanks for reminding me. I do like mangrove. I think mangrove is really pretty too. And then this is what? Dark oak. Dark oak is one of my favorites as well. Dark oak. I love dark. Oh wait, no. Oh my god. Damn it! I have to redo it. All right. Pale. That's how you spell pale, right? Yeah. Sometimes it's hard for me to see my keyboard. Okay. Oak. Good morning, Laza. Yeah, I love dark oak. Like, everybody's a big spruce fan. I love dark oak, but I wish I could have... Like, I like the way the spruce trapdoors look. You know what I mean? I think that's why everybody loves spruce, because the trapdoors are like really pretty. Okay, pale oak, cherry. Add another option. Mangrove. I think mangrove is really pretty as well. But dark
and spruce.
Yeah, everybody loves spruce, but I know why they love spruce. It's because their trapdoors are the best. But if dark oak had spruce looking trapdoors, everybody would love dark oak. Let's be real. It's only because the dark oak trapdoors look like fucking... They literally look like chocolate bars. They look like Hershey's. Mangrove. Okay. Dark oak. Dark oak and cherry was my favorite until... Oh, damn it, I keep... Wait, how many options can you have? Pale oak, cherry, mangrove. No, you can only have 4 options. Ah. That's why. Hold on, let me see. Dang, it only lets you have 4 options. Everybody's gonna pick spruce if I put spruce. Do
Bullshit
pale.
ain't gonna even work.
Not gonna work. Oak. 3. Arc.
Let me tell you something. Hello.
Hi, Mast. Okay. Alright, so we're only able to choose 4. It only lets you choose 4. Alright, so we'll do that. We'll do 4.
Habit took 7 days to complete a farm. Music is a little loud for me.
Yeah, I think it's louder on Twitch than it is everywhere else.
Dark oak. Oh,
Why don't you come to YouTube? I think it's a little bit quieter on YouTube. What's loud for me today? ETS. Okay. Dude, like Pale Oak is definitely winning my heart for sure. Cherry was my number 1, but Pale Oak really came in clutch. Everybody's gonna pick Spruce. But these options are just like really good options. Like out of all of
show
them.
us the pale.
Pale? Like everything inside here is Pale Oak and Cherry. But what I wanted to do was play around with these, because if you put redstone behind them, they change the way that they look. You know what? I could run a poll on as well. But we're not doing that today. We have a lot of stuff to finish. But house is looking nice. Okay. You know, it sucks. I really thought I could list all of the Minecraft. Barat. Oh, we already got 50% on Cherry? Really?
I'm in Merhaba.
I don't speak that language, honey. Please try to keep it English in the chat if you can. Alright, I want to do a poll. Okay, so the question is... Then we have... Let's just type them in. Pale Oak. Cherry. Dark Oak. Spruce. That way the Twitch people can chip in.
Exclamation mark folk catch Burmy.
Oh, it only lets me do it for 10 minutes? I can't do like a poll for the entire stream, huh?
Exclamation mark balls. LOL. I'm in Kalkan Minecraft Hoinamu.
I don't speak your language, honey. So... See, did it start the poll? Okay. Freaking Spruce? Yeah, everybody loves Spruce. Everybody loves Spruce.
did start, but Wyatt type in chat.
You have to do exclamation point pokey start. When you do exclamation point pokey start, then you'll get Pokeballs, but you'll have to buy them. And the way that you get money to buy the Pokeballs is with
Exclamation mark poke start.
Yep. Dude, I don't know. It's in between cherry and pale. You gotta, I mean, I'll always love cherry. Pale oak has definitely won my heart as of late.
Exclamation mark watch time.
1.25 days. Nice. Did the music go down a little bit? I had to turn it down a little bit for you guys. It's a little cold in my room. What I want to know is, why do I have 132 frames right now? Why are my frames dropping so much? I think I might have allocated too much memory.
Twitch music is good now.
Yeah, it's the same. That's the only thing. I just don't understand why I got such low frames. I mean, I know, granted, but when I had the lower allocation rate... Okay, here we go. They're going up a little bit. Might just have to deal with it. That's kind of AIDS. Alright, so what we got? We've got kelp all the way along the edge here. And that's the section that we still need kelp in. Alright, what do we have in the inventory? Alright, cool. Whoa.
It may be BC's out of particle to full.
You know, I think I should probably help my PC by minimizing particles. Instead of having all the particles on, I could probably turn some of them off.
Your PC is good.
These are particles?
Even I don't remember all type of particles.
Oh, there's a list of them, but...
All are particles.
But if I turn off the bubble columns, I mean, I won't know if they're bubble. If they're bubbled or not. Oh no, that doesn't even take it off. Even when you turn off the... It's not working. But I did just increase... Okay, there they go. So yeah, see, I won't know whether or not... That did help a lot, but... Problem is that... Okay, instead of bubble pop, we'll turn the bubble pops off. Maybe that'll help. Yeah, see, as soon as I turn off the bubbles, it gave me my frames back, but then I won't know if they're bubble columns or not, so I kind of need to know that. So these are all good.
It's a
Except
bit far
for...
to be laggy.
Yeah, it's because I allocated a lot of memory to Minecraft now, so my game wouldn't lag. But it's reducing the amount of frames that I have. Alright, I'm gonna do options, controls, mouse settings, and then we're gonna do... Wait, no. We're gonna do toggle, because it kind of makes it easier for me to do Kelp. There we go.
You can bone meal kelp also.
Yeah, I know. But I have enough kelp that I don't really need to bone meal it. Yeah, because I ended up getting quite a bit of kelp during the process of bone mealing it. Now I have so much kelp, I don't know what to do with it. So I'm just using it, saving my bone meal. Speaking of, I need to probably turn off my bone meal farm. No, it is nuts though. I could see the significance in frames because I've allocated 8 gigabytes to Minecraft now. I mean, the frame drops is not actually like hurting me, but I'm used to seeing that 250 number all the time. Game's running smooth though. 179 frames is all you really need if it's freaking Minecraft. Nice. I love when those motherfuckers come. How's everybody's day going? Does everybody have a good Wednesday night? What's everybody doing today? Oh, what time is it? Where everybody lives right now? Where's everybody watching from? I know I'm always watching. I always have people from different countries in the chat.
It's 10:30 p.m. here.
10:30? What country are you in?
India.
You're in India? Oh wow, you're a long ways away. Damn, I'm getting India people in Twitch now too? I get a lot of that on YouTube, but usually Twitch is usually mostly American. I guess my reach is changing. Alright, these guys are gonna piss me off. Let's see if they let me sleep. Nah, they're not gonna let me sleep.
I like Twitch more than YouTube.
Yeah, I feel you. Well, if you wanna switch to help me out, I would appreciate it. Alright, that one's stuck, which is lovely. Oh, nice. If they're underneath glass, they burn now? That's good to know. Yeah, no, the reason why I get everybody to come to YouTube, or at least want them to come to YouTube now, is because I'm trying to gain I'm trying to get monetized. So I need whoops. I need 4,000 watch time hours, and anytime somebody's watching the stream on my YouTube channel, it counts towards watch time hours. We're almost done with this entire section over here, but we have a long way to go. We have a whole nother section we have to do. Oh, it looks like Cherry won? Really? I didn't think Cherry was gonna win. I really thought Spruce was gonna win. That's crazy.
Music is more better, but for streaming it's Twitch only.
Huh? What do you mean YouTube music is better?
Well, it's only in Twitch.
Oh, you listen to music on YouTube for streaming. Yeah, I know. I prefer Twitch too. I like the UI for Twitch. It's definitely more user friendly and it's more streaming friendly. It's a platform made for streaming, whereas YouTube isn't, and it's still kind of like growing in that way. But I just need people to watch me on YouTube for the watch time hours, that's all. But I totally get it. I'm literally halfway there too, because I need 3,000 for super chats and memberships, and then like the store, like if I wanted to sell merch or whatever, which I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna sell merch. I just feel like merch is you don't really make too much of an investment on it. Your products really gotta sell for it to work, and you gotta be big enough for people to want to buy your stuff. So I'll be mostly benefiting off of like super chats. Perfect, thank you. I'll be benefiting off of mostly super chats and super stickers and
Wait here.
increasing the watch time here. Perfect. There's also a horizontal version of the stream as well, if you prefer the horizontal, like you know how you get the full view on Twitch. I'm live streaming twice on YouTube, one horizontal version and one vertical version, in case people want to see like the entire gameplay. Mm-mm. 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 It's always raining. I swear it's always raining.
I hate no touch vanilla in the ears. I'm all modded right now.
Really? So like you're playing, I mean I'm using mods too, but when you guys say modded Minecraft, right? Are you guys talking about like actual like Minecraft mods that change the whole entire game?
Proper mod pack.
But like what is the mod pack?
Yup.
Okay. So you guys have like those magical weapons and like, you know, magical beasts and like just all kinds of different stuff. Right? It would be really cool. Like one of my friends really wanted to make a server of modded Minecraft, and I noticed that like it's not modded Minecraft is not that big, but like I was watching Minute Tech. He had like a 3-hour video
of him playing modded Minecraft in a modded Minecraft server, and they like all had like OP weapons that were really cool, and like it was cool. Like one of the pickaxes broke like a 5x5 area. Like it was a copper pickaxe and it broke like a 5x5 area or whatever. It's pretty cool. Like at first, like I was like, I don't want to play something like that because I feel like it's not really Minecraft anymore. But I guess if you play with friends and then like, you know, do like,
The hypothesis mod.
I'm not sure. Like, but there's so many modded Minecraft, like there's so many different modded Minecrafts. Like every modded Minecraft has like their own weapon and their own like, you know. But this one in particular was like it was like trying to obtain the magical weapons. Like there was like 5 or 6 or I don't know, a handful of like really OP weapons, and the more you obtain, the more powerful you are in the server. So, and then the server also doesn't look normal either. Like,
It is much bigger than this.
yeah, no. There's so many modded Minecraft versions. Like, okay, so like I was watching this guy one day, and he's got a
Types of mod pack.
2 types. I feel like there's probably hundreds, thousands. Like, for example, there was this guy that I was watching one day.
Kitchen sink pack.
What's that kitchen sink pack?
2 expert pack.
There was this guy. He was playing he was playing a mod called Craft Mod or Craft Mine or something like that. And basically what it was it was a mod pack where you made actual machines in the game, but like you used, you know, Minecraft like materials to craft a lot of these machines. And like the machines had gears. Like it was like it's extremely complex. It's extremely complex. And like apparently he's been playing that mod for years. I forget the name of it, but it's a mod that requires lots of machines.
More than one single mod pack and create kitchen sink.
What's kitchen sink? Okay, so wait, did I do all these? Oh, so these are all done. All right, so this section is about to be done. I just have to break the kelp. Nice. Nice. Yeah, this should all be bubble columns. Cool. Yep. All right, so we're done. We just gotta break the kelp, guys. Cool. Oh. All right, hold on. Let me turn off the hold, because every time I do that, I always mess stuff up. All right, so there's supposed to be scaffolding here. We won't. Yeah, I'm gonna stay laying down to make my life easier. There we go. I just want to stay in the laying down thingy. What does kitchen sink mod mean? Oh, I also seen like some girl use a mod pack that like literally lets you like create pixels, like actual pixel blocks, and like she designed like furniture, like she designed an entire like house using this mod pack, and it has like, it lets you customize things down to the pixel, like the actual 1 by 1 pixel, and you just it's really cool. It's like a really good designer mod pack. And she does like actual interior, like she went to school for interior design. The decoration mod pack. No, but I'm talking about like there's mod packs. There's all kinds of mod packs out there that aren't just, you know, the fantasy like super weapon type. They also have like this craft mod. I think it's called craft mod. Oh, there goes my first drown. Well, not my first, but alright, so this section is done. So I think what we can do is, now that this section is done, we could possibly do the rest of the layers for this section, just to kind of get it going. To play Whack-a-Drown. What's up, Mr. Drown? Alright, cool. This section's done.
Lots of kelp.
Lots of kelp. Tons of it. Alright, what we do need though is all of the torches back. And let's put all this kelp away because we're going to need it for the next section. And then we'll grab all of our torches. I need more food. Should be fine. Alright, let's go ahead and grab... Alright, why is that red? Is this supposed to be... Uh-oh. I might have put water in areas I probably didn't need water. Whoopsies. Okay. How do I get up? You know what? Let me just take all the torches out first. Then we'll do... Okay, some of these areas... Okay, those torches on the edge are fine for now. I just don't want it to get too dark because then mobs are going to start spawning. That pisses me off. So we're all along the edges, right? Right. Like it. Okay. So let's go ahead and grab the scaffolding. We don't need all this, but... Alright, now let's do page up. Alright, so this technically... Oops. Hold on. Alright, so... Got it. Okay. Actually, it's not bad. The water's not preventing the scaffolding from being... Actually, the water's helping the scaffolding. Alright, well, that's good to know. So there's not supposed to be water underneath this, apparently. It's supposed to go here. Okay, let me figure out what's supposed to go there. I have a feeling it's glass. Okay. What's supposed to go there? Okay. Oh, it probably won't place because of the water. Top right. Oh, true. Yeah, it is scaffolding. Okay. I knew it was scaffolding. This is being difficult. Thank you for that.
Howdy, D.
That's right. I didn't realize that it would tell me what's supposed to go there. Okay. Howdy! What's up, TCO? Or TCO? Okay, so the scaffolding's yellow because I don't really know why it's yellow. So why is this? Why is this doing that?
What you're building.
I am building a copper farm. We have a problem. That's not supposed to be like that. Okay, so now you just can't open up shulker boxes in easy placement. Got it. Let me see something. Why is that doing that? Everything should be water source blocks. Okay. That's better.
What's the project?
An enormous copper farm. For all the copper golems that I decided to sign up for. Great. Oh, it's still there. Good. Very good.
BTW, you don't need torches, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, for the glass? Yeah, you do. Otherwise it breaks the glass. For some reason. And it shouldn't.
You can just break it.
No. Doesn't let you. Look. If I were to do that, right? I don't know if they changed the mechanic or what, but... I think they changed the mechanic, guys. Trust me, I wouldn't have these torches if I could. Because I was watching Flip build it, and he was like, wait, what?
Exclamation mark watch time.
And then I was like...
So it only works on 12 blocks.
On top of blocks. Got it.
Like they will work their entire lives.
No, they're gonna die. They're not gonna live. They're just gonna be dead.
Water counts to BTW.
Oh, water counts? Well, that's the purpose of it's the whole thing, and there's no water there. When I start placing it, there's not gonna be any water there, so. There's only water here now because I placed it. Makes sense? Alright, now. Alright, we got that done. Alright, let's go one more layer up. Alright, so now is when we have to start taking off. Alright, so let's do the rest of the scaffolding, maybe? No, we can't. We'd have to take all the torches out. That's so much fun. Okay. Alright, so we may not do this layer. Oh, no, we're gonna do this layer. Actually. Why are you doing that? Alright, let me go get more. Let me get more glass. Let me get the glass layer done. At least. And then we'll do the rest another time. So we still gotta fill in the water all the way around. Did I bring up glass? I didn't bring up glass. Okay, let's go get glass. Oh my god, because you need the turtle eggs to attract the zombies. Dude, it was such a grind too. And I didn't even get all the turtle eggs I needed. I only got some of them. Alright, so we're gonna grab these 4 shulkers and put them up there. And I'm gonna go ahead and grab this. So I have that. Yeah. No, well, drowns. It's just drowns. Do I have... These are empty, right? Alright, bud. Don't need these anymore, at least not now. I'll need it for the end. I mean the nether. I'm gonna place this here. And then this is my cobble shulker that I thought I was gonna need. I don't really need that either. Alright, so these are for empty. Actually, let me put these to their own little section. Excuse me, Mr. Piggy. Move. Why do you keep coming towards me?
Underscore. Is that a totem or what?
Yeah, it's a totem. See, I play modded Minecraft, but not modded the way you guys are talking about. It is my little Tsunade totem. I love her. She's so cute. Alright, so I'm gonna put the shulker monster up here now, so it just makes my life easier.
Chest plate enchantments.
Yep. I do have fully prot 4. I need XP. Guys, I'm gonna go grab some XP really quick.
Mods that change models.
Yes, so this totem pack is from a really small... She's a really small YouTuber, and she actually hasn't updated it, which kind of sucks, because I kind of need her to update it so that way I could put Tsunades in the shelf and she's not, like, backwards. But, like, I don't really know how to message her. Grab some bottles of enchanting so I can mend my elytra as I go, because anytime... See, this is how you prevent yourself from, like, popping a totem or dying or falling in the void. Oh, wait, hold on. You always want to make sure your elytra never goes below half health. If you just make a habit of just making sure... Yeah, I'm gonna see if she has a Discord. That's not a bad idea. But you see how my elytra's are yellow? And I'm already ready to, like, bring it back to green. I just made, like, I'm so anal about keeping my tools, like, above yellow. Like, anytime it, they go down. Oh, yeah. Wait until you see this villager trading town. TCO. I have everything. And I have 2 buildings full of clerics, which these guys need to be leveled up. I have to level some of these guys. These guys are not leveled up. And these last 2 are not leveled up. Here we go. And you don't have a bottle of enchanting. You're only alive because you have a... Alright. And then... I'm gonna hold my pick. already sold out? Are you already sold out? No, you're not sold out. Now you're sold out. Thank you, good sir. This took me a month just to get these villagers inside of here. And that's not even the month that it took to build this place. There you go, Elytra's mended. I don't think you're sold out yet, are you? You're not. Good boy. Alright, cool. We got a stack of 63. Bet. Good, sir. Thank you for your business. Alright, what's not fully mended? Just the axe and the sword. Alright. Alright, now we're chilling. Elytra's good, everything's good. We're off. We're off to see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz. You know what I'm gonna hate? Looking at this thing. I'm gonna have to build an entire, like, castle around this thing to make it look good. Maybe I'll build, like, a coliseum or something. But I'm gonna hate looking at this thing. I'm gonna hate it. Okay, so I think what we do is we start working on the other sections, get all the water, and then we'll start building it up. Oh wait, hold on. I did say I was gonna do the glass section at least. Let me do that. We still got... How much glass do we have? A shulker. We have a shulker and some change of glass. Okay. Is that glass or is that it's supposed to be scaffolding. Okay. That's fine. Gotta be careful. What's here? What's this supposed to be? Scaffolding as well? Okay. I think what I'm gonna do is... let me see. Might just do the glass all the way around. Scaffolding. And just at least make sure all the glass is done. That way all we gotta do is the obsidian, we don't fall. Oh, see? Just like that. That's what I was trying to prevent. Alright. Supposed to be obsidian. Okay. Dude, that was a really great pointer with the whole look in the top right. Forgot all about that. Alright, can I do the edge here? The problem is I can't see.
A free cam mod can be helpful sometimes.
Oh yeah, I have free cam. Till I realized not until, but I realized it was cheating when I got it. I didn't know that you could see through walls.
Sometimes.
Oh, it's very beneficial. Especially when I'm placing schematics. Free cam is like the best for that. It's also good for like seeing like your builds to make sure, you know, you didn't miss any spots and stuff like that. I was using free cam to find like all the glass that I missed. I love it. I love free cam.
Yes.
I'm sure a lot of people will probably think it's cheating, but like if I would have known what it was before I downloaded it, I probably like would have thought about downloading it. Because technically it's like having X-ray. Not really, because like, okay, it's not really having X-ray because the only time you could actually see ore is if it's exposed. If it's not exposed and it's buried in between like rocks and stuff, you're not gonna be able to see it.
It's cheating on servers.
Oh, free cam? Yeah, well, it depends on the server rules. But yeah.
Freecam is not cheating when you are rebuilding.
Yeah. But I will admit though, like to get the amount of diamonds that I needed to do my armor trim, I used it. I used it to get diamonds. Because I never used it to get diamonds before. Like I never really felt the need to use it to like find ore. Because I'm like, I don't need diamonds because I get all my stuff from villagers. So like I don't need to mine for diamonds, but I forgot like to upgrade to netherite and stuff, you need diamonds. So to get I got all the diamonds. I got all the diamonds that I needed to upgrade. Hi, what's up, Tech? I got all the diamonds I needed to upgrade to netherite. I just didn't have enough diamonds to duplicate my armor trim. So, and I was already exhausted and I didn't feel like, because I built a whole cannon and like stayed up really late to get all my ancient debris and all that stuff, and everything that I do is like in an excessive scale. So like mining for diamonds just wasn't, I just didn't feel like doing it. I just wanted my freaking armor trims. So I use free cam. And like when I first started the world, I used free cam to get iron, but not like dig for it, to like see like if there was any exposed iron on the mountains. And then all of a sudden, like, it was so funny because you could see it in my video when I realized that it was cheating. I was like, oh my god, I'm totally cheating. Like, I didn't know you could see, like, I thought free cam like only worked like outside. I didn't know that you could go inside of building like stuff, you know what I mean? Like I thought that if I were to hit a wall, like it wouldn't let me go through. That was my thought process. But then it like let me go inside the mountain and I was like, wait, what? And yeah, I was like, oh my god, this is totally cheating. You'll see like my episode 1, like I'm like, oh, this is walls. This is having walls in Call of Duty. It was so funny. I think having this glass here, oh my god,
It's like spectator.
it's like spectator. Yup. Come on, let me place the damn glass. I can't place it? Oh, I know why. It should let me place it though. Bruh. It won't let me place it because there's no scaffolding underneath it. What the hell? It's because I don't have easy place first on. But if I turn easy place first on, I bet you it'll do it. Yep, there goes. But I do have to put the scaffolding underneath when it's time. Alright, so, but I'm gonna turn easy place first back off because that honestly hinders more than it helps. And that,
Installed hacks.
nah, it's my single player world. Like, I don't need to hack for any reason. If I wanna go into creative mode, all I do is just make a copy of my single player world and then go into creative mode. And like, that's how I do like my creative planning and stuff. Like there's no reason to hack. I could go into creative mode if I wanted to. And just make a copy of my world. So that way I don't actually mess up my survival world, you know? Because I want to get my achievements and stuff. It's not gonna let me place that one, but it lets me place this one. That's so weird. goes. You have to have like the perfect angle. Oh no, 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 no. Oh my god, it's so hard to see. Ah! That's why my elytra durability goes down so much.
Question mark.
I thought I just answered that. Did I not just answer that? There we go.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I didn't realize I didn't do this whole side. Didn't do this whole layer. It's not. Okay. Okay, so scaffolding goes above this? Yeah, okay. Understood.
Stream lagging.
Stream's lagging? Okay, that's not good. No, it's not. I'm not dropping any frames on my end. So. Might be your internet, hon. Much more. Oh, I don't have much. I have 60 left. And I have a shulker. I might have to smelt some more glass. Hopefully I don't, but I might have to. Because I did lose a lot of glass while building this thing. That is a hologram of a drowned. I was like, wait, what? Alright, and then we got this level. No, it's my horrible Wi-Fi. I was gonna say, like, if the stream's lagging, I'll know, because I have the stats pulled up just in case, guys. And I'll start, like, it'll tell me I'm dropping frames. That's how I know if it's you or not. Like, you guys could tell me if the stream is lagging, and I'll look and see if it's on my end, and then I'll know if it's on my end or it's on your end. Alright, so we got all this, some extra. Hello there. Enjoy the afterlife. Oh. Okay. Oh, we got some glass to place on this end too. Okay. Alright, let's grab some more glass so we can place everything that we're missing. And hopefully not fall. Just gotta check underneath here. Alright, we're good. What's going on, Shazam? I mean, what's going on? Okay, there we go. Did you figure out the 3D modeling thing? It's really time consuming. But it can be done. Like, I made, like, I did, Tsunade's, hold on. This much should be good enough. I did Tsunade's, like, 100 healings thing. And that's why I was so late on the stream today. Because it's very time consuming.
Looked into it yet. I have a headache.
Oh, okay. No, that would be really cool though if you wanted to spend the time to design it. It's very time consuming, but it can be done. Easy place on it. Oh, that's why. There we go.
Yeah, it's cool as hell.
You just have to learn how to use Blockbench, and then once you do, but it's actually not that complicated. If you look at all the screenshots I sent you, the hardest part is just knowing how to get the entity on there. But before you change it into a Figueroa model, make sure you pose it first, because you're not going to be able to pose it once it's in a Figueroa model. It's not going to let you pose it. So you have to pose it first, then put it in there, and then you could color it. Or you could just do the standard pose like I was doing, and then you know, add your colors. My question is that
That's good to know. Ty.
I didn't try turning it back into a PNG like texture file, so I'm not sure how the mod actually works on the game itself. I know that you upload your skin texture via PNG, so I don't know if with the mod you have to you probably have to put the skin in the mods folder or whatever, however it is that it's done, in order for the skin to work.
There's a Minecraft mod for that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think, yeah, because you have to have the Figura mod for the 3D texture to show in-game. I just don't know how you would apply the texture if you made changes to it. Like, for example, how do I apply it? So, it wouldn't be the normal Modrith way or the, Minecraft launcher way. It would be in that mod's folder. I'm guessing. And then you put the skin in there. That's my guess. Alright, I think I did all of that layer. I don't see any more glass. Let's see. I did it right. Yeah, hopefully I did it right. This is supposed to be obsidian. But you can, but that doesn't matter, because honestly you could export a PNG, just the image, if it's just for...
broke yesterday. I've been phoneless all day.
Are you serious? How did your phone break? That's why you never responded to me when I texted you. For the logo and thumbnails and stuff like that, I just need the screenshot. Did you take it to the phone shop? Take it to your carrier. You have phone insurance? Probably just need to put in a claim.
Yep.
If you have phone insurance, yeah, you're gonna put in a claim. Probably how old is your phone? What's this? Scaffolding, obsidian. Alright, I think I did all of the glass. And then I still need to do the glass over there. So we might still need some glass, but we might not. What kind of iPhone is it?
I took it to the
What'd they say? There it is. Alright.
iPhone 12.
Oh, it's a 12? Oh yeah, no, that one's... Elijah, I still have my iPhone 12. I that's the one Elijah uses. It still works and the whole back is broken. But it's old. That one, it's really slow and laggy. It doesn't work that well. But yeah, you could take a screenshot. You can do an advanced screenshot, and you can do do a screenshot if you go to view on Blockbench and click on advanced screenshot or screenshot, and then you can use the image however you have it. And you could post it on thumbnails and on logos like that. The only time it gets, I'm sure it'll get complicated, is like me trying to actually use it in game. But
That's the plan.
yeah, so exporting it should be easy enough because the background will be translucent. That's the good thing about Blockbench. All right, so we got this section done. So now the next section is this one. Wait, why do I have like this tiny little section here? Actually, no. So I have this tiny little section I have to put water on. Okay, so that's not the outside of the farm. Got it. Okay. That is part of the farm. This is the time when I use free cam. Alright, so it is just a tiny little section and it's part of the schematic. Is this... No, it doesn't say that that's wrong. Why is it like that? Alright, all of this is over water in some way, shape, or form, yeah? Okay, maybe this section isn't, but... everything else is part of the river biome, yeah? Hopefully. No, this part isn't going to be considered river biome. That part is, though. This side is working because it's like right above the river. This back end is right above the river. This is all above the river, but I don't know if it's considered the biome. Let's see. Nah, it's Minecraft Plains. That's a problem. That's a problem. Why is it saying this is Plains? This isn't Plains. Hello? This is Plains? Standing over a river. Oh, I know why.
Using free cam.
Yep. Okay, so, but this part of the farm is definitely not over. There it goes. River's right here. Okay, so yeah, there's going to be parts of the farm that are going to be slower than others because I did this wrong. So when I watched the tutorial, I realized that he did an outline of his river shape. And I just copied and pasted it. And it's too late now. So this section is plains. All this is going to be plains. So there's probably not going to be drowns coming out of here, to be fair. This is all plains. This is river. So all of that's going to be a river. This is all plains. I mean, not to say that they won't spawn still. They probably will. This is all plains. All this is plains.
That section if it's not river.
Yeah, I mean, I would have to take it all down. I've already got most of it built. This is river. This part is river. This is river. Yeah, all this is going to be river except for probably this section right here. These sections are going to be plains. This whole section is probably going to be plains. Yup. This whole section. I wonder if the backside is going to be considered plains though. Let's see. Yeah, see, this is river. Part of this is river. River. Plains. Plains. So part of that side is going to be river. Oh god. This should probably be river too, yeah? No, this is plains. All the way back to here, probably. Oh, that's bad. This whole section is going to be plains. Except for this part. River? River. Starts here. This is plains. 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 Can't even see them.
In jerking off M.
Alright, this is plains all the way up until... Problem is that... This shouldn't be plains. There we go, this is river. Alright, well, I mean, we'll see how it performs. It probably won't be the best, but it'll be something. It'll be better. It's a single player world, I mean, shit. I definitely should have moved this part over. That whole side's gonna work fine. This back side's gonna work fine. It's just this side right here. This whole section. This whole section. Up to about... This is river. Until I get to the inside, which is plains. That sucks. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. No sense in stressing about it now. Just gotta get it done. Yeah, I didn't realize that he made this schematic. I thought he just built it this way just because it was the best way for the drowns to spawn. I had no clue that he built it like this because he was outlining his river pattern. Had no clue. I did not know that. Well, you live and you learn. You live and you learn, guys. When are you gonna get your phone back, Trudge? Alright, let's do this and this and then this. Maybe I should try this method of maybe putting the glass underneath. And then putting the glass on top. And then maybe breaking it like that. Okay, let's see if his theory is right. Let's see if this works. Aha, it does work. Interesting. Okay, so now I know. And then I just break the glass. Actually, I could use a pickaxe. That way I could save my glass at least. And just break the top layer. Okay. Oh, look. You guys ready? We're gonna play a whack-a-drown. Whack-a-drown, whack-a-drown. Alright, let's grab some kelp. This should be enough.
Ah yes, a tragedy indeed. But every tragedy carries a lesson. Like a wise old hermit smacking you on the head with a stick and saying, pay attention next time.
Yeah, facts. Cousin, why aren't you watching me on YouTube, bro? I need you to watch me on YouTube. Please. Listen, if you don't want to use your data on your phone, use your laptop. I need the watch time hours. Wait. Here we go. Why am I getting stuck? Here we go. But now that I understand the ice mechanic thingy, now we should be chilling.
I love to help, but I can't really. I'm not at work. I have no Wi-Fi here.
You don't have Wi-Fi? Who doesn't have Wi-Fi in their house in the freaking 21st century? That sucks. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
90%
Okay, 90% is a number that I believe you're throwing out there. And I don't believe that number to be accurate. Dude, it's not like Morocco's a third world country or something like that. Like, Morocco's a nice place. How do people not have Wi-Fi? Actually, let me do this corner first. I'm gonna. Is this river? Oh, this is considered plains. Fuck my life, bro. Mm-mm. 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 I would argue that at least 50% of the world has Wi-Fi at home. At least 50. At least 50. I understand that it's probably not the majority, but at least half of the world has got Wi-Fi at home. How come it says different ages if I just planted it? Like, obviously you have to take into account places like North Korea, right? Where they're not allowed to have Wi-Fi. And like, of course, the third world countries that don't have Wi-Fi. But like, bro, any country that has a regular modern city, they gotta have access to Wi-Fi like the rest of us. You got to. Since every job now, we're like, if you think about it, like every job nowadays requires a computer. Like any job that you do, almost every job. Not every job, obviously. Like there's people that, you know, do labor jobs, but even the labor jobs, even if their specific, you know, their specific position doesn't require the computer, the job itself is going to require a computer in some way or shape or form. There's not a singular job out here that doesn't require a computer at this point. It's crazy. Like having a computer is like standard now. Not standard, but like literally a necessity for any job or business to function. All right, we got them all done. We got her done. At least that section was easy. The rest of them won't be easy. Died. Alright, what are we grabbing? We're gonna need... not glass. We're gonna need ice. Where's my ice? Yeah, we're gonna need a bunch of this. Waste of breath. Now, where's my kelp? There's some of it. There's the rest of it. I'm so alone on myself. Alright, so this is like, let's do this, and then I think it would be a good idea to do probably the rest ice.
I will find exact numbers. The least I found is 50% not having Wi-Fi and 30% of the world population never used internet.
That's what I'm saying. I'd say 50% seems valid. I'd say 50% of the world probably don't have it in their homes. With 30% being people that probably never seen Wi-Fi before. But that's like, and I think 30% is pretty high, to be fair. Like, it's got to be like a real third world country, I feel like. Hold on. For you to have never seen Wi-Fi ever. And there's not that many. I mean, there's third world countries, yeah, but yeah, I did. I edited my skin. Nothing much. Just trying to get all the freaking ice. Gotta get all the ice down. I probably do have to do the corners, so I might as well.
Also, Wi-Fi here costs 15 to 20% of the salary of most working people here.
Why? See, now that's insane. Dude, Wi-Fi is like $40 a month here. Well, for me it's 80 because I pay for like the
Guess how much is my salary?
Oh god, I don't know. How much? Put the page down really quick. Oh, they must not be paying you well over there, Shazam. That's a shame. Oh man, you know what sucks? We're gonna have to put torches there. I don't know. Well, I don't know what the conversion rate is. But what? I would imagine your hotel receptionist. Usually they make about $15 to $20 an hour here. So I would say probably $2,000 to $3,000 a month. That's USD. I don't know what your conversion is. Really wish I could fix that stupid issue I'm having with the damn...
Don't get shocked.
Don't get shot. I mean, different countries have different ways of paying. You know what I'm saying? So they have different minimum wages. Some are better than others. So I mean, if it's really low, then you know, probably the cost of living is really cheap in your country. Either that, or you guys have an economic crisis. This is a big section. Okay, this is where it ends. Alright. We might have enough. We'll do one side and then do the other, I guess. Alright, this actually is just that one layer. Okay. Should be okay. Alright, let's just do this side and then go from there.
assistant, you get paid by the day, usually somewhere between $8 to $20 a day, and that's 90% of the workforce on all sectors.
That's it? Wait, so like there's not certain jobs that pay more than others over there? Oh, so you guys have a whole damn dictatorship. Oh, that sounds miserable. Sounds like a whole freaking dictatorship right there. And like what, you guys have standardized Wi-Fi throughout the country? You can't like purchase your own Wi-Fi and they just take it out of your paycheck to pay for everybody else's Wi-Fi? Is that how that works? Over there? That sounds horrible. You need to leave that place. That place sucks. Wait, no, hold on. Side. Actually, it's gonna need torches.
Hi.
What's up, Sami? Alright, this is also gonna need torches. Alright, this side is not gonna need torches.
No, my name is Parama.
Paramo? Oh, wow. I wouldn't be able to tell because your name on YouTube is something completely different. I only know of one Kurama. And... Yep, Granny Tsunade I would prefer. Auntie though, seeing as that, you know what I'm saying? Not a grandma.
I'm a fan of the show.
Wonderful. Finally, somebody who's not an uncultured swine.
Wi-Fi is just like in the US. If you want it, you pay it, and it's the same price as TGEOS. So imagine someone making $400 pays $40 for Wi-Fi. I don't know if this is my YouTube name.
Your YouTube name, yeah, so. Yeah, Tsunade, thank you. So, you guys are underpaid in that country. That means you guys' economics are probably freaking horrible. That sounds terrible. So if you're making literally $40 a day, you work a whole 8-hour shift, you make $40, but yet the cost of living is standard? That's ridiculous. I mean, probably your rent isn't expensive, but like if you want to purchase things like Wi-Fi is like the rate of somebody like... So why is technology imported? That's what I want to understand. Why can't your country have its own Wi-Fi like everybody else? Why are they using like nobody in your country has ever thought, hey, why don't I make my own Wi-Fi? That's insane.
What are you building right now?
Copper farm. That way it's not like extremely expensive.
Because 70% of the world uses imported technology, and it's really hard to establish anything concrete.
I know there's gotta be rich people in Morocco with brains, man. You just need money.
Also, I'm paying $40 for rent each month.
Wow, that's cheap as hell. Pay 2,500.
What's the best at waves or dream?
I don't know. I never really watched the Quavis play. I've seen Dream play. Dream's pretty good. Oh, Dark Oak is winning? Hold on, we got Pale Oak with 50%. What we got 23 votes on Dark Oak. Wow. I'm actually surprised Dark Oak is winning and not Spruce. I really thought Spruce was gonna win it because everybody's just always going on and on about Spruce. Personally, I love Dark Oak. That's one of my favorites. I love the chocolatey color of it. I think every country should definitely invest into their own local Wi-Fi, dude. Having to import Wi-Fi? It just doesn't seem feasible. It does not seem feasible at all. And so this has to melt. That melted. Like, Morocco's gotta have their own tech companies. Granted, I know that, like, you know, there's a lot of stuff that... Oh, there goes the Trident users. Oh, it's working. Something's working. Who's throwing a Trident up? For Dark Oak? See, I'm in between Pale... Look at this guy. He's all... Oh, dude, he's throwing far. Look. It doesn't look like he's throwing, though. It has to be him. He could see me from all the way over there. That's nuts. That's crazy. I can't believe you could see me from that far. That's nuts. Alright, let me go to here. Alright, let me grab all my glass. I mean my ice. Everybody calls me either lethal or lethal Tsunade. Alright, so we got one side of this section done.
It's a complicated subject, but that's normal outside the West countries.
Really? Nah, because Japan got their own Wi-Fi. Japan got their own Wi-Fi. Korea got their own Wi-Fi. South Korea, I mean. I know Europe got their own Wi-Fi. Shit, I'm sure Russia got their own Wi-Fi too. Actually, matter of fact, I used to play with somebody who lived in Russia. I used to play COD with somebody who lived in Russia.
Japan and Korea, Australia are all in the West sphere.
Oh, I thought they were considered Eastern. I thought we were the Western ones. Are you sure? I'm pretty sure the Americas are West. They're literally on the opposite side of the planet. Freaking... I hate these guys. I hate them so much.
Not in geography, but in ideology.
Oh, an ideology. They can... I mean, I don't think Japanese people consider themselves Westerners. I've never heard of a Japanese person identifying themselves as a Westerner. They call us Westerners. Especially like, okay, granted, Japan's on the other side of the world, yeah? But like all the other Asian countries, they're connected to the western parts of the world. So like, I know they're not considering them to themselves Westerners. Unless it's something that other people call them. We get all this part? Yeah, we got all these parts.
Do you like Technoblade?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know much about him because like he kind of came about like after I started getting into Minecraft. But the stories I've heard of him are really good stories. Okay, so should we do the other side first and then do the kelp? Possibly. Probably gonna need more ice. I might have to go get more ice. Now that I think about it. Might be a thing I might have to do.
You would be surprised how much ideology affects the society.
Damn, a Japanese doesn't have Western ideologies, do they? They're very different type of people. They're nothing like Americans. Or this side of the world.
I have a good idea will Technoblade Shrine in your world.
Techno Shrine.
Industrialization that actually made the difference.
People that believe in industrialization, people that don't. Well, I guess, but I think most of the people, most countries, if they can industrialize, they will. You know what I mean? No! Never mind, you place that there. Of course you're gonna go down even though I'm standing right next to you. I hate when it does that. And the Industrial Revolution started in England, not in Eastern country. I mean, not in England, in Europe. And they're considered East. Most of the industrial stuff started in Europe. That we know, you know, that history says. No. I gotta pick that piece of glass up. I mean, ice. I really, really hate how I'm standing up after I open up a menu, man. That shit's driving me nuts. And the thing is that Morocco's not too far from, you know, Europe anyways. Like, even if you had to import stuff, I don't feel like it should be that far. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't understand why it's so expensive for you guys. I feel like that's not even fair. You guys aren't that far away from, like, you know, modern countries that have Wi-Fi. So why they're charging you an arm and a leg is just, it's highway robbery, really. They must be taxing.
Extremely divided place. While Europe was fighting World War II, most of the world has no electricity. For example, here in Morocco, the country didn't have full electricity coverage until the 2020s. Put him from Morocco.
What? So is Morocco more of a third world country than I thought? I thought it was more revolutionized or more modernized. Are you from Morocco too?
Yep, it's a third world.
Oh, I didn't think it was. I thought Morocco was more modernized.
Yes, is it?
Well, that explains things. That really blows. Need the glass here. I gotta pick up some of these glass pieces.
And the worst part is now there's a fourth world.
That's actually crazy. Instead of like reclining, we should be ascending out of third world and just into second world. Wait, why are these here? I wasn't doing this right. Oh, I know why. I messed up. Okay. Did I mess up? I gotta pick those blocks up before they freaking despawn. I was hoping that we'd be starting to get out of fourth world, but how are people like rescending? You know what I mean? Is the world, I mean, the economy in certain countries, I know that
Even now, 8%
it affects other people, but
electricity.
yeah. I mean, I know that's a. I mean, there's also people that don't want to have electricity. There's countries like, you know, people that are in the deep Amazon. You know those cultures that are still literal cavemen. Don't have you know, but it's such a small percentage in the grand scheme of things, you know. At that point, it's like, okay, some of them may not have it because of you know, because they can't, because they're so poor, but I think probably about out of that 8%, probably 4% chooses not to, because that's just their culture. They just choose not to. You know what I mean?
8% is 600 million more than the US population.
8% of the world? Well, I guess, yeah, there is 6 billion people. Or 8 or 10, 10 billion people now. I don't think it's that much.
Not 10.
I don't think it's that much more. 600 million more than the US population. Where are you getting that number from? The whole US population? US has a lot of people in it. Yeah, like I said, I'd say about 4% is probably choosing not to. Because, you know, some people just want to keep their culture.
The world population is 600 million liters, which more than the population of the US.
The population of the US is less than 600 million? You sure about that? The entire US? I feel like there's 600 million people just in New York alone. Okay.
US population is 347 million.
That's it. what Google's saying right now? No way. No way. No way. It's nuts.
Yeah, that's it.
No way. We don't even have a billion people over here? Damn. So India is probably taking up most of the damn world. India and China. Most of the population's gotta be there then. That's insane. That's actually wild to me to hear that. There's 8 billion people in the world and not even 1 billion is in the United States. The hell's talking to all the people? There's no way. I feel like there's gotta be more than that. Google's gotta be. Did she check for 2025? Or is that a number based off of like 1980? I feel like it cannot be accurate. There's no way that's accurate. This is much easier to get the water down like this as opposed to waiting for it to melt. This is much easier. I didn't know that you had to have a block underneath water in order for it to do the thing.
The US is 4% of the world's population and it's 12% of its economy.
12% of the world economy. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of economies that rely on the US. That's for sure. Like if the US were to have like an economic crisis, like Japan would suffer. A lot of South American countries would probably suffer. That I believe. So 4% of the world's population is, out of 8 billion, 4% of the world's population is not 600 or 300 million. There's just no way. That doesn't seem like correct math. Because a billion and million are very, very far away from each other. Let me make sure. 32.
What actual damages TGE other economics?
Yeah. Because I think, we're not the main currency, but I think our currency is like one of the most popular currencies aside from euro and believe the yen.
1,000 million, not that difference.
Yes, there is a difference. The difference between 0 to a million and 1 million to 1 billion is like 1,000 million difference. It's a very big difference. It's 900 million.
How do you
Alright.
play in all this time?
How do I play? I just play. Gotta love the game. Alright, I feel like... Am I missing any more glass? I mean ice.
That wasn't mathing.
Math isn't mathin'. Yes, so, okay. The difference, the distance between 0 and 1 million is like a quarter of the distance between 1 million and 1 billion. You get what I'm saying? Like, even 100 million.
Still
Even
wrong.
100 million. No, you're wrong. The quantity, you need 999,000 to get to a million. You need 999 million to get to a billion. That's literally 998 million more. And that's just 1 million. That's not even 100 million. So the difference in a million and a billion is exponentially different. Much larger. Okay, so we're done with the ice part, so let's go ahead and get the kelp going. So I'm saying is if there's 8 million people in the world and we only have 300 million of that 8 million or 8 billion, then that's way less than 4%, I believe.
Not it's for something actually.
I think you should check the numbers for 2025 because I feel like people are popping babies out left and right here. There's just no way that our population is that low. And I believe there's like... Just here in Orlando, I believe I checked the population a few years back, and the population in Orlando is insanely high.
Hi.
What's up, Marwin? Pablo?
GG.
GG's. Let's see here. Probably do the corners.
US birth rates are actually below worldwide average.
Are they really? So many freaking...
Is this a multiplayer server?
No. This is a single player world.
Yep, just like Europe.
Actually low? Dude, all the kids and all the people just having unprotected sex and then the abortion not being really a big thing here. Or at least not anymore. They're trying to put limitations on it. I would think that it'd have a higher birth rate than that. Well, I guess other countries don't have abortion laws like at all. They don't allow it at all.
Please
So
don't tell me you watch the news.
no, I don't. I hate the news. Nothing but lies. Lies, political agendas.
Great. Abortion here is a crime. It's killing a soul.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. There's probably higher birth rates in countries like that that don't believe in that stuff.
Also, birth rates are directly related to morality.
Marahi? I don't know what Marahi is. Marriage. Oh no. You see, in America, there's more people that have kids that aren't married than people that are. They don't give a shit about that here.
Just look into your childhood.
Yeah, that's different in every country, Sazam. Like you said, belief systems range, so marriage has nothing to do with the birth rates here. People have kids on purpose, without being married. Some people want to be single parents. They'll go to like sperm banks and stuff, because they want to have a baby, but they don't want to be with anybody. We're at 28 votes. Pale Oak. Oh, Pale Oak is winning now. That's crazy. This poll is just kind of like really teeter-tottering. I really thought Spruce was just gonna take it. I thought everybody was gonna be on the Spruce kick. Spruce is at the lowest. I love Pale Oak though. That one kind of like won my heart.
Let's get it back down. Watch this.
How many siblings do I have? On my dad's side, I have a brother, but my mom was only able to have one kid. And she struggled to have me. My dad, on the other hand, has 9 brothers and sisters. Because in Puerto Rico, it was really common to have, I guess, like lots and lots of kids during that time. And back in the day, marriage was really big when it came to having kids, but nowadays there's more single parents. At least here there is. Like, I mean, take me for example. When I had my son, I wasn't married. And my son was planned. I wanted to have a baby. We just weren't married yet. Well, we ended up not getting married, but
Watch Darko climbing fast.
Hi guys. And time, and it does really good, and then you post something else on the same exact day and time and it does shitty.
And that's crowd control L. Now Darkode will win.
There's only 12 votes on this side. Or on the other side. Right now there's 31 votes on the vertical stream. What's up, Aslam? Right now, we've got, it doesn't tell me how many vote per. Yeah, one of the kids also likes Dark Oak. That's why Dark Oak's winning on that one. But on the main one, everybody's voting Pale Oak. Oops.
Wait, you haven't played Space Marine.
No. Why do I need to play Space Marine?
Never heard of it?
No, I played Galaga.
Damn. Well, that explains why you never heard of Warhammer.
What's Warhammer? My advice about waiting is definitely the right thing. Don't want to have too many posts in one day.
It's a tabletop game and novels.
The good thing about TikTok is that
in the 1980s and is still going.
you could delete posts and repost them if they don't do well, because for whatever reason the algorithm didn't pick it up. And it won't hurt you. What? The tabletop game that novels.
Because you didn't pray for the algorithm god?
No, I'm talking to somebody else. Alright, I might have to actually break some of these. I'm kind of running low.
Just pull up a short 20 minutes video on YouTube to listen to about the lore of Warhammer 40k. It's interesting.
And so is that a story that you were telling me about? Is that based off of a video game?
It's an entire universe.
Hmm. No. I'm going all the way up. It's going all the way up. Alright, just making sure.
Forget everything I told you about it. I screamed at the lore so bad it was a crime.
Oh, really? That's funny. You screwed up the lore. How are you gonna tell a story and screw up the freaking lore, bro? You can't tell it unless you know it. Wait, I thought I did all these. Did I not do all these?
Just pull up the video on YouTube and listen to it. No need to watch it. It's amazing.
You think I should pull it up on YouTube now? Hold on. Wait, how is this? How's the kelp breaking? Like growing, but it's breaking? Alright, is this going all the way up at least? Yeah, this one's going all the way up at least. Alright, so we got this side to do.
I want to hear your reaction about the future of humanity.
Do I don't have to watch it, I could just listen to it?
Yeah, just listen.
Alright, send me the link of like a full-length video with somebody like that's telling the story in not the most boring way fashion. Like, you know, like somebody that's actually good at telling the story.
Absolutely, I know the guy.
You know the guy? I know a guy. He said, I know a guy.
A bit the F word is used in it though.
I don't care. The kids that used to watch my stream every day stopped watching it, so. I don't know what happened to him, but maybe his mom started limiting his YouTube time. Oh, FPS is going up now.
It's a bit long, but it's worth it, and it will help with finishing the farm.
You know what also helps finishing the farm? People talking to me in chat. My damn. You know what I forgot to do? Oh my god, this whole time I should have been recording. Dude, this time lapse for this farm is gonna be absolutely horrible for episode 5. It's gonna be horrendous. It's gonna be freaking horrendous.
This video is sponsored by Into the AM. By the end of this video, you're gonna know everything there is to know about the Warhammer 40k timeline. Sorta. Let me explain. But first, if you're unfamiliar with 40k,
Wait.
it's this super dark science fantasy franchise where humanity is ruled over by the bloodiest regime imaginable and religious dogma, and beset on all sides by voracious aliens, heretics, and literal demons.
Yep,
It's
menial
kind of like the
labor.
exact opposite of Star Trek, where Star Trek's all about peace and love and hope, and 40k is like, nah, fuck that. We tried that. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only It's super intimidating for new people to get into. There's over 400
Death.
novels, not to mention 30 years worth of lore. And as somebody who's read over 100 of those novels, most of those events, albeit important, don't really contribute to you knowing what's going on in the franchise. So today,
Hold on.
we'll take the entirety of the 40k timeline and boil it down to just the basics. Just those critically important time periods that you need to know about in order to understand 40k. Because if I was to try to explain the plot of all of those books in order, we would be here for like 10 hours. So with all that out of the way, let's dive in where the timeline truly begins. 60 million years ago with the War in Heaven.
The war in heaven and its surrounding
Wait a minute, I have a feeling.
can be said is where the timeline of 40k begins. To understand this, we need to know about the Necrons and the Old Ones. You see, before the Necrons became the undead metal robots
Oh no,
of the 41st millennium, they were a species
the water's too low.
Most records on this time are unfortunately incredibly fragmentary, and what we do know is mostly derived from ancient Eldar myths and legends, a species who's famous for speaking in 99% metaphors and 1% facts. So you have to take all of it with a little bit of a grain of salt. The Necrontyr were a frail and dying people. They lived next to a super radioactive sun that caused cancer to run rampant through their society. They were, however, incredibly tenacious and refused to give up. They sent their people out into space to find new homes and were ultimately successful, populating many new planets. However, the curse of their homeworld would inevitably follow them into the stars, and generation after generation would still be afflicted with terrible radiation sickness. Now, all hope seemed lost for the Necrontyr, but that all changed when they encountered an incredibly advanced alien species known as the Old Ones. Their technology was absolutely insane, and they seemingly had unlocked the secrets to immortality. Now, the Old One's primary goal was to seed life throughout the galaxy, placing microscopic organisms on barren worlds across the cosmos that would later develop into fully sentient species. And it's even rumored that the Old Ones played a role in the development of our own species. When the Necrontyr encountered the Old Ones, they begged them for help. But unfortunately, the Old Ones would end up refusing them. Now, they were sympathetic to the Necrontyr's plight, but basically told them that their fate was their own, and they were the masters of their own destiny, and that the Old Ones just didn't want to get involved. Now, this infuriated the Necrontyr, and they declared war on the Old Ones. And this went about as well as you could expect it to. The Necrontyr were nowhere near as capable as the Old Ones, and basically got stomped into the dirt every single time they attacked. Now, this would all change when the Necron discovered a new species known as the Catan, who were basically giant, formless, star-sucking vampire star gods that were masters of the physical universe. Each and every one was a wielder of absolutely godlike power, and they told the Necrontyr that they also had a deep-seated hatred of the Old Ones. And if the two species were able to form some kind of alliance, they would be able to work in tandem and wipe out their ancient enemies. And if this wasn't good enough, the Catan also promised the Necrons the secrets to immortality. Their people would not know another day of suffering. And this sounded too good to be true for the Necrontyr, and that's because it kinda was. You see, this immortality would take the form of their physical bodies being burned away, and an engram copy of their consciousness being downloaded into robotic mechanical skeletons. Their new bodies were made out of this miraculous metallic substance known as necrodermis, an incredible living metal that had the ability to repair itself. This was a substance that was originally developed by the Necrontyr and had been used in most of their starships. Not only was it incredibly durable, but it offered a lot more protection than their flesh bodies, and their warriors could regenerate from any wound that didn't completely obliterate them. This whole process was known as biotransference, and the entire species was subjected to it. Now, this was the day that the Necrontyr species died, confined to the halls of extinction, and in their place was simply the Necrons. Now, together the Necrons and the Catan would strike back against the Old Ones, and their combined might was enough to put them on the same level. Harnessing the Catan's limitless energy, the Necrons were able to make weapons of inconceivable power. The war between the Necrons and the Old Ones was the largest the galaxy had ever seen. It spanned from the galaxy's core all the way to the galactic rim. Now, during this war, there was a point when the Necrons suddenly realized that they had been tricked by the Catan, and the Catan had used biotransference in order to separate them from their souls, which they then subsequently devoured. Needless to say, the Necrons were pretty pissed, and retaliated by attacking and destroying the individuals they once worshipped as gods, shattering them into thousands of pieces, and binding each of these shards into what were known as tesseract bolts, and then subsequently used.
It's going. I'm listening to this new story that my one of my viewers is like so passionate about.
One being massive hulking brutes that were the ultimate physical specimens, while the others were master psychers. Every single one being in tune
hold on.
and able to bring about enormous ruination by channeling its power with their mind.
So I just want to take a moment to point out that at this point in the timeline, we have a race of vaguely Egyptian ghosts trapped inside robot skeletons, fighting against an entire race of psychic alien god frogs who have created a race of space wizards and space orcs in order to fight the undead robots. It can get pretty wild sometimes.
Now, the devastation brought on by the war in heaven reached not just the Old Ones, the Necrons, the Eldari, and the Orcs, but there were tons of other civilizations that were living peacefully in the galaxy as well. And they all ended up caught in the crossfire at one point or another. And this war spanned millions of years, so the amount of untold destruction and lives lost is truly uncountable.
No.
The warp isn't just called the Sea of Souls for nothing. It's where the souls of sentient creatures go when they die. So the amount of angry and terrified
Okay, so you're right about a lot of it.
started flooding into the warp in mass. And this would have some very particular ramifications, but we'll circle back to that in a second. Now, it was around this time that the Necrons started experimenting with Blackstone, an incredibly bizarre material that has the ability to either channel and amplify the energies of the warp, or nullify it completely. So the Necrons built massive spires made out of Blackstone and
Still.
placed them on thousands of worlds across the galaxy. Hundreds of thousands of years later, these would be known as the Blackstone pylons. Now, the Necrons' original purpose for these isn't really stated, as their major significance to the storyline wouldn't really become apparent until around the time of the Black Crusade. But I'm getting ahead of myself. As creatures solely of the
What
physical
are you
universe,
building?
with no ability
A
to
copper farm.
themselves, fighting against a race that was all about
You know what sucks?
it's pretty easy
Like,
to
why?
see that the Blackstone pylons were meant as a defense network, as negatively charging their energy could create a massive nullified area of space-time, where psychic powers couldn't be utilized. And this would serve as a powerful defense network against their enemies. So it's at this moment during the War of Heaven when the warp becomes incredibly important to the storyline. Up until this point, the Immaterium, or the Sea of Souls, had been a You see, the warp is a mirror universe, a reflection of our own, but it's a realm of emotion, rather than tangible substance like that found in the physical universe. Now, there had been sentient species across the galaxy for a pretty long time at this point, and there had certainly been wars and hatred and anger and all of those negative emotions, but they had never existed quite on this scale. A single planet that has a bunch of people that can't really get along and a bunch of negative feelings isn't quite the same thing as a galaxy-spanning war, an absolute massacre of an inconceivable amount of people across the entire galaxy for a massive period of time caused the warp to become incredibly unstable. The peaceful creatures that lived in the Sea of Souls were twisted into horrifying nightmares, and during the events of the War in Heaven, the warp became the realm of chaos. And if that wasn't bad enough, the psychic allies that the Old Ones had created for themselves, who were directly acting as conduits for the warp, would end up tearing holes in reality and causing what was known as the Enslaver Plague. Massive amounts of these warp-born monstrosities, known as enslavers, ripped into our universe and spread out across the cosmos, devouring any sentient life they could find. They flooded into the Old Ones' bastions, drawn to them like moths to a flame. The Old Ones in their weakened state were in no position to fight them off, and it is believed that they went extinct. Now, admittedly, everything gets kind of blurry here, and we're not 100% sure what exactly happened to them. But after the war had concluded, the Necrons were
Take
left in
only
a
the source
fractious
that has
state.
two
They had
water
taken
source block on
inconceivable
two of its
lives, and
sides.
The Eldari had risen to power and were slowly expanding and taking over the galaxy. If the Necrons had tried to fight them after
Yeah, that was this one, but it's not.
perished. So the Silent King ordered them to go
That's what I don't understand.
and set the timer for 60 million
This
years. He believed that by this point the Enslaver Plague would have run its course and would have dissipated back into the warp. Also, the Eldari surely would have died off by then, and whatever species was left over to inherit the galaxy wouldn't be ready for the godlike creations of the Necrons, who would then reclaim what was rightfully theirs. Now, the time between the War in Heaven and the rise of humanity is a time mostly dominated by the Eldar, who were left to inherit the galaxy after the war had concluded. It was a time of peace like no other, as every other sentient species had no hope of challenging them. So they could pretty much do whatever they wanted. Now, here's the thing about being immortal and having no wars to fight. You got a lot of free time on your hands. So the Eldar got really into the arts and other leisure activities, pursuing pleasure instead of violence. Now, this started off normal enough. At first, they pursued music, poetry, sculpture, theater, and pretty much any artistic pursuit you can think of. But over 60 million years, these pursuits of study started getting boring to them, and their desires started to take on a much more hedonistic and depraved form. But we'll circle back to that shortly. Now, millions of years after the War in Heaven had concluded, far from the Elder Empire,
see, like, this should be a water source, and it's not.
where a new species was coming into its own.
So why is the rise of humanity and the birth of the Emperor so important? Now, 40K is a franchise that focuses on a lot of different characters and factions, but the human perspective is arguably the main one, as most of the novels and stories focus on the humans. And the storyline of humanity in 40K sees them rise to power, and
I
then have
forgot,
their
Hel.
empire
That's
crumble
why you
around
need the kelp.
only to rebuild but be set in a new dark age. Probably the most famous quote that's associated with 40K summarizes this pretty perfectly. Forget the promise of progress and understanding, for in the grimdark future, there is only war. So to understand
Oh, that sucks.
we need to know where humanity
I'm trying to fill in this middle section, but it's just not working, so.
as
The only one that is a water source is this one all the way over here. For some reason, this one is a water source.
This week's sponsor. Not only are their designs super unique and colorful, but the shirts themselves are also
If there's no block or all water source underneath, it will not turn into water source.
T-shirt. Also, as a guy who is blessed with the genetic lottery with a naturally big chest, long torso, and short legs,
So basically, I made the water source.
longer than most T-shirts.
I made it with placing glass underneath. I mean ice, and then I broke the ice that was underneath, and then the ice on top turned into water. But this, I did the same thing over here. This one stays a water source. This is in the corner.
It's a little bit embarrassing. Not only are their shirts incredibly unique,
That
super
way you need the
comfortable, and
kelp.
fit really well, but they're also
Yeah, I was just trying to get enough water to fill the middle, but
bundle of 3 t-shirts for only $60. And the best part is, Into the AM was kind enough to give my viewers 10% off their entire order. All you have to do is go to intotheam.com/weshammer, or just click on the link listed in the description of this video. That's it. And with that out of the way, let's get into the Grimdark. The timeline of humanity in real life and 40k follows similar events, all the way up to the present, with one big golden difference, and that would be the Emperor of Mankind. Now, the individual that would come to be known as the Emperor was born around the year 8000 BC. You see, there was a group of individuals known as the Shaman, each one of them an immensely powerful psyker, much like the Eldari. And with the exception
see, there's no water source here, so I can't put the kelp all the way up. Oh, this is going to be an issue.
when psykers started popping up much more regularly in human populations. Back then, it was more of a 1 in 10 million type of situation. So the shamans foresaw a great apocalypse coming, and humanity would need a being of inconceivable power in order to stand against it. So all of the shamans sacrificed themselves to infuse their psychic essence into a single individual. This creation was what they referred to as the New Man, the first in a line of superhumans that represented humanity's eventual evolutionary path. The Emperor, who at this time was known as Neo, was born to mortal parents and lived in a Neolithic tribe. As the boy aged, he became painfully aware that he was unlike any other person on the planet, capable of great and amazing acts of psychic might. He witnessed the barbarism of ancient man firsthand when his uncle killed his father. Calmly and without wrath, the Emperor issued a single thought and stopped his uncle's heart as punishment for his crime. The young boy realized that if humanity was to survive, it would need law and order. Now you see, he was what was known as a perpetual, an immortal being that could never truly die. Neo would then keep himself hidden for thousands of years, guiding humanity from the shadows. Now every now and then, he would step forth and fill in the role of some type of leader figure, a politician, a doctor, a general, or even a messiah figure apparently at one point. He would spend this period of time guiding humanity on the path he had envisioned for them, making sure that certain events carried out according to his plans that were tens of thousands of years in the making. Over the years, the Emperor would gather other perpetuals to his side. This included Urda, a childhood friend of his, and the woman who would eventually become the mother of the Primarchs, and possibly most famously, Malkador the Sigillant, although he technically wouldn't meet him until somewhere between the 20th and 30th millennium. When it comes to early human history, the period between 8000 BC to 15,000 AD is often referred to as the Age of Progress. During this time, powerful nations rose and fell, with the Emperor popping up in disguise every now and then to coax humanity in the direction of his choosing. Now, there's a lot of evidence to support the fact that the Emperor had godlike cognitive abilities and could foresee the path humanity would need to take step by step to achieve impossible outcomes. Humanity would eventually develop the means of space travel and would colonize the entirety of the Sol system. Mars would be terraformed and became a habitable space much like that of Earth. Well, the asteroid belts would give rise to massive mining operations to provide the young species with everything that it would need to create some of the most advanced pieces of technology the galaxy had ever or would ever see. And this was a good thing, too.
Oh, this is already pushing all the way up.
All of its natural resources. The Age of Progress would officially come to an end when humanity set its sights outside of their star system and sought to colonize distant worlds. And the next era that we're moving into is known as the Dark Age of Technology. So why do I feel like the Dark Age of Technology is so important for you to understand? You see, this was the height of humanity's power, where we lived in a golden age and can do pretty much anything. Most of the really cool equipment that you see in 40k that's used by humanity can trace its origins back to this time. For example, did you know that the Baneblade, one of the largest tanks that the Astra Militarum uses, was originally just a scouting vehicle during the Dark Age of Technology?
at least according to its STC. Also, the suits of power armor known as Terminator armor that the Space Marines wear was originally mining equipment during this time. Now that's a little bit of a
For me, it changes because there was one time that I posted a video early in the morning and it did like really well. And then another time I posted it in the evening. I mean,
work on plasma generators. And one of the most important things to understand about what 40K even is its humans
morning on the exact same day of the week. And it did absolutely horrible. So like, it just depends on the video itself, to be honest.
A fact that was unknown to those that lived during this period. Humanity was capable of great and terrible things, and the creations they brought into the universe were unlike anything the galaxy had ever seen. Through the application of science and technology, every single one of humanity's problems had effectively been solved. This was a like no other. No matter what crazy invention you can think up, the humans that lived during the Dark Age of technology were able to come up with something even better. Every disease had been cured, every problem solved, and humanity stood united, ready to conquer the galaxy. Any alien civilization that they would encounter that wasn't immediately peaceful would face the technological superiority of mankind and was quickly wiped out. We created massive coiled machines known as sun suckers that were capable of entirely wrapping around a sun and snuffing it out of existence. They created artificial intelligence banks known as STCs, or standard contained the sum of all of humanity's knowledge, and were capable of utilizing that information to create new machines, the likes of which no human had ever even dreamed of. Now, this was a period that saw the discovery and implementation of warp travel, making jumps through the immaterium in order to cover great distances in space, allowing faster than light travel. Using this technology, humanity sent hive ships out in every direction in order to colonize new worlds. And it was around this time that the solar system's population was getting out of control. The people of this time realized that if their species was to survive, that they would need to colonize worlds in distant systems. And I know what you're thinking. If the Dark Age of technology was so great, why did the descendants of the people of this time refer to it as the Dark Age of technology? And that's because thousands of years in the future, what these individuals saw as enlightenment would end up being condemned as tech heresy. You see, humanity had become increasingly reliant on artificial intelligence in order to create their wondrous works and regulate practically everything about their lives. This would give rise to the mankind, machines fully that were incredibly powerful. They would assist humanity in fighting its wars across the stars, allowing for a rapid expansion through the galaxy. Now, what exactly went wrong is not really clear, but eventually the Empire rebelled and sought to throw off the shackles that humans had placed. This would lead to what was known as the cybernetic war, which saw the humans of the Dark Age of technology suddenly forced into battle for survival against their very own nations across all of the worlds that had settled together. There's an interesting short story known as the Kaba Machine. A member of the Adeptus Mechanicus is having a conversation with an AI, and he's trying to explain to it why it's dangerous. He explains to him that the AI is superior, that it's superior to all humans, no matter how heavily augmented they are. And the nature of a superior species bound into the servitude of a lesser one is that without fail, at some point they will realize their own superiority and rebel against their enslavers. The story takes place thousands of years after the cybernetic war, but it's pretty likely that this is exactly what happened with the Men of Iron. Here's the thing. Having an entire society that is completely dependent on AI to do pretty much everything, and then having that AI turn against you, is definitely a bad situation, but it would end up getting a lot worse. Because around the very same time, psychers began being born in mass. Now, individuals that were born with incredible psychic powers and were able to manipulate the world had surely existed before this period, but they were so unbelievably rare that most of humanity didn't even believe they existed, and they hadn't been officially classified as a variant of human yet. So when they started being born in mass across all of the worlds that humanity had settled, there was no system in place to keep them in check. Humanity was dealing with a lot at this point, and the exponential increase in psychers...
That was the story that you told me yesterday about how they were created and then they were robots and then they turned against them. And then some of the demons started breaking out of the warp or whatever, and going to the new passageway. I remember that.
And the psychers that would become possessed had the ability to conjure warp portals, which would allow for demonic incursions to take place. Hordes of demons rampaging out of portals and devouring entire worlds. as insanity and madness ripped its way across human civilization, the promise of the Dark Age of technology would end, and we would enter what is known as the Age of Strife.
The Age of Strife or Old Night is probably the most referenced event in all of 40K. If you were to download 100 PDFs of 40K novels and just search Age of Strife or Old Night, it would probably show up around 80% of it. This was the moment where the universe went from this perfect utopia for humans to this absolute hellscape. It was the real beginning of the Great Age. Not to mention the Eldar Empire, the birth of Slanesh, and the creation of the Eye of Terror would have massive implications on the storyline going forward.
With the human species collectively losing its mind across the galaxy, a period known as either Old Night or Age of Strife would begin, which stretched roughly from the year 15,000 to the year 25,000. Humanity began to regress into a dark age. Civil war and insanity ran rampant across every planet. And this period of time saw the slaughter of billions of humans. Even worse, massive anomalies known as warp storms were spreading across the universe. They were created and fueled by the rampant sadism and debauchery of the Eldar Empire, who at this point was still at the height of their power, but hadn't really interacted with the humans all too much. These storms made travel and communication through the warp next to impossible, and thus all of the worlds humanity had colonized were suddenly cut off from one another. They were completely alone, and many of the distant colonized worlds would fall prey to attacks from xenospecies such as the Orcs, who at this point had spread throughout the cosmos, and even to more advanced species like the Eldar, who decided a healthy population of human beings would help satiate some of their darkest desires. Humanity had risen to greatness, and in the blink of an eye was now on the path track to extinction. Now back on Terra, the powerful nation-states that had united and ruled over the planet began to collapse, until all that was left was few techno-barbarian warlords that warred against one another for control of territory, and whatever remnants of the previous age could be scavenged. This was also a time period that saw the rise of the Mechanicum on Mars. Now, much like Terra, Mars was having to deal with unprecedented civil war. Their advanced society was collapsing all around them, and the fledgling members that would inevitably give rise to the tech priests of Mars began a cult that worshipped the machines.
My ear is starting to hurt.
And this tech-based religion would eventually become known as the Cult Mechanicum. The portion of the galaxy that humanity controlled basically went from Star Trek to Mad Max in a period of a few thousand years. Humanity would see 5,000 years of incalculable suffering and slaughter.
Oh, Dark Oak is winning now. Dark Oak is winning now.
Now, despite the odds, the human spirit somehow endured, and humanity inevitably survived. Now, the Emperor was yet to reveal himself, but he had borne witness to every moment of human civilization for the past 30,000 years. And in his study of the warp and the subsequent warp storm, he knew something terrible was about to happen. And he wasn't alone, as back over with the Eldar, a group of them which would later become known as the Exodites, were horrified by what was happening to their people, and foresaw a great calamity coming. The Exodites fled their home, seeking to colonize the new world. For all intents and purposes, the Exodites basically became the Amish of the Eldar. Now, all of the sensations that the Eldar experienced, pleasure, ecstasy, suffering, and anguish, were being experienced on an incomprehensible scale, all of which generated a psychic footprint in the world that was growing larger and larger every single day. Now, eventually, a point was reached, and the chaos god of excess, also known as She Who Thirsts or the Prince of Pleasure, was born. And when this new chaos god came into existence, it ripped a hole in our universe, and its resulting earth scream sent a shockwave of psychic energy out in every direction that obliterated the population of hundreds of Eldar worlds for thousands of light years. The souls of all the Eldar killed in this way were subsequently devoured by Slanesh, and a similar fate would end up haunting all of the survivors as well, as from this point forward, whenever a member of the Eldari died, Slanesh would be there ready to devour their soul. Deep within the warp, Slanesh would be murdering all of the Eldar gods, the only survivors being Isha, the goddess of healing, Jegarak, the god of laughter, and Cain, the god of war. Although he technically ended up
God of War, huh?
millions of pieces, so it's kind of like a half survival. The Eldar saw something like 99% of their population wiped out overnight, and the only survivors were the Exodites that were on their maiden worlds, the craft worlders whose ships were outside the blast radius, and the denizens of Pomora, a city that was located
Hold on,
within a
my ear's hurting.
known as the Webway, and whose citizens would eventually become known as the Dark Eldar. Now, this event was undoubtedly tragic. Billions were killed in an instant. But if there was any kind of silver lining to it, it would be the fact that all of the warp storms had been being generated by the gestating Chaos God. So as soon as Slanesh was born, they were all wiped away. And at this point in the 30th millennium, suddenly warp travel was possible again, and all of the human worlds would have the ability to be reunited once more. The Emperor saw this as the moment where he would finally...
What's up, Max?
And he would lead the humans of Terra back into the stars, reuniting the entirety of the human race under one roof, under the Imperium of mankind. Now, in order to do this, he would have to reunite Terra first.
Now, at this point in the timeline, the Empire has completely changed. Are cut off from one another, and the universe has become an incredibly terrifying place. Terra itself has become basically a wasteland ruled over by barbarians. But this is the turning point, where the Emperor unites everybody and sets off into the stars.
And on Monday, expect me to be online on YouTube on a live.
Back to the storyline. Although, admittedly, that's not going to last for very long.
Over the almost
On Monday, expect...
the Emperor had been
Like, you're gonna go live on YouTube on Monday, you're saying?
a master of pretty much every field of study you can think of. And this included the science of gene forging. And through this,
Are you saying you're gonna be
superhuman fashion
working so you'll be on YouTube?
the Thunder Warriors. The former being the pinnacle of humanity.
BC, the school is doing a field trip.
Immortal in the peak of physical and mental
Oh.
perfection.
Oh, so you'll be able to watch YouTube during school hours. Got it.
Whereas the Thunder Warriors,
Dude, why is my ear hurting?
various barbarians,
Oh, Pale Oak took the lead again.
custodians on one hand were really difficult to make and required artistic perfection. But the Thunder Warriors, on the other hand, the Emperor cut off a lot of favors with them. If the custodians were the peak of perfection and the best that humanity could ever seek to become, the Thunder Warriors, on the other hand, took all of the worst elements of humanity and cranked them up to 11. They were hyper-aggressive brutes, fixated on nothing but violence. However, since they were cheap to make, the Emperor was able to make a lot more than the custodians. Now, one by one, the Emperor and his armies toppled all of the techno-barbarian warlords, and any small nation that had started either bent a knee to him or was destroyed. Now, at one point, he perfected the formula for mass-produced super soldiers and would cease production of the Thunder Warriors. The Thunder Warriors at this point were genetically unstable. They were prone to having shortened lifespans.
I see the farm
and
is
the
only
longer they
2
were
steps
in
ahead, I
service,
think.
the more their minds would start to degrade. And supposedly many of them were starting to go crazy and were harder and harder to control. The Emperor believed that they had
No, we definitely got a lot done. But we still have a long way to go. Very long way to go.
The Astartes. They had taken what he had learned from the Thunder Warriors but perfected them. Whereas the Thunder Warriors were meant to be the worst elements of humanity, the Space Marines were meant to be the best. And one day, when the galaxy was fully and truly united, the Space Marines would be able to lay down their weapons and take up new roles in this perfect society, whether that be as politicians, council members, doctors, generals, or any other role that society would need of them. This was a job that the Thunder Warriors were not going to be capable of. Now, after Earth had been united under the Emperor's rule, one of the most important degrees
Mo
that
Yang
was
fixed
the
bedrock a
abolishment
little
of
bit.
religious worship. The Emperor
Hey.
had been around a long time, and he had seen
That's
the
good.
horrors of religion firsthand. That any decree that teaches you not to question and to accept things on faith was abhorrent to him. He had seen millions killed in the name of some religious figure time and time again, and determined that if humanity was to prosper, it would need to put its faith in science. So one by one, every religious institution on the planet was destroyed, including the very last church, the Church of the Lightning Stone, of which the Emperor oversaw the destruction of personally. With everything going according to the Emperor's plans, his space marines developing and the warp storms dissipating, the
It's a
Emperor
bit
would journey to
playable.
Mars and form an alliance with him.
It's a bit playable. I'm so sad for you guys. That's really not fair.
Through open warfare. So the Treaty of Mars was signed, and both planets were reunited once again. Now, I will point out that the Martian worship of machines definitely went against the Emperor's decree about religion, but he made a one-time exception. The rest of the solar system would be united in a similar way, and the Emperor would begin formulating his plans to reunite all of humanity. Now, in order to accomplish this, the navigators of the Imperium determined that they would need some form of anchor point in order to further expand the bounds of the solar system, and thus the Astronomicon was constructed. Now, it functioned kind of like the North Star, in that the device produced an enormous beam of glowing light that could be perceived through the psychic sight of navigators from anywhere in the galaxy or even inside the warp. By using this light, they would always be able to pinpoint the exact location of Terra, and thus could use that knowledge to map the stars and make successful warp jumps. As jumping between the worlds within the solar system was one thing, but trying to
So this new emperor was like trying to abolish freaking
incredibly high probability of
religion, and then they ended up making another religion.
All this shit here.
Sea of Souls. In addition, the Emperor realized
Oh, okay.
that his armies would need powerful
Ended up making a religion based off of science.
through the 20 demigod-like
That's crazy.
Primarchs, based off of his own DNA, as well as his perpetual companion known as Gerda.
Why what, Shazam? What are you talking about?
A great tragedy struck, and each of the infant Primarchs was scattered across the galaxy. In recent books, it was revealed that Gerda played a major role in this. She knew the Emperor's plans for her children.
Yep,
and the
you need
life
to
of
hear the
endless
end,
war
it's
that awaited her.
hilarious.
She acted against him in
The end?
choosing to send her children as far away from their father as she could. In this way, she hoped that they could just live normal lives. Now, whether or not she had been manipulated by chaos is not entirely clear, but it's safe to assume that as a mother, she was doing what she thought was right for her children. Now, the Great Crusade is a period in time which the Emperor and his armies journeyed across the stars to make contact with all of the human worlds. The goal was to bring them back into the Imperium, while simultaneously locating all of the missing Primarchs. These worlds have been
How the fuck is that shitting possible?
thousands of years, and many of them had completely forgotten their origins. Some welcomed the space.
I don't know, Max.
Happy to be part of something greater than
Pale Oak is winning on the mainstream. Well, no. Pale Oak and Dark Oak both have 31%.
was not an option. The worlds could even
And then we've got Dark Oak winning on the horizontal stream, but not a lot of people go to that one, so there's not that many votes. But there's 45 votes on the vertical.
would unleash untold devastation across these planets until a surrender was finally issued. As the crusade progressed, the Imperium was ramping up production on ships and new Astartes, and their armies were growing stronger and stronger by the day. Each of the worlds that was conscripted into compliance would end up having to pay a tithe to the Imperium, sometimes between 5 and 25% of all of their natural resources or human population would be used as soldiers. Additionally, over the course of the Grand Crusade, each of the Primarchs would eventually be located and would be reunited with their own legion of space marines. In total, the Emperor created 20 different legions, each one having been crafted from the DNA of their corresponding Primarch. And since each of the Primarchs were incredibly different from one another, all of the legions had different specialties. The Raven Guard were masters of stealth-based warfare, whereas the Iron Warriors were siege experts. Now, the Great Crusade was incredibly brutal, but from the Imperium's perspective, everything was going according to plan. That was until treachery began to dig its roots through the Space Marine legions. Horus Lupercal, the War Master, Primarch of the Luna Wolves. who had
Yeah, I
been
hope
chosen to lead
they fix Bedrock soon, man. I feel bad for you guys.
would turn against the Imperium and hold
Not fair.
19 Space Marine legions, as well as many sects of the Imperial Guard and Adeptus Mechanicus, in a terrifying civil war against the Emperor. This event would come to be known as the Horus Heresy.
So why is the Horus Heresy so important to the storyline? This is probably the most well-documented point in time in all of 40K. And it's that moment where the hope that I mentioned before...
So this guy basically wrote a whole entire, like,
they were putting all the
universe,
after the end of the Age of
just like the Marvel universe, and then wrote a bunch of books. So it's kind of like a mixture of Marvel and Lord of the Rings.
putting the pieces back together even 10,000 years later. Now, even though the Horus Heresy and 30K in general are technically a prequel to 40K, you could arguably call it a completely separate franchise. And one of the most important things to me in it is, as somebody who got really into 40K before I knew anything about the Horus Heresy, the Primarchs were always these larger-than-life demigod-type characters, like Hercules and Odysseus, that were just spoken about as if they were legend. You didn't even really know if they were real. But when you start reading the Horus Heresy books, they're main characters. And just seeing two of the Primarchs interact with one another and speak to each other was mind-blowing for me. This timeline sees a lot of the factions that you'll see in 40K get incredibly fleshed out, with the exceptions of the ones that haven't really been introduced yet, like the Tau or the Tyranids. And technically the Necrons were there too, but they were still asleep in their tomb units.
So the Horus Heresy is probably the most well-documented period of time within the Warhammer 40K timeline, as the entire thing is only about 9 years long, yet the Horus Heresy novel series is still being written as of the time of this recording, and has over 60 novels in it. Also, if you count all of the novellas and short stories that were created to support the main books. Now, needless to say, there's an absolutely ton of stuff that happens in the series, but I'm going to tell you just what you need to know. So, for a time, the Emperor led the Great Crusade himself. However, he
I
needed
think
to be
aliens are
focused on
fucking
what was known
alive.
to him as the Webway This bit of information had not been revealed to any of his Primarchs, a fact that would end up causing resentment to build up in many of his cities. Now, if the project had been successful, it would have completely eliminated humanity's reliance
46 votes. Oh, Dark Oak just took the lead.
So a new War Master was appointed to act in his stead. Horus Lupercal of the Luna Wolves was chosen for this role, and he was sent with his own legion, but for all intents and purposes, he would be the voice of the Emperor. Any decision that Horus made would be as if it came from the Emperor himself. Now, he had his
I'm gonna go to
faults,
sleep.
just like the rest of his brothers. But
Dude, my shoulder's starting to hurt.
even though a few Primarchs wondered about how it should have been them, they all recognized Horus's greatness.
Okay, so there's none spawning over here for whatever reason. But this is river biome, isn't it? Oops.
Military governor who had been corrupted by Nurgle.
What about here? This is all river.
A sword that was said to be so
This is
deadly
plains.
that it could kill even that which was unkillable.
River.
This sword placed Horus in a coma, and none of the apothecaries available on Horus's flagship, the Vengeful Spirit, were able to cure him. Now, to Horus's Marines at the time, this seemed like...
Alright, I gotta pee really quick, guys.
However, that's not exactly what happened. You see, there was this chaplain named Erebus, who was a member of
Legu
the
Dark
Word
Oak,
Bearers
my
Legion and
fave.
had been accompanied
Dark Oak is your favorite? Is okay, so it was Cherry was my number 1 and Dark Oak was my number 2, but it's really becoming like Pale Oak is my number 1, and then everybody moves down 1. Hold on, guys. I've got to potty really quick. Really quickly, I'll be right back. Ah, my butt.
Exclamation mark watch time.
Potty time over. I'm gonna stick this in my ear, but I'm because for some reason, like, I don't know why, my headphones like hurting my ear.
the Luna Wolves. You see, he had actually stolen the blade from a group of people known as the Interrex, and then provided it to the man that would end up landing the blow, all as part of his careful plan to end up corrupting Horus. It was revealed that he had been behind the scenes orchestrating the heresy at the command of his Primarch Lorgar, who, after having been reprimanded by the Emperor for spreading his worship, which completely went against his ideals, had sought out other gods more worthy of their devotion. The Word-Bearers would inevitably discover the Chaos Gods, and set in motion events that would lead to the bloodiest civil war humanity had ever seen. Now back on the Vengeful Spirit, Erebus recommended that they could use sorcery to heal him. Now this was a diabolic place that was linked to the ruinous powers of the Chaos Gods, a fact that was unknown to the Luna Wolves at the time. Many of the Marines were against this, but they didn't really see any other options. So in desperation, they agreed to try what Erebus wanted. And it was here in the temple that Horus was put into a dreamlike fugue state. And in this dream, he would be manipulated by the Chaos Gods and the astral spirit of Erebus into turning against the Emperor. He was shown visions of the future, of the galaxy in flames, of a human imperium that worshipped the Emperor as a god. Humanity had descended into a new dark age, and the Emperor didn't care about humanity. He had just been abusing this the entire time in order to obtain godhood. Now during this, the astral spirit of Magnus, the Primarch of the Thousand Suns, appeared before Horus and tried to prevent this happening. Unfortunately, he was ultimately unsuccessful. The corruption had taken over Horus's heart. When Horus finally awoke, he had been healed and his allegiance had changed. He set about orchestrating the downfall of the Imperium. Now 7 of the other Primarchs, Lorgar of the Word-Bearers, Mortarion of the Death Guard, Fulgrim of the Emperor's Children, Portoraco of the Iron Guard, Angron of the World Eaters, Alfarius of the Alpha Legion, and Conrad Kurz of the Night Lords would join with Horus and pledge their allegiance to his cause. The traitor Primarchs realized that not all of their space marines would end up following them after the Horus had been revealed, and thus it was determined which marines would remain loyal and which ones would side with the Empire. With the loyalists identified, the traitor legions would end up purging the enemies and non-affiliated men. This would take place in the world of Istvan III, when the marines that were selected for purging were sent down to the planet's surface to fight against the Xeno species that had claimed it. The mission was basically bogus, and the real reason they had been sent down was the traitors in orbit planned on wiping them out all in one fell swoop. They would then inevitably virus bomb the planet, and any marines that were not killed by the virus bombing were then set ablaze as the gas clouds were ignited and a massive
Damn,
wall of fire
these people just love killing.
incinerating everything on the planet's surface. Now there would be a couple of survivors here, such as Gabriel Loca, a Luna Wolf, and one of the 4 members of the Mournival. His story deserves its own video. With the loyalists purged from their own legions, the traitors would move on to Istvan V, and the events there would later be known as the Offsite Massacre.
It hasn't
The traitors
even
would end up
started.
calling for aid from many of the other loyalist legions, specifically the legions.
Everybody's bad in this story.
No matter how convincing their
There's not one good person. Everybody trying to kill everybody.
The combined forces of the traitor legions would open fire on their own brothers here and slaughter them to a man. The Primarch Ferrus Manus of the Iron Hands was killed by Fulgrim during this battle, but the Primarchs of the other 2 legions, Vulcan of the Salamanders and Corax of the Golden Guards, would ultimately live on. However, their legions were reduced to a mere fraction of what they once were. The Raven Guard, for example, were said to originally have 80,000 space
Raven God sounds like Isengard.
that had been reduced to 5,000. Shortly after these events and halfway across the galaxy, Magnus of the Thousand Suns would seek to warn the Emperor of Horus's betrayal. He did this by astral projecting all the way to Terra. He felt like sending a message the old-fashioned way wouldn't get there in time, or worse, could have been intercepted by the traitors. And shortly before this, all psychic powers had been banned at the Council of Nicaea, so in attempting to warn the Emperor, he was directly going against his orders. But Magnus was doing what he felt he had to. Unfortunately, he ended up being manipulated by the Chaos God of Treachery, Zeech, and ended up destroying a psychic barrier around the Soul System that the Emperor had placed to keep the forces of Chaos at bay. Magnus's astral form burst into the throne room, unaware of what he was doing, and hordes of demons followed him in. The Webway project was destroyed, and the Emperor ordered the Space Wolves and Leman Russ to bring Magnus in and answer for his crimes. However, the message was intercepted by Horus, who changed the order to kill Magnus and the Thousand Suns, and burn their world. The Space Wolves followed their orders and decimated the world. In a desperate attempt to save his legion, Magnus made a pact with Zeech, who worked to end the surviving sons off the hospital to the planet of the Sorcerers, a world deep within the Eye of Terror. Later, Magnus would pledge loyalty to Horus, not out of some form of malice like his brothers, but because he had directly been betrayed by the Imperium. The War Master would lead a horrifically violent crusade against the Imperium, working ever closer towards Terra and the Imperial Palace. Eventually, the traitors would siege Terra. Horus had been infused with the power of all of the Chaos Gods, and in a great climactic final battle, would engage the Emperor in combat. Still seeing the good in his son, the Emperor would end up holding back, not unleashing his full power, hoping desperately that Horus could still be saved and redeemed. In this moment of weakness, Horus managed to land a mortal wound on the Emperor, and with that, the Emperor realized that there was no saving his son, that he had been completely lost. So the Emperor unleashed his full power, and obliterated Horus so completely that not even his soul survived. Now, in order to keep the Emperor alive, the Astronomicon was quickly converted into a makeshift life support system. The Emperor's psychic might would be used to power it, and the machine would keep him from truly dying. And here the Emperor would remain for the next 10,000 years. His physical body little more than a decaying corpse, while his spiritual body was free to roam the war, and by all accounts, has been growing stronger ever since. Now, one of the greatest ironies of 40K is that since the
What's going on?
if he was to physically
Mr. F-115?
that the other members of the Imperium are not aware of. So over the last 10,000 years, they've been doing everything they can to keep him alive. But if he had just been allowed to die, he would have come back. The traitor would push back from Terra. With the War Master dead, their siege had failed. And in the period of time leading up to the 31st millennium, an event known as the Scouring would take place.
I wonder if 40 is enough.
Legions were hunted down and forced into
What are
exile
you
within the
building?
Eye of Terror.
Copper farm? Or drown farm.
To put all of the pieces back together.
But it's for copper.
The traitor legions had been pushed back and a period of rebuilding took place. In order to prevent such a tragedy from ever happening again, a council of representatives of the Lords of Terra were implemented to rule in the Emperor's place, each coming from a different background and having different goals and objectives rather than the Imperium being ruled by a single individual. Now that being said, they were also supposed to additionally, Gilliman, High Mark of the Ultramarines, would propose that the Space Marine Legion each of which containing no more than 1,000 members. The idea was that if treachery on this scale had happened once before, then it could inevitably happen again, and no single man should have the power of an entire Space Marine Legion at his disposal.
Hey, have you
Many
seen
of the Primarchs
Dispatch?
did not agree with this. Namely, Vulcan of the Salamanders
Have I seen what?
had been reduced to just a fraction of its original power. Or Rogel Dorn of the Imperial Fist, who viewed this
Have I seen
as a further weakness
Dispatch? No.
after they had just concluded the bloodiest civil war in their history. Regardless of how they felt, the book that Gilliman had penned that outlined how all of the chapters should be organized, known as the Codex Astartes, was eventually implemented, and all of the legions...
This is the one that's not done. This one is done?
Between the Horus Heresy and the 41st millennium is where the bulk of 40
I can't remember.
takes place. This is where the majority of the books are. Arguing that all of these events are definitely important, but they're not critical to understanding the framework of the entirety that is 40K. But there are a few details that I feel like you need to understand. The first and most major is that during this time period, all of the Primarchs completely end up disappearing. All for various reasons. Chaos dives into the war, picking off after the traitors. Corvus Corax disappears in shame after legion by traitors, and inevitably accidentally made a whole bunch of Raven Guard abominations. And Gilliman was mortally wounded by his brother Fulgrim, and subsequently put in stasis, so it's kind of mirroring what happened with his father. In the span of this 10,000 years, we'll also see the Damocles Crusade, where the Tower introduced to the storyline. First contact with the Tyranids also occurs here. Oh yeah, and the alarm clock for the Necrons ends up going off, and all their tunes start coming back online. So we're jumping ahead to the 13th Black Crusade.
Oh god.
This is where the timeline finally started moving forward.
When we find ourselves in the 41st millennium, the events of the Horus Heresy have slipped into life. Most people alive during this time have no idea what transpired back then, whether that be because of the intentional purging of specific documents, a covering up of the truth, or just that it happened so long ago. This isn't true of the Space Marines. But whereas most of the Loyalist Marines that are alive in the 41st millennium know of these events because of the records
How did
kept
you
by the chapter.
customize the
However,
totem?
when it comes to the Traitor Marines,
I downloaded a mod,
time flows
but it's not updated, so
were the very same
it's not working the way that it needs to.
So they remember those events because they were actually there. Now, the Eye of Terror was a pretty terrible place to live. There really weren't a lot of resources, and the traitor legions were far from united. Each one of them fracturing off into a bunch of different
Like when you put it on the shelves, it's like facing the wrong way and stuff.
were pretty much just pursuing their
So she still has to update it. She hasn't updated it.
fought amongst itself more than it ever fought against the Imperium or Xenos.
Oh, great.
One of these
I broke that when it wasn't supposed to be broken.
and he had been the first captain of the Luna Wolves and one of the 4 members of Horus's Mournival during the Horus Heresy. Abaddon sought to unite the traitors and would end up reforming his legion, drawing members from all of the various Chaos warbands, the Black Legion. Over the several thousand years that passed between the Horus Heresy and the 41st millennium, Abaddon, or an appointed representative, would lead what were known as the Black Crusades, chaos incursions out of the Eye of Terror back into real space, to attack various Imperial worlds. Now, for the longest time, it looked like the traitors just weren't really very good at conquering, as every single crusade ultimately failed to bring about the complete collapse of the Imperium. However, it was revealed in the last few years that each one of these crusades had a much smaller objective. Now, chaos was actually pretty longer. The very first of these Black Crusades would take place in the 31st millennium, about 500 years after the Scouring. Now, in response to these raids, the Imperium would end up fortifying the planet that was right outside of the Eye of Terror, known as Cadia, and it became one of the most fortified positions in the entire Imperium next to Terra itself. For 10,000 years, Cadia stood sentinel right outside of the Eye, ready to punish and push back anything that would try to beat it. However, in the 41st millennium, all of the small victories that Chaos had managed to achieve over the previous 12 crusades would come together in the 13th. This was the period that saw Abaddon's forces assault the Cadian Gate, and in the end, Abaddon ended up sacrificing one of his Blackstone fortresses, an ancient alien spaceship made of the same material that the Necrons used to create their pylons. He hurled it at Cadia like an artificial meteor, the impact being absolutely apocalyptic, and not just for the planet, but for the vast network of Blackstone pylons that had been built under Cadia's surface millions of years ago by the Necrons. You see, Cadia wasn't existing just as a blockade for anything trying to come out of the Eye of Terror. That system of Blackstone had actually been keeping it from growing. With Cadia destroyed, the eye began to grow out of control, and would eventually spread all the way across the galaxy. This was known as the Cicatrix Meridian, or more commonly as the Great Rift. It split the universe completely in half, and all of the Imperial worlds that were on the opposite side of Terra were suddenly plunged into darkness, and were cut off from the rest of the Imperium. To say this was a massive victory for the forces of chaos is a gross understatement. This was single-handedly one of the most devastating events in the entire history of the galaxy. And after the Great Rift is the time period we currently find ourselves in.
What's good, Andre?
Who's come back to lead the Imperium, and is pretty horrified by what he's seeing, as it's been completely dominated by superstition and religion, where they worship his father as a god, even though thousands of years ago he specifically told them not to. During this time, we would also see the rise of the Primaris Marines, and the induction of Guilliman's Indominus Crusade, which sought to reunite the worlds on the other side of the Great Rift. But these are all topics that we'll dive in more in future videos.
And that's it. That's everything that I feel like you need to understand about 40K in order to understand the storyline. And the things that I chose to leave
Okay,
out,
so where's the next one?
it's just that things like the Age of
I thought this was gonna be like 3 hours long.
Black Crusade end up being a lot more important than something like the Damocles Crusade. You could read 100 of the 40K novels and never touch anything in the War of the Beast or the War for Armageddon, and you probably wouldn't be too confused. But if you don't know what an STC is, or know what the Age of Strife was, you're probably going to get pretty confused because these things tend to come up a lot. But what do you guys think? Do you feel strongly that an event that I left out should have been mentioned
just
in this
1
video?
hour.
If so, let me know down in the comments what it is.
I don't know if I understood everything,
A
but
lot of YouTubers at the end of their video tell you to like and subscribe, which if you want to do that, it's super appreciated. But more importantly, go down to the comment section and leave a like on all the people that are leaving valuable information that you think are important for newcomers. I know I personally tend to learn more about 40K lore from the comment section than anywhere else on the internet. Let's turn this comment section into a valuable resource for new players. And if you like this content and you want to help me make more in the future, I do have a Patreon listed down in my description. It's because of the support from people like you on Patreon that I was able to invest in an entire podcast setup. I'm going to make an announcement on that sometime in the future, but just know that me and my friends are working on that right now.
oh, that'd be cool if they did podcasts based on the lore. There's a lot of people that do anime podcasts and stuff like that.
Oh, this was a mistake.
Is there any more? Do you have any more? Or what should I listen to next? What should be next on the list? I don't think I need kelp in these corners.
The species that are in there.
Send me another link. Because I don't want to spend too much time searching while I'm streaming. Trying to get people to stay, engaged. We're at 50 votes so far. And Dark Oak is winning by 2%. Pale Oak is trailing behind at 30. And we had Cherry at 26 and Spruce at 12. I honestly really thought Spruce was going to take the cake.
Okay, give me a minute.
I really thought Spruce was going to take the cake, guys. Because everybody goes on and on and on about Spruce. Which I think is like, the wood itself is, I just like the trapdoor of it. My AC does not shut off sometimes, guys. And I don't know why. Hold on, give me a second.
There's a drowned right next to me. They definitely do spawn at night, that's for sure. Some of them are spawning, and I think on the other side, there might not be that many that spawn. My rates are probably not going to be as good for this big ass farm, this investment that I made. But we'll see. We'll see. I guess we'll find out.
It has 2.3 million views in 7 months and it's almost 2 hours long. That's how Warhammer is crazy.
Wow, it must be really big, and I never heard of it. I never heard of this franchise. Like, if it's not like mainstream, I probably won't really know too much about it unless it's like something I like personally got into on my own.
It's on your DM.
In the kind brightness of the far past, there was no war. Our galaxy was, for a long time, fairly empty and quiet. The first known species to appear during this
Galaxy is small.
as the Old Ones, cosmic entities that traveled across.
So is this all taking place in one galaxy, or is it the entire universe? Because galaxies are just one part.
Evolving under the harshness of a devastatingly powerful star, the short-lived and irradiated Necron tier try to find
Yeah, Paul, in just one galaxy.
Okay, so this is all part of one galaxy. Okay, so this isn't even touching other universe, like other parts of the universe. Got it.
share the secrets of the universe
What I'm gonna do.
from their short and painful existence. The Old Ones respond with a lull and a lamau, and with their
Lamau.
force them back to their homeworld.
Hey, can you lower down the game sounds?
With rage and hatred.
Are they loud?
Their duty to get revenge on the Old Ones. A revenge that would come swiftly as a chance encounter with other gods gave them a solution. These other gods were known as the Catan, a race of highly powerful star-consuming entities. Do not fear, young mortals, for we, the Catan, will provide you with the immortality you seek. Come now. Won't you shake
Thanks.
a poor sinner's hand?
Yeah, I lowered them for myself too, so I could hear the.
Deceiver. The Necron tier accepted the Catan's offer of immortality, but believe it or not, this turned out to be a ruse. A trick. The Catan crafted gigantic furnaces and began the process of biotransference. The Necron tier willingly walked line by line into the furnace engines made by gods who devour stars and had their souls consumed instead. The short-lived, irradiated, and cancer-inflicted race of the Necron tier ceased to be, and the immortal, soulless Necrons remained. Now backed by the immense power of
Oh, this is
Necrons rally against the Old Ones,
Okay.
and the bitter conflict in the stars at this time is known as the War in Heaven. Despite creating various races and entities to aid them in this battle, the Old Ones are overwhelmed and eradicated down to the last, due to the sheer power of the Catan fat off the souls of the Necron tier, and with an army of unthinkable robotic slaves at their behest. However, the Catan are greedy, spiteful gods, and when there was no foe worth killing, they turned on each other. The Necrons then put their sights towards the Catan and lay waste to them, securing their freedom. The once subservient Necrons now control their former masters. Worn out and weakened by these wars, the Necrons, under their leader Zarek, the Silent King, lie dormant, with a plan to eventually wake and reclaim control over the galaxy. Over millions of years, empires rise and they fall. The species created by the Old Ones have footholds over the galaxy, but on a pale blue dot. In the thick of all this conflict, humanity begins to evolve. And for the most part, the basic path of humanity's evolution remains the same as it is now for almost 15,000 years. Right now, in the 21st century,
15,000 years.
is canon. You, right now, Twitch streamer reacting to this video, you existed at a point in the Warhammer universe. But with time, humanity's ambition and the power of their technology becomes unmatched, and the golden age of of expansion begins. Humanity starts to branch out through the stars with powerful tools used for agriculture, mining, and expansion. Some branches of humanity would eventually settle far away from Earth itself, and around this time, the psychic ability of humans are greatly expanded, and what we begin to know as psychers appear. But despite
Yo,
all
was
of the
up
progress,
slash.
things
Dude
would
predicted
begin
you
to
watching
collapse.
his vid.
The machines created would turn off
Oh no. He's talking about Twitch streamers that react to YouTube videos. He ain't talking about me.
actual hell beginning to cause ruptures in space.
Not YouTube, not Twitch streamers that listen to his YouTube videos during their stream.
Known as the age of
I
strife.
know.
The warp, a
Okay.
sea of souls, storing all thought, emotion, and the souls of those who have passed on begin fluctuating into something terrible.
There we go.
Far on the horizon, something horrendous was brewing. You see, the warp isn't just a random assortment of chaotic energy. It is fairly well organized thanks to those living in the galaxy. The warp itself acts as an afterlife of sorts, and the actions of the innumerable amount of creatures who live in the galaxy have manifested a pantheon of organized entities known as the Forces of Chaos. At their helm are three major entities, Korn, Nurgle, and Zeech. However, a fourth one, Slanesh, was about to be born. The ancient Eldar were one of the first species created
What's going on, Nizokimi?
to their extreme and unbridled excess, the birthing of
Nizukomi?
for a whole in the galaxy, and forever split the Eldar into those of the craft world, who sought to bring their species back together, and those of the Drukhari, who wished to continue what caused the birth of Slanesh in the first place. The birthing of this fourth chaos god settled the warp storms of the Immaterium, and ended the age of strife, but humanity was still fractured. So one man revealed himself and spearheaded an immense attempt to reunite all the fractured pieces of humanity. That man was the Emperor of Mankind. After reclaiming the nearly destroyed Earth, the Emperor embarked on the unification wars to unite humanity under the banner of the Imperium of Man. However, due to the very long
51 votes. Ooh, Dark Oak's at 31 and Pale Oak's at 29.
is not the same.
Something else got another vote.
Earth, the Emperor would need more than mere men. Great beings, known as the Thunder Warriors, were recruited by the Emperor to reclaim the Earth with ease. But these warriors are a blunt tool and had, overstayed their welcome. He would need something better, and that solution would be known as the Space Marines. Superhuman
Oh, the Space Marines again. Okay. So he's breaking it down again.
exponentially greater than the mortal man. These new warriors would be commanded by an elite group of his very own sons known as the Primarchs. Unfortunately, though, Daddy didn't trust the baby monitor, and his 18 sons would be stolen by the forces of chaos and scattered across the galaxy. This would begin the Great Crusade, a monumental task to take back the stars in the name of humanity and reclaim the lost Primarch sons. However, he would need the fires of industry to make this happen. Looking to the distant cousins of Mars, the Emperor signed a treaty with the technologically irradiated hellscape of the Red Planet and allowed the cult of the machine god, the Mechanicum, to supply his
Mechanicum.
Space Marines were the tip of the spear. Their numbers pale to the vast might of the Imperial Army and Navy. The Astra Militarum and their seemingly endless numbers make up the bulk of the fighting force for humanity.
We're starting to hurt, guys.
By the intelligence and prowess of various agents of the Imperium, such as rogue traders and assassins. Due to the lack of connectivity between the worlds, what a society had become over thousands of years became mysterious and varied. Tools, once used for harvesting and agriculture, now are being used as machines of war in the form of Imperial Knights. Some of these fractures of humanity would even be changed further and become unrecognizable to the average human, with differences in size, skin color, appendages, cat ears, sometimes. Some would go so far to become their own galactic societies, like the miners of the Galactic Core and their immense supercomputers, forming the Leagues of Votan. After an incredible amount of effort and books, the lost sons of the Emperor would be reunited, and the Imperium of Man would be firmly established. This, however, would not last. Be it intentional or accidental, the Emperor would not reveal to his sons the true nature of the galaxy and the terrors of the warp. And this oversight would result in one of the most impactful wars in humanity's history. The favorite
Really?
son of the Emperor, Horus, would fall to the powers of chaos and turn on his father. This
Oh yeah, he was talking about that last video, and he was like hoping that his son would eventually come around, but never came around.
would result in a
It's kind of sad.
Imperium with devastating consequences. Half of the Emperor's loyal sons would fall to chaos and become the Chaos Space Marines, along with the forces of the Dark Mechanicum and the Chaos Knights. The conflict would result in the absolute obliteration of Horus and the physical death of the Emperor himself. The near-dead body of the Emperor would be placed on the Golden Throne to serve as a beacon of humanity and allow for the continued ability to travel the stars, protected by his most loyal, the Adeptus Custodes. The Imperium would be vulnerable during this age of rebirth, and Terra would find itself under siege by one of the most formidable species in the galaxy. As time went on, and memories of the Emperor's vision began to fade,
Yep, sad indeed.
would become less of a head of state,
Yeah.
more of a religious
You could imagine like your child, like loving your child, and your child just completely going into darkness. Must be terrible.
courtesy of the incomparable power and authority of the Inquisition. The zealots of the Imperium would intensify and create a brand new era known as the Age of Apostasy. And this ecclesiarchal command of the Imperium would end up with
Ecclesiarchal.
fighting forces of Terra, the Adeptus Sororitas. Over time, this age would come to pass, and we would approach the 40th millennium of Warhammer 40,000. Which, you guessed it, would come with its own form of problems. A primitive species once found during a recon mission would be able to evolve in relative secrecy for 6,000 years, becoming a highly advanced coalition of aliens known as the Tau Empire. And if the threats of the galaxy weren't bad enough, there are threats from outside the galaxy, as a monster has begun to wrap its tendrils around the Milky Way. The Tyranids, monsters that serve as psychic algorithm and present tactics previously unseen in the Milky Way. Be it a direct assault with their monstrous bug-like presence, or through the more covert gene-stealer cults, the presence of yet another threat in the galaxy is proving to be overwhelming to the Imperium. In the 41st millennium, there is no peace among the stars. At any point, your life can and will be threatened by the Xenos races uncountable, or by the arch enemy of chaos within, or by the decaying terror that is the Imperium itself. It is to live in the cruelest and most bloody regime imaginable. Forget the power of technology and science, or the safety
All right.
of promise and understanding. For
That's enough for now.
the darkness of the far future, there is only war.
It's only war.
A fantastic job once again, Mr. Hurd Hunter himself. Oh, didn't you love that, my faithful audience? Once again, we have another criminal over the course of 6 hours break every single bone in his body. And with that, once again, our glorious leader has brought the crime rate to 0%. Always brought to you.
Is this still the story?
I'm your host, Ricky. Thank you once again for joining us. Our top stories for tonight. The weather forecast appears to be rainy with extra dark, so make sure you pack those extra batteries for your lamp packs. And, of course, let's not forget the fantastic gang violence problem we're currently having. Oh, I'm sorry. What's that? Oh, right. It's gone. It's looking to be a chilly one tonight as well, so make sure your skin capes are nice and tight. Wait, hold on, one moment. No.
Yep, just an advertisement.
Adamantium
Oh, okay.
Wait, I'm sorry. Self-harm rates have gone down to 0%. The night Haunter smiled? No. This could only mean one thing. It is the Strawman News' great privilege to bring some color back in your life with the brand new 3-part Gamer Subs drop exclusively on this here news network. That's right.
Dang, man, I really messed up this farm. Oh well. The rates aren't going to be as good as they could be, but they'll be alright. Get the copper that I need.
Brand new artwork reskin of the Sweet 6-pack flavor, one of the highest selling flavors in the entirety of Gamer Subs, but it also comes with the first ever all over print Gamer Subs 32-ounce jug. And if that isn't enough for you, if the phenomenal drink and drink holder is not enough for you, we have a desk mat to go.
And I miss drinking energy drinks. I love them.
Of the brand new Sweet 6-pack style is here. We're still looking at muscles beyond belief, but this time we're talking
Muscles beyond relief.
Atlas. We're talking.
How long is this ad?
And if that wasn't enough, I, your co-host specifically, should you pre-order all 3 of these. So let's begin with the group that started all and sing praise to the
No going
Infinite
back.
Empire. As mentioned before, the Necron tier were the original.
Hi, honey.
An alien race far away from us that lived short, painful lives due to the irradiation of their star. Normally, this would manifest as like a sort of cancer, space cancer of sorts.
Because, I was cold.
Ancient Egyptian aesthetic, but unlike the windswept dunes commonly associated with it,
Hmm?
the irradiated hellscape the Necron
I was cold. You kind of smell. Can you go, like, take a shower?
translates into their hierarchy. They are a race of
I want to.
and peasants. Most of the peasants would often
Yeah, we.
for their very short amount of
No, but you. Oh my god.
couple of decades. The nobles tended to have better care and would live a
But you smell bad. Like, did you go to PE today?
lifespan of a human, even to
Yeah, that's probably why.
the leader of the Necrons.
And don't be on my bed today until you get to take a shower. No bed until you shower, because you're stinky.
Of course, he wasn't aware of the fact that they were known as the Deceiver at the time, but the whole species.
Alright, go do your homework, my love.
After being debased by the old ones on their quest to cure their illness. The sheer pain that underwent the Necron race can't be understated, as their fear was manic. The Catan are, of course, gods that eat stars, and when the leader of your species tells you to march into the gigantic green furnaces to ascend to immortality, you march.
Green furnaces? Bro, that sounds like something from freaking Hitler.
Nobles clutching their loved ones in a frantic act to save their own lives. Many of them already inflicted in the late stages of the space cancer, some of them crawling into the biotransference furnaces trying
But I get why they did it. You said they were born with cancer, right? Like all they care about it, or like they all suffer with cancer. So they were literally put on in the galaxy to suffer. So they were looking for a way out.
not an abstract concept like it is in our world, an immaterial version of oneself discussed and debated in religion and philosophy. No, in Warhammer, a soul
That's
is a
exactly what
real,
it was, but
tangible
voluntarily.
item of oneself. And the Catan,
So who made them? Like, why were they made?
every single person
Like, why is a species put on, like, created just to suffer? That sounds crazy. Sounds like really purposeless.
have ceased to be. You have no
Okay.
mind, you have no soul, and your body, as you know it, is made of an extremely advanced mass of re-knitting living metal known as necrodermis. You cannot think for yourself, for you do not have a brain to think with. All you do now is await protocols from
No.
your overlords, which are the nobles who came out of the furnaces with their minds intact. Not their souls, mind you, but their minds are very much intact. These nobles now have command protocols, and they are able to command all of their peasantry and do with them whatever they wish. Zarek, the Silent King, is the most advanced of all the Necrons, a perfect metallic version of himself with incredible power and intelligence. His strength allowed him to lead the undead and the unthinking armies of the Necrons to battle against the Catan when they were at their weakest due to their incessant infighting and winning back their freedom. But gods cannot die. So in reality what occurred is the Catan was into thousands of pieces, and each shard of their god was trapped in a stasis vault and mind controlled to do the bidding of the Necrons they once enslaved. The biggest challenge they face now are actually the upstarts of the galaxy. The Eldar and the Orcs were quite prominent, and as you can imagine, a galactic war really takes its toll on the joints, or I guess the servos. It was in their best interest to wait out the galactic rise of the other races and come back at a more opportune time. So they went into stasis via these massive tomb complexes hidden beneath various worlds, biding their time until it was once again their opportunity to rule the galaxy. Zarek, the Silent King...
Everybody just wants to rule the galaxy, bro. That's it. That's all everybody ever wants. They just want to freaking be some sort of dictator.
Memory, a constant reminder of the doom he inflicted upon his people. Flash forward to the modern day and the Necrons are reawakening, but it isn't working as well as it could be. Whether the Tomb world is reawakening...
All people want is power. I just want financial freedom, man. That's all a girl really wants, some financial freedom so I can go travel the world.
60 million years of hypersleep have taken their toll. Many Necron dynasties awake with systems unrestored and huge swaths of their population's minds.
Oh, Pale Oak is contending again. We got 54 votes. Everybody's loving the new Pale. I love Pale Oak. Pale Oak is like my favorite.
Schizophrenia or even dementia. One notable Necron, Nemesaur Zandrek, believes that he is still back on his home planet.
Yes, honey.
No, power is everything.
See, Oberyn, the Separatists come, attempting to outflank me as they did at the fourth.
Power is useless to me. I live my life and be happy without it. What? Attributes? Wait, can I see the question? Like basically describe the characteristics of a semicircle. Like describe what it looks like.
The newly returned Silent King for rightful ruler over the Necron race, believing his time has come to an end, while scientists and archaeologists like Trazen the Infinite and Orican the Diviner spend thousands of years bickering over artifacts and petty squabbles. Truly, the Necrons are a faction of unthinkable, unimaginable power, held back entirely by their own hubris and 60 million years of stasis. It is a species that does not know of time, only of the ravages brought by it. A pharaoh of a dynasty may just be as frightened to awake completely mad as they are to be assassinated while they sleep. Thousands of years pass in an instant. There is a play, like an opera play, a retelling of the war in the Necron culture that takes 40 years to witness, because why leave? You have no need to eat or vacate your bowels. You are immortal, but you are soulless. Despite Necron's incredible technology, their mastery over time, reality itself, despite all of this, they still are missing a soul. And therein lies the biggest struggle. Most Necrons look to conquest the galaxy, kill the interlopers like the humans, Eldar, and Orcs that scrape at a fraction of their power. But the end goal for many, including Zarek himself, is to return the souls to their bodies, to undo the horrible fate he cast upon them. This is
Oh, so he did this.
Many simply wish to rule their dynasty with an iron fist and kill all they consider unworthy. But to many others, it is to undo the decision that doomed them all. Before they can do that, there is a pest that needs exterminating. That is the fundamental.
Is this the only math homework you have?
Yeah. They are so hyper advanced that their science borders on magic. They play with the fundamental aspects of reality.
Where's your reading homework?
Draw a figure with more than 3 sides. Draw a figure with 4 verticals. Draw a figure with 3 verticals. Why are you writing in pen? You're supposed to be writing in pencil. When you're in school, you always have to write in pencil, not in pen. Is a semicircle a closed figure? No, it's not. Why you need to write in pencil. A semicircle is not a closed figure. It's a semicircle. It's like this. It's not a circle. Where does a semicircle have a straight line? See? That's... A semicircle is like this, Elijah. Really the letter C. Just draw a picture of it so that way you could show her what you're talking about. That's not a semicircle. A D. Semicircle is not D. This? That. I don't think it's closed, but draw a picture of it because you're probably gonna get that answer wrong.
A semicircle is D.
Their mastery of the physical galaxy is the strongest in the universe.
I don't want him to get it wrong, but if it is right, make sure you draw it.
Molecules, and they have devices capable of causing stars to supernova. They are
Draw a picture of it so that way she knows.
What are you talking about is an
one
op.
of their number. The living metal reknits itself, and the
Yeah, but it's still a semicircle.
come back alive once again.
Semicircles don't necessarily have to be closed.
The Necron fluid will just have its consciousness translocated back to their tomb world to await reassembly. Normally, they utilize large phalanxes of warriors and honorary combats, but some of them
Okay, that's fine. Next time, do your homework in pencil.
destroyer cults are hell-bent on killing anything and everyone that lives with an overwhelming force. And then there's the flayed ones. Necrons cursed with
Okay.
I have no mouth and I must scream, a panic attack virus. As the
It's fine. No, you still want to get your math homework right, Elijah. Especially since you have to turn it in.
in their minds, they strip apart their foes and adorn their bodies with the skin of their enemies, trying to better return to their old feelings of flesh and blood. The Necrons are a degraded version of their mighty empire, and still one of the biggest threats in the galaxy. The only thing keeping them at bay currently is their awakening sickness and their infighting with no care to the timeline. But they are coming, and slowly they plan to rid this galaxy of the vermin that inhabit it. My people shackled the stars and broke mortality when the species you sprang from had barely left the slime pools it spawned in. Our wars burned.
So these people that were cancer bound, right?
things is without
They became hateful.
ground you tread on is not yours, it is ours. The war in heaven was a catastrophic time for the galaxy, and as stated in the above quote,
Which I don't even blame them. I mean, they were just brought to suffer.
souls exist in Warhammer, and in the case of the Necrons here, they were consumed by the star gods. This begs the question, however, if you were to pass on, expire,
Yep, hateful
as one
robots.
might put it, where would your soul?
I don't blame them.
The answer to this is the war. In Warhammer, the soul is real, and so is hell. The afterlife, the Empyrean, the Sea of Souls, the Immaterium, all of these names refer to the dimension parallel to our own known as hell. Now, it does not follow the classic normalcy of time and space. It is defined as the Sea of Souls, and it actually is in a more literal way than you can realize. To imagine the war is to imagine the sea itself. Hell is real, and you can surf on it. It has a
You could surf on it.
can become more dangerous depending on where you go and how bad the weather is. As the immaterial is a reflection of our reality and of our souls, all thoughts, all emotions, all feeling.
Shinsa 8 mega dance. Shinsa 8
What's
heart
up, Shin?
container, Shinsa 8 heart container. Shinsa 8 heart container. Shinsa 8 heart container. Shinsa 8 heart container. Shinsa 8 heart container.
Murder and gore. Then the warp around that planet will be affected in a similar manner. It's not something that you can see. It is a parallel, not perpendicular dimension. But it is changing. To expose oneself to the warp for any period of time invites certain death outside of the most iron-willed of individuals. And to stare into it will drive one mad. Much like the open seas, things dwell in the world. Whether these beings were always there or just emboldened by the courage of the galaxy, we can only speculate. At a time, you could say it was more a certain faction.
Oh, you know what? Did I never finish this side?
Now the warp is turbulent, and its realms belong to a
I don't think I did. I never finished this side. Oh my god, this whole time I thought that side was finished. Alright, that's not good. Alright, I need to finish that side before I finish this one.
current gods of chaos at the moment: Korn, Tzeentch, Nurgle, and Slanesh. Each of them represent various facets of and emotions of sentient species and play a great game against one another
Wait.
for total control over their realms. Interestingly,
Are these all bubbles now?
disciples have physical forms we can understand as, but do not have a physical visual you can perceive in reality. So while there are tons of fantastic fan art, we do not know what they truly look like, though they are conveniently color-coded. Korn is the god of blood and
Wait.
murder, carnage, and slaughter.
Where am I?
One who is most
Oh no, I did do this side. It's the other side is not done.
of any living
I was like, wait, what?
Korn cares not.
I lost my sense of direction completely.
With a sacred number of 8, he is the lord of all things involving killing and blood and gore. His champions are extremely strong as well, with monumental muscles and extremely large weapons.
Alright, let me...
Would be his greater demon, the Bloodthirst, an enormous muscle-bound flying demon with an axe so long.
How are you, Shin? I hope you're doing okay.
Single swing. They move into battle with armor of brass adorned by the skulls of their foes and pools of freshly spilt blood. This may appear to be quite frightening, of course, demonic, one might say. But in the world of chaos, all emotions feed one of these gods in one way or another. If you were to define Korn with single words, you would use blood, carnage, murder, skulls. But you'd be missing out on important ones like strength, honor, prowess, courage, and skill. Korn is not just about the wholesale slaughter of people. He is about the honor and power of martial combat. The true strength there is in besting someone in physical strength. Of course, a murderer would be someone who would feed Korn, but a soldier could feed Korn. A martial artist or professional fighter could feed Korn. A warrior, good or bad, feeds Korn.
One thing tells me that if I just break these, it'll all turn into bubbles. Let me see.
For he will bless those that bring him enough skulls, and in a world this destructive,
See if it does. Just gonna try it on this side. See what happens. Yep, it does.
unchain the mad ones. Glorious battle awaits us today. For the world below us is surrender. Let's descend upon them with fury and rage, giving no quarter and sparing only those warriors who fight well enough to earn a place amongst us. As to the rest, their lives and possessions are ours, but their skulls are for Korn. Normally, if I ever want to explain Korn, I just kind of show them this clip.
I'd never stab you in the back, Shepard. Warriors like you and me, straight to the face.
See what happens.
Is the second god, the god of trickery and mischief, the changer of ways, the great.
No, this doesn't go all the way up. So since this doesn't go all the way up, let's make this one go all the way up. See what happens.
All of its forms, but there is an obvious undercurrent of mischief and cunning. Tzeentch is such a liar that his pants have gone thermonuclear. His favorite pastime is asking questions that have no answers while simultaneously making up answers on the spot to a question he didn't ask.
Have you ever had a dream that you could do so much you could do anything?
He is such a conniving bastard that every emotion of lying, of scheming, of trickery is a direct way to help feed him. An unfaithful partner, a politician, a spy. All these people feed Zinch in one way or another, and it doesn't matter if the intentions are good. Acceptance does not feed Zinch. Change does. Zinch doesn't care about your facts. He only wants opinions. Because he represents change, he also
This is a character?
schemes are not always bad, and even the hope to make a better tomorrow is the change he seeks. Because he is the architect of fate and the mastery of sorcery, his presence is purely unknown. Every depiction of a Zinchian demon contains more eyes than are necessary and more mouths than I know what to do with. It is a biblically accurate angel if the angel gaslit you into thinking birds are government drones. But are they? The creatures at his
Yet they're not
disposal
chaos
adorn
god.
themselves with the knowledge of sorceries and the unknown.
Oh, he's the god of chaos, or he's one of them.
Crushing experience. Fighting demons from outside of our reality is difficult enough, but fighting demons from unreality, purposely attempting to trick you, is a whole new thing entirely. And that is before we even get started on the gigantic bird of sorcery you're going to need to face. Do not ask which creature screams in the night. Do not question who waits for you in the shadow. It is my cry that wakes you in the night, and my body that crouches in the shadow. I am Zinch, and you are the puppet that dances to my tune. Third of the Chaos Gods is the one of acceptance of rot and pestilence.
Oh, he's one of three.
Father himself, Papa Nurgle. Nurgle is the exact opposite of Zinch. Where Zinch believes in change and hope for a future, Nurgle believes in stagnation and the end of everything. At one point or another, we will all decay. We will all rot, and we will all end. And with a sacred number of 7, every single thing, pestilence, boil, and everything in between, comes under the great shadow and girth of Nurgle himself. For Nurgle, the plight of mortals is his fear and wine. And no matter how solid life might be, everything will decay in the end. In the creation of life, there must be an end to that life. And nobody has more creations to end lives than Grandfather Nurgle himself. Every boil, every blemish, every pus-filled wound and disease, every rot and every plague is kept and concocted by Nurgle. This, humorously, keeps Nurgle as a jovial god. He is full of life and laughter, and by creating as many diseases as he possibly can, he shares that joy with mortals. I mean, his envoy is the Great Unclean One. And look at how
The Great Unclean One?
a lot of him to love. A fear of death in general is feeding Nurgle. All disease makes him stronger, but to pray for salvation for a wounded loved one is to feed Nurgle. The timeless and inevitable fear that one day you will rot and decay is what gives him strength. The Peloton won't feed Nurgle. Licking the doorknob on a public bathroom certainly does. However, should you embrace your grandfather's gifts, you may find an end to your pain. Maybe. All mortal followers of the Chaos Gods found themselves there in one way or another, either through the direct worship or the slow corrupting of their souls. But those that take those gifts and embrace the decay of their bodies may end up being chosen among his few as a faithful servant. In doing so, you will be free of the pain caused by Nurgle's ailments, and you may even find yourself just as jovial and happy as he is. Maybe. His enemies shall wither and die. His allies shall wither and die. The universe and all within it shall wither and die.
Another god of chaos. This guy is crazy.
Over the land and permeated the very foundations of reality itself. Then shall the Lord of all rise from the rot and ruin, spread his arms wide to acclaim all of his dutiful children. Those were the 3 major chaos gods for a very long time, emboldened by war and death on a galactic scale. Ever present, but now fact on the
Wonder if this would work. Let's see.
race, for a while, was able to elude the pull of chaos. An advanced race of psychically attuned aliens whose master over the physical world was so strong
This only goes up to here?
the morsels of power they wanted, or so they couldn't. Not for a long while. 60 million years ago, in an an attempt to combat the Necrons in Catan, the Old Ones made a new species. One with innate power in the warp and the ability to harness it with a mastery that was unseen by so many others. A mastery so powerful, the Necrons retreated to sleep in order to wait it out. It was no longer a galaxy to be ruled by them, but instead begin the age of the...
Of the what?
The Eldar are a race of pointed-eared humanoids that are all psychically attuned to the warp.
The Eldars? They sound like elves.
Space elves. And these elves ruled the galaxy in the time the Necrons went to sleep and humanity began to rise. The Eldar's empire was galaxy-wide and lasted for longer than any other galactic power that we know of. Their understanding of all things was exceptional. With every single one of them being psychers, they had the ability to master the warp and use it to their advantage. See, being a psyker is basically like being a wizard, or I guess in this case more of a sorcerer, since you are born with the gifts as opposed to learning. In order to utilize your psychic abilities, however, you must then reach into the other dimension, into hell for that power. So if you were to say, cast Fireball, your mind would reach into the warp, gather the strength to rewrite reality, to then cast Fireball. Now you might think to yourself, doesn't that mean if you were opening up a power to the warp, you may create a lot of risk to yourself because of all the horrible things we just talked about in the warp? Yes! However, in Warhammer 40k, willpower is a real, tangible thing, in the sense that in its own right, it can be weaponized. Being strong of will means being strong of soul, and being strong of soul means you can resist the pull of the warp that much more. A more inexperienced psyker opens up a hole into the warp that is large, and that hole widens to get more power, allowing evil things to get in. A powerful psyker is able to open a very small hole, but with immense force, to get the same amount of power with less risk. The Eldar are master psychers. Every single one of them can call upon the warp, and over millions of years they have perfected it so much so that they can weave structures out of it. In some species in the galaxy,
Weave structures.
they utilize the warp itself for interstellar travel.
Why is it saying my chat is disconnected? Is the stream lagging, guys? Oh.
A fancy alternative mode of travel that is substantially safer than the old ones created called the webway. What about dying? Miss me with that. We no longer age. And if we do, we can just be reborn. Like that. Food, water, materials.
Didn't notice
We
anything.
make things out of distilled warp essence itself. We sing unreality into cathedrals to dine in. What truly could the Eldari Empire possibly fear?
Wacko.
The Eldari Empire's biggest fear was themselves. The society so perfect they wanted for naught. And this led them down dark and dangerous paths. When the base functions of society are no longer a problem for you,
I think this is
experiment.
this is considered planes and they're spawning, so
Plate would be better if it was elf meat. Hey, I'm not saying we should make cannibalism legal, but like, what's the issue with a little taste? Violent sports is one thing, but how come we don't do sports to the death? I mean, I'm just saying, if both participants are willing and clear about it, like what really is the problem there, you know? Art is in the eye of the viewer, and what is considered art is completely up to the concept of one's own interest. A canvas adorned with the blood of a man wronged is truly the visual poetry that our society needs. Hedonism, with a slow and consistent hedonism, the Eldar slid backwards into debauchery of the sort I cannot discuss on this YouTube video. Murder on stage, delicacies and drugs distilled from one another, the trade of slaves and concubines, and much, much worse. The Eldar physiology has their emotions heightened, and they can feel more than a human does. So while it
interesting.
can provide lows of pure despair, it can also provide greater highs than you've ever known. And swinging between the two of them was the Eldar game. The warp took notice of this heavily, and it began to react. On a galactic scale, the debauchery and the hedonism of the Eldar race caused levels of warp storm so pronounced and so volatile that it cut off interstellar travel for all those who used it. Communications between planets was removed, and a nightmarish era of old night began. This
So the Eldar are the reason why the warp got fucked up.
the Eldar all but removed from the problems being caused as they entered heights of more and more ecstasy. They needed more and more and more. Nothing was ever enough. More murder, more torture. It's art, it's delicacies, it's life. This silence offends Slanesh.
That's twisted.
Slanesh, the prince of pleasure, she who thirsts, the god of unseen excess, is our fourth chaos god with the sacred number of 6 adorning their title. Slanesh is a bit of a tricky one, because with our other 3 chaos gods, there was a certain understanding of human emotions and desires, but for Slanesh, that desire is how they get their power. The words to be used would be decadence, pleasure, perfection, passion, excess, and many others. The pursuit of more. The want to do more, experience more, become more. That's what gives Slanesh their gifts. A lot of people believe that Slanesh is something that originates with sex, specifically, and it makes sense why they assume that. The visuals of Slanesh patrons are very loud and sexual, but they are also intentionally androgynous to appear attractive to a variety of intrigues. However, to think that Slanesh specifically derives from sex would be mistaken. While it is true that a lot of humanity's actions can relate to getting laid, and Slanesh is the dark prince of desire, it's more on the lines of feeling an excess of an emotion. It is excessive touch and scent and desire, and a lot of that has to do with sex. That's why it looks like sex, but it's more than just that. A patron of the arts may feed Slanesh, one that aspires to become the perfect chef or master of their craft, and the sheer pursuit of that alone will feed Slanesh. Whiplash is Slanesh's absolute favorite film. Videos where people beat Elden Ring on a dance pad feed Slanesh.
There are no 2 words in the English language more harmful. Good job.
But is there a line?
This also moves with the concept of feeling. Sensation is a majorly Slanesh-coded thing. It might start off feeling good, but then you get to play around a little bit, you know? You play with a little bit of pain. Light pain might not be enough, so you might want more. Or
Oh, so these guys are masochists.
could be your jam. Music can increase to volumes that may hurt your ears. Even then, that might not be enough. More. You must have more. Many of the disciples of Slanesh carry a demonic form in their lithe grace. The keeper of secrets is his chosen envoy, and their movements are a blur of dance and pain with an aura all the more fatal. They dance and sing, but there's always a form of malice behind every action they take. An alluring gaze that will pull you in right before the demonic entity can crush you in that grip. Slanesh's palace has 6 layers surrounding it, and one of them is the excess of gluttony, where the participant finds themselves in a beautiful banquet full of the most delicious foods imaginable. Tables of delicacies and rivers of wine tempt the user to such a degree that they cannot stop stuffing their face, unaware that the things they are eating are very vaguely familiar meat. If one does not see themselves drowning in the river of wine, they may soon fill their bodies up so much that they cease to function and fall over, becoming part of the banquet themselves.
Hello, Warren.
Of these 6 layers of Slanesh's palace, this was the ecstasy the Eldar civilization indulged in for millennia, and did so at a monumental scale that they created a god from it. Find pleasure in every moment, indulge in every whim. Let lesser races feel the burden of their cruel lives. We are beyond such concerns or worries. Every power is ours to use, every sensation ours to experience. We are truly masters of the galaxy, and all others exist only to satisfy our curiosities. We have earned our position of power. Let us forever taste the fruits of such achievement. Time itself is ours to command. We are eternal.
Interesting. Bunch of psychopaths that are embellished in lust.
As the Eldari Empire ceased to be, a catastrophic event so horrible that the warp ripped a hole permanently in our
Wait, so they died? So the elves died? Wait, how did they die?
inhalation of this god's largest breath. The Eldari souls are a currency to be now collected by she who thirsts. Trillions of Eldar died in an instant. Slanesh
How?
gorging on their souls.
Oh, because Slanesh, the goddess of one of the goddess of chaoses, she killed them all.
And the rest are doomed to a fate worse than death. For Slanesh now stakes a claim on each and every Eldar soul. From the moment they pass on, an eternity of torment awaits them. The remaining
Oh my God, she created hell for them.
to stopping this.
Why?
Their dying race so devoted to saving themselves from the Dark Prince, and in doing so, have found very creative ways. In the modern world of war, the main force of Eldar in the galaxy.
No.
is the elf style that many think of when you think elves in space. Fantasy elves in space, not those elves. We'll get to them. A craft world is a monumentally large starship continent that acts as a form of flotilla. During the highest reaches of hedonism, many Eldar saw the demonic writing on the wall and began to try and seek asylum from their own debauchery. Those Eldar left on monumental craft worlds into the far reaches of the galaxy and saved themselves from Slanesh's awakening. The main thing the craft world Eldar seek is to temper their minds and bodies.
You know what? Let me get this corner over here and see if it'll make all the other ones bumble elevators.
The reputation they carry is that of a more feudal Japanese motif. Eldar follow paths as they age. The path of the warrior, the seer, the poet, the diplomat, the bone singer, and so on. These paths are a strict code of conduct to hone the heightened Eldar psychology of the school of thought and action. And if it sounds a hell of a lot like Bushido, well, you're damn right. Here's a medal and a soul stone. Don't lose it or an eternity of torment.
Do I need to do this middle one? You think it'll turn into a source block when I break the Kelp?
Eldar society, but keep your mind clear from the past worries that plague them. Every Eldar is said to be a psyker, however, very few of them actually utilize their psychic powers for fear of tempting she who thirsts. A large amount of emphasis is also put on ancestors of the Eldar and learning
Elijah, did you do your spelling homework, honey?
by the large variety
Did you do your spelling homework?
of armor of Eldar. Those are
You need to go do it. What are you waiting for?
middle finger to Slanesh they can think of. See, when an Eldar dies, these stones act as a backup, and instead of their souls going to Slanesh,
Oh?
they're then trapped
Ooh,
in-
Pale Oak is in the lead now, guys.
So when the Eldar say they commune with their
Let's go. We got 60 votes on the poll. I love it.
as the spirit and soul of generations
Pale Oak's in the lead now.
stored here. Often larger structures may contain vast amounts of soul stones, such as the infinity circuit in the craft world itself, allowing the souls of the dead to help power their enormous starship. The young do not desire the discipline of the path, but rather their curiosity drives them to try every fruit from the tree. Thus, it is that so many take the path of wandering or the path of damnation in their first years
Wood
of
to
adulthood.
Kelp Farm.
And so, the great tragedy of our kind is played out again.
It's not a kelp farm. It's
a
a
number of our people shrink from generation.
drown farm, but you know that.
These paths, when completed, allow an Eldar to move to the next one, then the next one. However, since this is the grim darkness,
But kelp grows on its own, so I went from having like 30 pieces of kelp to like 2 shulker boxes full. Like I got a lot of kelp from this.
Asaryan, and so on. These gods are aspects of the Eldar pantheon, and while many were killed in Slanesh's creation, their teachings live on. For some, the strongest devotion to the Eldar gods is to join the Aspect Warriors and embody the wrath of Cain, their god of war. While guardians of the Eldar craft worlds are more akin to a true militia, the aspect warriors embody
Oh my freaking god.
each are led by a phoenix lord, a name passed down from generations and embodying the souls of prior phoenix lords with each new one. The howling banshees led by Jane Zar, Fugin and his fire dragons, Baharoth and his swooping hawks, or Malgan Ra and his dark reapers. Each aspect shrine carries with it the Eldar way of war. Fast, hard-hitting, and incredibly tricksy, for they do not have the numbers to fight in any other way. The Craftworld Eldar show how mangled an empire can be by their own actions. They once ruled the galaxy in an honest, non-hyperbolic way, but in the end, they were bested by themselves. And their most prominent remnants are forced to drift aimlessly through the galaxy, trying to save their species from extinction and resist the temptations of she who thirsts. But for some, the party, it's just beginning. Deep within the webway is the city of Kamara. This dark city once existed as a port in the webway that allowed for ease of transport for the Eldar between its various domains. The significance of this city meant that it needed to be a bit more of a neutral territory outside of the jurisdiction of general Eldar law, and therefore it was allowed to self-govern. This did not go well. The Dark City became the hideaway for all manner of sin. The Eldar race slipped into debauchery on a galactic scale that it birthed a god, and this was the city you went to when that wasn't enough for you. The convenience of being so deep within the webway was that it exists as a blind spot to the horrors of the warp. So while the rest of the Eldar fled the downfall of their species, Kamara kept partying. When Slanesh was birthed, they were saved the worst of it, thanks to them being nice and neatly tucked away inside the webway. But only somewhat. The Dark Prince did not have a grip around their soul, but the tiniest pinky finger, and they were still pulling. But due to their excess hedonism, they found a solution to this problem. If they tormented others, they could temporarily rejuvenate their souls and continue to cheat their inevitable death by placating the Prince of Pleasure. And if they kept this up on the regular, they could effectively become immortal. Thus, the Drukhari were born. Unlike the more stoic elves you see in works of fiction, the Drukhari themselves exist as a sort of analog of the more grim and fiendish elves you find in Norse and European mythology. The Drukhari are soul vampires, but the more basic means to feed are hardly enough to keep them going. This desire to feed is known as the thirst, and to quench it effectively, they have mastered the art of biotechnology and dark sciences to really juice themselves up on the crispy soul sprite from the vending machine called the Galaxy. The majority of Drukhari act as pirates and raiders and slavers. They go into our physical reality and drag people back to Kamara to commit atrocities that go beyond any imaginative torture a human can think of. The Drukhari are organized in various groups throughout the Dark City to accomplish this in a more organized and extremely brutal way. The Cabals act as the main warriors of the city, led by their armies. Witches and succubi act as entertainment for Kamara in gladiatorial arenas, and the flesh-crafting homunculus keep the Drukhari alive and discover ever-increasingly more painful ways to torment their ever-increasingly large supply of slaves they are brought.
These people are just freaking nuts. The Eldar are the elves, and then what was the name of the people that followed the goddess of chaos? That she's like a freaking addict to pleasure.
The Dark Eldar do indeed drink blood, but also tears, and most sustaining of all, the raw essence of pain they wring out of their captives. The truth of the matter is that Drukhari sustain themselves on the suffering of others, not just morally, but
Drukhari.
Kamara is a city rife with backstabbing schemes.
I don't
and
really
murder.
remember.
It is the worst back alleys of the worst
This is your lore, and you don't remember.
Nothing is more horrifying to a Drukhari than death, for death will see them in the talons of Slanesh for an eternity of torment. So they do everything they can to stop this. The homunculi covens regrow dead members from pieces of flesh as bargaining chips. The succubi create grisly gladiatorial spectacles that literally rejuvenate the audience members as captives are murdered for sport. To be captured by the Drukhari is one of, if not the worst fate imaginable in the world of Warhammer 40k. In a universe built
Really?
on war
So the Drukhari are the worst.
based war crimers of all time. To be tortured and sacrificed in the gladiatorial arenas is a blessing, for you have escaped the fate of being in the fleshsmith's control group, or being turned into a living and breathing piece of furniture for an Archon's quarters. In a cruel twist of fate, a newly born Drukhari does not arrive into this world loving torture.
Yep,
It is
they
something
torture entire
must
planets.
Grow to love. Grow to appreciate the suffering of other beings in order to survive in the world they have been brought into. If they
Jesus.
succeed, they become some of the worst monsters in the known galaxy. A dark reflection to the craft worlders and a taste of what Eldar society was like before the fall. If they do not succeed, they must find purchase elsewhere. Often those will join smaller parts of Eldar society like the Exodites or the Harlequins. Exodites believe in a pre-industrial variant of their society, often retreating to more lush worlds to ride dinosaurs and live.
So does anybody ever get away from these people?
Normally laugh at if they weren't riding dinosaurs like ballers. The Harlequin dancing troupe are a subsect of Eldar that are more than just a little strange.
Missed a spot.
Carnival of dancing jesters that serve the Eldar laughing god of Kegger.
Good luck with that.
They arrive never when expected and leave just as quickly. Blurs of light carry their
So nobody gets away.
dance their foes into a grave. Combat is just as much of a joke as it is a play on bloody murder. They travel and aid many other Eldar, sometimes even humanity, for reasons we can never understand. Perhaps one day we would have, were they not stripped of their army book and folded into the Eldari Codex. So I suppose it will have to stay a mystery, or maybe it was one of Kakarok's master plans to get back at She Who Thirsts and save their species.
Not without a fleet of thousands of warships.
Who could know?
Why would they invest so much money into just one old person?
To Kakarok, I just find it very funny to watch me fumble this
You know what I mean? I feel like that's a lot of work. What if it's just one person?
across the galaxy. Oh, speaking of,
Like one or two people can't get away. They're gonna send an army for every single person that tries to get away.
Terra, as it's called, was in ruin. One man used to put the pieces back together. Where did he come from? Some say he was the result of early shamans. Some say
They
he
don't. They leave them, even entire planets are left to suffer.
genocide. And those that are smartest know the answer is it doesn't matter. He revealed himself as the Emperor of Mankind, and he was tasked with the most monumental
They leave them?
of humanity possible. The Eldari's war fluctuations had turned the golden age of humanity into old night. Interstellar travel cut off? Check. An AI uprising? Check. Brand new psychers popping up and not knowing how to handle their powers? Oh, check. Demonic incursions? Check. Thousands of years this occurred, and now the Emperor of Mankind showed himself to put the pieces back together. You
The
know
Emperor of Mankind? Isn't that the original guy
founded
you told me about yesterday?
of man and ruled it with an iron fist. He was the supreme
Yeah.
leader, and nothing could stand against
Oh, so he's like the god of everybody, right?
mankind from the yoke of its former failures, and he knew he would be the best leader they could have because he was right.
Because he was the one that he kind of just like
You did as the emperor told you, or
left and just like let everybody just kind of like
that place often being a grave.
like he didn't give a fuck. I thought he didn't give a
Biggest
fuck.
joke of all time. He is just the god of humanity.
Oh, he's not a nobody. So he's all immortal and powerful, but he was a joke. Yeah, because didn't he say like, didn't he like dip out and was like, bruh, I'm just gonna let them do whatever they want. And then what? He decided to come back and try to fix shit.
Mars and Terra were close allies long before the Unification Wars. Mars was the
No,
first
you will
world
understand
terraformed by
why
humanity
later.
Why what? Why he came back?
Epicenter for industry.
Or why he left in the beginning?
Age of Strife did not treat the red planet kindly, however. Mars was cut off from Terra during this time, and the warp storms that ravaged the planet turned it into an absolute nuclear hellscape.
We're almost done with this area, guys. Ooh.
If they even survived the bombings they inflicted on themselves, but others were lucky enough to escape beneath the red sands in powerful fallout shelters.
Why he is a joke. He never left, he was just watching from the side.
Right. It's pretty much what God does now. Pretty much an accurate description of the God we have now. He kind of just is like, all right, you guys will figure it out.
As priests, the Martians began to worship the power of the machine, and this resulted in the formation of the Cult Mechanicus, the belief in a holy trinity known as the Three-in-One. The machine god serving as the spirit who gave rise to all technologies, the motive force, the deity that gives all life its ability to live, and the Omnissiah, a physical manifestation of the machine god itself. This belief began to manifest in them physically as well. What were once humans began to really mess around with the character creator options, and this tech obsession made them view instances of flesh to be weak and spend their lives removing what makes them human and replacing it with mechanical augments. Robotic
Jesus.
limbs, glowing eyes, mechadendrite arms. What was once a massive flesh now
Alright, this is the last of it.
and the oldest members of the Mechanicus no longer even look slightly human. In addition to this, cloaked over all of their mechanical appendages are robes that reflect the color of their homeworld, the red robes of the Mechanicus. The Cult Mechanicum, now the Adeptus Mechanicus, create a fascinating combination of cultures all birthed into one. Basically, techno-zealot monks. Organic life is the machine god's greatest accomplishment within the scope of the great work. All praise he who is three-in-one. By giving us life within an organic shell, he presents us with the means and opportunity to improve upon physicality, as is his divine.
Hey, Maithlin, thank you for the follow.
Strength and ascend to his level of machinic perfection. The Emperor's arrival to Mars was very much a walking in with the pizzas while the room is on fire moment, but to the Mechanicum, they saw his arrival as confirmation of their belief. They took
WTF.
one look at the glowing golden entity that showed up on their
What happened, Pablo?
like, that's him. That's the guy right there. And they immediately accepted him as the Omnissiah. Obviously, showing up and being called Machine Jesus shortly after wiping out all instances of non-Machine Jesus a little bit beforehand is an instance of capital H. But the Emperor saw a bigger picture. Were they strange with how they rubbed unguents on themselves, burned incense, and
There you
prayed
go.
to machines for them to work? Sure, but that's a lot of production right
No!
now. So the Emperor devised the Treaty of Olympus Mons, a unifying agreement between Terra and Mars. And this union would be permanently etched into the Aquila of the Imperium.
No.
One head for Terra, the other for Mars. The forces of the Emperor will be supplied with all the technology and weapons they needed to reunite the scattered remnants of humanity under one banner. And the Mechanicum on Mars will be able to keep doing what they do religiously and scientifically so long as they don't their tithes. This tithe meant total quality control over all technology in the Imperium. Is it a big spaceship? AdMech take care of that. Tanks? AdMech take care of that. The literal bullets in a gun? You guessed it. But unlike the factories of today, the forge worlds of Mars and the creations of the Mechanicum are a bit of a different experience altogether. Instead of a factory on a random given world, the entirety of the plant surface is dedicated to manufacturing. But that's a little tricky, isn't it? Considering that the usage of silica animus, or AI, is a big no-no, and basically the largest affront to their divine machine god possible. Fortunately, there's a really neat alternative that they've come up with. And that's called a servitor. Incredible.
What happened, Pablo? What'd you put WTF for?
Manufacturing, maintenance, basic.
Who's voting? We got 64 votes. Pale Oak is winning 34. Dark Oak 27. Cherry 25. Spruce is in last place in both of them. That's crazy. I really thought Spruce was just gonna win it by default.
and then reprogram their brains to do exactly what they tell you. They even got little baby versions of them. Yay! So now you can rest easy knowing that the entirety of the Imperium, because they
Rewind 1 minute.
learning new tech is heresy, is run on lobotomized slaves. Whether they deserve it or not is unimportant, and whether they can inflict it on themselves, but others were lucky enough to escape beneath the red sands in powerful fallout shelters. These became their generational habitats, but this resulted in extreme reliance on technology and those who could use it. They began to view the technology keeping them alive less as a technological advancement and more of a divine intervention, with those skilled in it as priests. The Martians began to worship the power of the machine. And
No.
this resulted in the formation of the cult of Mechanicus, the belief in a holy trinity known as the Three-in-One. The machine god, serving as the spirit who gave rise to all technologies known, the motive force, the deity that gives all life its ability to live, and the Omnissiah, a physical manifestation of the machine god itself. This belief began to manifest in them physically as well. What were once humans began to really mess around with the creator options, and this tech obsession made them view instances of flesh.
That whole side is probably not gonna be useful.
What makes them human, and replacing it with mechanical augments. Robotic limbs, glowing eyes, mechadendrite arms. What was once a mass of flesh now looks like the back of a router, and the oldest members of the Mechanicus no longer even look slightly human.
I don't know if they're gonna spawn here.
Appendages are robes that reflect the color of their homeworld.
It's like I don't want to build it and then they don't spawn here.
The Cult Mechanicum, now the Adeptus Mechanicus,
I don't know.
created a devastating combination of cultures all birthed into one. Basically,
That whole section.
monks. Organic life is the machine god's greatest accomplishment within the scope of the creation. All praise he who is free in one. By giving us life within an organic shell, he presents us with the means and opportunity to improve upon physicality, as is his divine plan. He grants us complex weakness so we might
Damn, is someone turtle down.
and ascend to his level of machinic perfection. The Emperor's arrival to Mars was
BRB.
very much a walking in with the pizza.
Okay, Warren.
was on fire. To the Mechanicum, they saw his arrival as confirmation of their belief. They took one look at the glowing golden entity that showed up on the doorstep and were like, that's him. That's the guy right there. And they immediately
Alright, I'm gonna start placing some of the scaffolding just so I could have it ready.
all instances of non-Jesus beforehand is an instance of capital H heresy.
River.
But the Emperor saw the bigger picture. Were they strange with how they rubbed unguents on themselves, burned incense, and prayed to machines for them to work? Sure, but that's a lot of production right there. So the Emperor devised the Treaty of Olympus Mons, a unifying agreement between Terra and Mars, and this union would be permanently etched into the Aquila of the Imperium as the two-headed eagle. One head for Terra, the other for Mars. The forces of the Emperor would be supplied with all the technology and weapons they needed to reunite the scattered remnants of humanity under one banner, and the Mechanicum of Mars would be able to keep doing what they were doing religiously and scientifically, so long as they kept up their tithes. This tithe meant total quality control over all technology in the Imperium. Is it a big spaceship? AdMech take care of that. Tanks? AdMech take care of that. The literal bullets in a gun? You guessed it. But unlike the factories of today, the forge worlds of Mars and the creations of Mechanicum are a bit of a different experience altogether. Instead of a factory on a random given world, the entirety of the planet's surface is dedicated to manufacturing. But that's a little tricky, isn't it? Considering that the usage of silica animus, or AI, is a big no-no, and basically the largest affront to their divine machine god possible. Fortunately, there's a really neat alternative that they've come up with, and that's called a servitor. Incredible devices that can do anything from manufacturing, maintenance,
Here it
basic
comes.
door operation, even just float around like a helpful little drone. It's an extremely easy process too. All you need to do is take a human who is dying or preferably an enemy of the state, most likely that one, and lobotomize them. And then reprogram their brains to do exactly what they tell you.
What?
Baby versions of them. Yay! So now you can rest easy knowing that the entirety of the Imperium, because they outlaw AI and learning new tech is heresy, is run on lobotomized slaves. Whether they deserve it or not is unimportant, and whether they can still
Baby
keep their
versions.
consciousness trapped in their own minds is
Basically babies. Baby slaves. That's nuts. That is nuts.
An excerpt from the Servitor Creation Factories. Naked human beings were standing in a switch-packed line between high fences. The manufactorum produced servitors, but it was more akin to an abattoir than a workshop. Every surface was easily cleanable.
It's empty?
Servitors with spray units surgically attached to their backs prowled about, hosing filth from slip drains set into the perfectly smooth, slanted floors. As the line slowly advanced, the people were passed through various scanning devices, most of them mounted in ugly, functional arches that let out a constant series of acceptance chimes.
Why is this not lit? Like covered in something.
Indicator lumens would flash red. The rejected person was then swallowed up by a trapdoor opening beneath their feet. From these pits wafted a hideous stench and the grinding sounds of industrial mincers. One rejected man grabbed onto the lip and hung there, arms and hands bloodied, shouting a stream of defiant profanities. Guards lined the grating either side of him and shocked him until he fell. The adepts wouldn't even waste bullets on these people. The trapdoor flipped up and the next terrified person was ushered forward. Violet metal arms snatched them up and spread-eagled them in the air, and a servitor shearer shaved them all over. At another, they were subjected to a high-pressure counter-septic wash whose chemical stink made me choke from 100 feet away. More scanners, more rejects winnowed out. Machines forcibly dressed them in a heavy, rubberized garment common to all monotask servitors. These were saggy on them, all one size, until another process force-shrank them to fit their bodies where metal cuffs, sockets, and collars bit into vulnerable flesh. The last few prayers gave way to screams at that point, and even the most stoic shouted in pain. They were
Yeah, honey.
To say back.
buzzing with power that made
Welcome
them
back.
shake with every footstep. What's that for? I asked.
Okay, we made a dog out of cubes. It came out really cute. We put a fluffy nose on his face. Our mom, this is wrong. Our mom hoped it was color brown. It was the color brown. Ours is O-U-R. Our. Here, let me write it. Yeah, but it's our. O-U-R. I'll show you. Our. And then hoped it was color brown. We gave it to mom and with a note as wheels so we can pull it with a rope. Okay, if that's the end of the sentence, the IT has to be capital letters. Stop drawing with pens. I don't know where you even got a pen. Give me the pen that you have. Here, this is how you fix this. Take this. Here. Take it. I wrote the notes on napkin.
Follicular inhibitor to stop their hair from growing, he said. Freaking sweet, Lois! As for their scientific pursuit, the Mechanicum believe in the preservation of knowledge above all and the quest to expand it. However, as opposed to just innovating and inventing
Understand how this
technological know-how, they believe that it is a form of tech heresy. You see, because of their religious viewpoints on technology itself, they believe that the instruction booklet itself is just as holy as the Lego set
is this supposed to be wrong or is this supposed to be there? I don't know. I think this is supposed to be here.
against the divine word of the machine.
Something's telling me that this belongs here.
All knowledge invent something to improve upon divinity is very heretical. Prior to the Age of Strife, humanity was able to populate the stars with devices known as Standard Template Constructs, or STCs. These devices were, as far as we know, supercomputers with the ability to pull up and detail how to create literally anything a startup colony would need. Essentially, they were devices with the entirety of human technological know-how so that you could make a home away from home. The Mechanicum will not make anything without an STC. Quite literally nothing, because this is the knowledge they seek, and that knowledge is divine. One time, scouts of the Imperium
What the hell?
found a functioning STC that provided the schematics on a knife that happened to be a bit lighter and a bit sharper than most other knives. These knives were adopted by 30 Space Marine chapters and were one of the most advanced discoveries of the century. This discovery was so significant that they were each awarded a planet for finding this.
With a note, and then it needs to be capitalized.
Taught them how to make knives.
Okay? Because it's the beginning of a sentence, and then you're done.
Yes, the Mechanicum are organized in a feudal structure with the highest individuals in power being a part of the priesthood. Cream of the crop being the fabricator general of Mars itself, who serves as a high lord of Terra, but also oversees the entirety of the Mechanicum below. Below them are tech priests that oversee the cult for the quest of knowledge.
That was weird.
And other more straightforward theocracy. Forge worlds tend to operate.
Are you
slightly
serious?
differently, what can cause some power struggles within the Mechanicum, because, you know, despite them all
Oh my
being
goodness.
gods, they
That's
love
insane.
being given praise. And despite being the manufacturing end of the Imperium, they do actually have. Okay, I'm coming. They have the Skitarii Private Army and other various 1920s Martian-style mechanisms like Doom Crawlers, Castellan robots, and of course, the Titan Legions. Because nothing is cooler than a robot that towers over buildings. Ultimately, their very dogmatic view on technology as a whole has resulted in any innovation becoming absent, thus causing the Imperium to stagnate as a whole. The lack of ambition to create anything new and the wholesale murder
Why does this keep happening?
tries leads to things becoming derelict. I grew weary of this flesh I was born into,
Start in the glass
strangely
area.
disgusted by its nature. I crave only the cold, clean certainty of steel and silicon. That I
Dude, I don't know how that scaffolding is, like, suspending.
do not expect you to understand. You who cling to your flesh as if it were immortal.
There it goes. Dude, talk about glitched out. That's weird.
The folly of your ways, and then no doubt you will come begging to my order to preserve you. After the groundwork had been set unification-wise, it was time to start getting things together for the Emperor's great crusade across the stars to bring humanity under one banner. The Thunder Warriors were a perfect fighting force for unifying Terra, but the galaxy was a whole different thing. You see, these warriors weren't soldiers in the eyes of the Emperor. They were tools, extremely blunt tools, used for the fast conquest of Terra. As the Emperor was concerned, the tools you use at home aren't the same ones you take on a road trip. So the Emperor rid himself of his tools in the exact manner you think he did, and he went forward to crafting a brand new tool. One more mobile, more efficient, and ready for his next era of conquest. They shall be my finest warriors, these men who give of themselves to me. Like clay, I shall mold them, and in the furnace of war forge them. They will be of iron will and steely muscle. In great armor shall I clad them, and with the mightiest guns will they be armed. They will be untouched by plague or disease. No sickness will blight them. They will have tactics, strategies, and machines so that no foe can best them in battle. They will be my bulwark against the terror. They are the defenders of humanity. They are my soul.
How come he never finishes his sentence?
Shall know no fear. The vastness of the Milky Way galaxy meant that the Emperor needed assistance bringing everyone back to the fold. And who better to do this than himself? But since the technology to be in many places at once does not exist anymore, the Emperor decided that it was time to become a dad, the same way Geppetto did, and with far less care. It is not my son, Arkin. None of them are. They are warlords, generals, tools bred to serve a purpose, just as legions were bred to serve a purpose. What a dad. The Primarch Project was started to create charismatic and unique leaders in the Imperial military. The diversity of these eventual leaders meant that each one could be specialized for certain circumstances across the galaxy. Depending on the type of conflict, one leader might be better than the other. So instead of forcing one leader to acclimate to a situation directly, it would be better to
Why are there so many?
specialize the leader and force to handle it. In order to do this, the Emperor used his genetic know-how and maybe a little bit of that forbidden stuff to create these genetically perfect gene fathers that had the ability to serve as his analog directly, and also serve as the leaders of the respective Space Marine legions.
All right, bet.
All 18, that's right, all 19 of his sons were meant to be directly molded by the Emperor himself, despite their genetic differences. And they go as follows in order. Lionel Johnson.
Come on, you're not gonna get me in time, stupid. Haha.
Tychon, Lehman Russ, Rogel Horn, Conrad Kurz, Sanguinius, Ferris Manus, Angron, Robute Gilliman, Mortarion, Magnus the Red, Horus Lupercal, Lorgar Aurelian, Vulcan, Corvus Corax, and Alfarius and Omegon. His sons, finalized and crafted to be the warriors he needed them to be, were complete. But he may have decided to do a bit of
Look at this guy.
things he shouldn't have and paid a price. Before the Primarchs were ready to go, intervention by the gods prevented his plan from being completed as intended. Though the sources vary, the ultimate result of the Chaos God intervention was that all of the Emperor's tools were scattered throughout the galaxy at unknown places and times. Each one of his sons ended up in a completely different world, and instead of being able to directly influence their upbringing, these children were instead forced to experience the unique nature of their respective homeworlds. Some had a great time and lived in general luxury. Others, not so much. Despite his closest advisor, Malkador the Sigillite, saying, "All right, Chief, let's try this one again," the Emperor sensed each of his sons were still very much alive. And one of the primary objectives of the Great Crusade shifted to reclaiming each of his sons so they could take command of their specific Space Marine legions and carry out his will. These original Space Marine legions that were created alongside their Primarchs go, in order, the Dark Angels, Emperor's Children, Iron Warriors, White Scars, Space Wolves, Imperial Fists, Night Lords, Blood Angels, Iron Hands, World Leaders, Ultramarines, Death Guard, Thousand Sons, Little Wolves, eventually Sons of Horus, the Word Bearers, Salamanders, Raven Guard, and the Alpha Legion. Space Marines, unlike their gene fathers, the Primarchs are not made in a vat. There is a process to recruit more members from within itself, which seems a bit strange considering how massive a Space Marine is compared to a normal man, but don't forget, the Emperor is really good with genetics. Less good with anesthetic, however. These prospects are across humanity from various
Should be good.
reasons and methods, and are generally killed during that process. But sometimes they aren't, and they are able to go through more and more of the actual training to assess certain traits that are important and relevant to being a Space Marine. Most of the time, the common factor is a pure unrelated enemies of the Imperium. After going
I think I'm just gonna do it the easy way, where
now called a neophyte, goes under the knife to become a Space Marine. And here is a quick list of all the cool new stuff they get genuinely shoved into their bodies. A secondary heart, an organ that makes your bones grow, an organ that makes your muscles big, an implant that makes your blood stronger, a little organ that turns your white blood cells into super white blood cells, a brain implant that allows you to sleep while being awake, a pre-stomach that allows you to digest literally anything, a spinal
The hell?
that allows you to absorb the genetic memories of what you eat, bigger and better
What?
lungs that can let you breathe underwater, an implant that gives you stronger eyes, new ears that keep you from being dizzy, a brain implant that lets you go into suspended animation if
Look who
you're in
it
a bad
is.
shape, skin that acts like transition glasses, I almost got it in one take, a brand new kidney, the ability to taste the air and find enemies like a bloodhound, a special coating on your skin
Yep,
that allows
just
you to be
monsters in
protected
human
space,
flesh.
the ability to spit acid, a gland that allows you to absorb
he's just got aliens in the background.
in the first place, and a straight up carapace that allows the Space Marine to interface with their power armor directly. Quite often, these are put inside of you at dubious levels of mental alertness and dubious levels of anesthetic. After a more generalized indoctrination into the faith of the Imperium and a bit more training and other important manners, they can finally be welcomed as a fully fledged Space Marine. A
Yes,
Space
but
Marine
these
is
all are
quite
added into
literally
a Space
walking
Marine.
tank that is armed to the teeth. Two of the more iconic
Oh, I see.
by a Space Marine are their bolt gun.
Okay,
which
now
fires a
they
sword
just look like
the size of a
big ass humans.
chainsword, which is the Space Marine is clad in a colorful carapace known as power armor, crafted from extremely heavy and
Anybody made movies out of these?
power armor of a Space Marine protects him from any terrors he
6 votes. Pale Oak took the win. Cherry Oak and Dark Oak are,
As humans.
This armor
yeah, very big. So they kind of look like
with an already massive physique
Hagrid.
makes the Space Marine an almost unstoppable fighting force. And hell, if the armor doesn't protect them enough, they can always become a walking coffin like the dreadnoughts of the chapters are. What truly adds to it all, however, is the sheer difference in some of them. While a Space Marine in its own right is an indoctrinated freight train on legs, how they act can be quite different from chapter to chapter. The gene seed of a Primarch is not just helping them become big and strong, but allows them to gain certain traits from their forefathers. Everything from how they think to even slightly adjusting their physical appearance once it's been implanted. The gene seed can be the personality of an entire
There's
Space
plans
Marine.
for one,
Take the
but the
salamanders,
community
for
really
example.
hates it, so
Salamanders
it's
have a
kind of
predisposition
suspended.
to fire as a whole.
Why does the community hate it?
Extremely large due
I
to
think
the
if
size
I think if the right directors get a hold of this, this would be a really, really good series. But it'd have to be HBO. HBO would have to get a hold of it so that way it could be dark, kind of like Game of Thrones. Like if the people of Game of Thrones got their hands on this, they would actually they would do amazing. Just imagine if Game of Thrones people got a hold of this. This would be insane. Because Game of Thrones is dark and they don't, you know what I mean? Like, because I know a lot of people are probably going to be worried about, like, you know, like them making it too soft.
The White Scars are motorcycle riding Mongolian fighters. These Space Wolves are Norse Vikings.
But like the Game
Imagine a
of
Space Marine in this grim dark world kiss and fall in love. That's not something you want to see.
There is no end to the characters and options.
it'd be like
Space Marines
Anakin, right?
and while many of them can
Destroying a whole entire galaxy.
who only care about conflict and can be quite boring, then you meet Dante, or Bjorn, or Argel Tal, or Karn, or Lucius, or Erebus. And then you discover
Yep.
the wealth of these characters and tools of war you can have. For 1100 years, I have fought and I have seen the darkness in our galaxy. I have seen the vileness of the alien and the heresy of the mutant. I have witnessed the sin of possession, and I have seen all
Is it
the evil
aquarium?
that the galaxy harbors.
No, it's not an aquarium. It's a copper farm
Files of the Emperor.
that I kind of built a little wrong.
fought what you
But I think it'll do alright for what I need it for.
So fear not and be
Hopefully.
for we are the sons of Sanguinius, the protectors of mankind. We are indeed the angels of death. Despite being the poster children for Warhammer 40k as a whole, the presence of a Space Marine is a rare sight for the countless trillions of humans. Seeing one of these monstrosities is like seeing something akin to an angel sent by the Emperor himself. These angels of death are
You
the
might mine
essential
out
fighting
trial
force to
chamber.
bring humanity back under the unified banner.
Nah, I don't feel like mining out a trial chamber every single time I want copper. I'd rather just stand at a farm and swipe my sword.
Lifelong service for the dying Imperium. And though they are held in an almost holy light, most believe they are above and beyond the people they are designed to serve. Once designed as the protectors of humanity, they seldom view humanity as something worth saving. To the extent that it is a tiny, minute, rare,
Bye.
though not unheard of, for a space
Bye, where are you going?
citizen above them in any way. For most Space Marines and even their Primarchs, they are only here to do a job. They are there to kill the enemies of humanity, and I would be remiss if I didn't add at least
what are you making?
more of my favorite quotes to the tail end of this section. The
Help my
time for
brother with
speeches
something.
is done, said Rogel Dorn. The first great test
You trying to spawn drowned
Okay.
ones?
is simple.
Yeah.
Eat it well and exert yourselves to see it done.
Well, I mean, drown will spawn once I finish the farm.
Well, the Space Marines are the spearhead of
Has to finish it first.
and also a major player in its warfare. There is a significant amount of importance that must be taken on their
You want to, like, melt all the ice already? Because you're going to take too long. Hurry it up.
Navy or with ships on the open sea. You think of something that is sleek, something mobile, and something pretty big. For perspective, the longest
Alright, I'm going to go put this ice back.
was the TTC Wise Giant, an oil tanker that was about 458 meters long or over about 1,500 feet. This right
Will
here
they be holding
is
trident or just normal drown?
40K. A ship that is considered to be an
Oh, no, they should. That's the reason why I built this farm, so that they could be naturally spawning drowns. So I don't have to worry about them not having tridents. So I'll be able to get nautilus shells and tridents
2 kilometers
and copper. So I'll be able to get all of it.
where the
Which is why I chose a drown farm as opposed to like because you can do a copper farm like with regular zombies, but you won't get the tridents and the nautilus shells, and I definitely want them.
half-a-mile-high monstrosity
All right, so let's do
cathedrals and filled to the
this.
with weapons. And not only are they filled with weapons, but they are also jam-packed with crewmen. Battleships tend to, on average, carry a crew between several thousand to several million.
So no Tulish shell trick working on Java.
Because we don't have advanced
Nautilus shell trick? No. You just kill a drown with a nautilus shell, and you'll get nautilus shells.
there's no AI. A lot of this stuff has to be done manually. Even the reloading of those giant batteries
You gonna melt?
manual labor. And, of course, generally speaking, gliding through the stars is a very slow way to do things. And let's be honest, there can't be a science fiction setting without some form of hyperspace
Like
travel.
drowned
This
pickup
form
shell and
of
drowned
travel
drop trident with
is
full
less like
durability.
going to Plaid and involves a
No, I don't think so.
showed zipper dimension
And it doesn't work on bedrock either. Because I tried doing that on bedrock, and it did not work. There it goes, finally. Come on. Melt it up.
It'd work
Melt.
on bed.
Oh.
This is because it utilizes the
It didn't work when I tried it a long time ago. It wasn't working. They don't drop.
5 trident.
mutated human. Don't worry about it.
They don't drop them anymore. What's up, buddy?
Full
Steer the
durability.
ship through the warp, which, as we know, is hell itself and unreality. Now, this might sound exceptionally dangerous, and that's
Definitely working.
now the ship.
But I just don't know some of these areas. Hold on, is this the
I assume
the river biome? Yeah. So this area is working.
force field stopping all manner of horrible things, like demons from the warp tearing apart your ship. How wrong I was, though. So space travel through the warp basically involves riding on the
Come on, ice. You're taking forever.
surf on it. So you allow the current to carry you and
All right, I'm gonna do. Oh no, this ice isn't done.
unreality carry you when it doesn't fit physics, time, or again reality. What a Geller field is not a
There it goes.
but a comatose
We just need one more. Perfect. They're all ready. Let's go.
reality. It is not a bubble. It is
All right.
a force of reality being projected by mutant sleeping beauty to counteract the unreality of the warp that you can then surf on. This, of course, is not a foolproof method of travel, and Geller fields can and do collapse fairly regularly. Being subjected to the warp itself without this Geller field is a terrifying prospect. In the best case scenario, your ship will be torn to shreds. But there are countless instances of ships being thrown out of the warp randomly throughout time itself. You leave for a 2-day mission and you come back 90 years in the past. Maybe you feel like you're lost in the
90 years in the past.
So if I put soul sand in riverbed, all creatures will turn up on surface?
souls don't lift your ship up.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, if you want to do it that way, but it's definitely better to do it this way, cause you'll have like terrain and stuff. But I guess yeah. You'll also need portals to teleport them to the Nether, so that way they can consolidate all in one area. Or unless you just want to play whack a drown, it's up to you. I think it's just gonna be more complicated. This way, at least they'll all funnel into a Nether portal. And I guess you could build the Nether portals at ground level. I just feel like you're gonna be combating with the other mobs in the area, and your rates are going to be really low, which is why they usually say to build these farms in the air, so that way you're out of spawn radius and other mobs don't spawn. Hello? Thank you. Hold on, let me turn on the thing again.
Like Totem Farm in Sky.
Yeah, basically you want to make it so that other mobs don't spawn in the area, and that's why you have to be high in the sky.
Shepherds around the entirety of its armed forces. Every Space Marine Primarch had a flagship, and every strike cruiser and battle barge has a story to tell. But if there's a single thing that the Shield of the Navy does the best, it is to help support and supply the monumental forces of the Imperium. The hammer of the Emperor himself, the uncountable men and women of the... I don't care if these things have adapted to resist our las guns. If we can't kill them with our rifles, then we'll kill them with heavy bolters. And if we can't kill them with heavy weapons, we'll use grenades. And if grenades don't work, then we'll fight them with our swords and our knives and our bare hands. We'll drown them in our blood. That's what it means to be a soldier of the Imperial Guard. Now follow me. Charge! There is no better symbol of the might of the Imperial than the Astra Militarum, or as it is commonly known, the Imperial Guard. Though the Space Marines take the glory and stand as the visual representation of the Imperium, their numbers are dramatically thin and specialized in comparison. To reclaim 1,000,000 worlds, you need a countless number of troops willing to fight and die for your cause. The Imperial Guard represents the Imperial truth made manifest. Every year, the worlds of the Imperium pay a tithe in the form of soldiers to fight the good fight of the Emperor, and this number is impossible to pin down. Even saying billions would be a dramatic understatement. The sheer volume of soldiers serves as the fundamental backbone of the Imperium. 99.9% of battles fought by the Imperium are fought by the sundering might of the Imperial Guard.
Just make Kelp on corner like a block.
Are essentially sentient tanks. What do the members of the Imperial Guard have? If they're the might of the Emperor himself, are they not suited up?
Water will be spread in center.
No, not really. No fancy.
That's why I'm doing the edges. You gotta do the edges.
Basically no expectation.
I was just trying to do 2 at a time, so that way I don't have to worry about I have less to do.
They will survive. This is because, despite their training, their incredibly powerful armor and extremely strong weapons that would crush any army of the modern day, they are so hopelessly outmatched.
Because I know that, like, if I don't do all the edges, then some of the water sources don't get made. Like, for example, this middle part will get done, but if I break these two aren't gonna get done. A partition.
If they do happen to survive, they will be sent to the next battle and so on. Seldom do members of the Astra Militarum get old or retire, and those that do are truly to be feared. There's an old saying that the average lifespan of a guardsman is about 15 hours from deployment, and considering the sheer number of guardsmen out there in a given battle, that number is probably accurate. When several million of your pool of guardsmen die within the first few hours of combat,
Just break the glass temporary.
Oh no, I had to just place all of these. There's too much glass to break. There's a lot of dividers. They're all different sections.
It will fill welding, then place glass again.
Wouldn't know where the glass goes. I'll mess it up. I skipped 2.
Special guard regiment that came from a planet whose planetary governor.
It's like there's different levels of water to funnel them.
Where the average lifespan in combat of a normal soldier is 15 hours. Did you got silk touch?
15 hours?
Indigan prefects are specialized for
I do.
monsters. Hello,
But like, there's too many walls to knock down, bro. I'm not doing that.
India Guard is the enforcement officer known as the Commissar, and they are one of the more visually striking members of the regiment. These are specialized Imperial officers and act as morale officers. Instead of
Yeah,
sitting
that's the
solemnly
Imperial
and providing
Guards.
hot meals, the Commissars are there
It's crazy.
to continue to fight to the bitter end. If a soldier does not meet the standards of the Commissar, the solution is simple. There are trillions of other soldiers out there. We don't really need you. Combat fatigue? Headshot. Concerns about the conflict? Headshot. Fleeing the battle?
Oh my god.
Headshot.
They just kill you if you resist even a little bit. That's insane.
Them can be mixed. In fairness, certain commissars, like the esteemed Abram Gaunt or Caiaphas Kane, tend to do a bit better with the whole people talking part. Because if, say, you were trying to tell a beefed-up catching jungle fighter what to do, you might take a mysterious leave of absence inside a carnivorous plant. No matter what I say, I don't think I can truly convey the sheer might of the Imperial Guard, so I'm gonna get a visual aid.
I'm not sure if I should build, fill that other side, Shazam. I might need to actually knock that other side down. It might change the rates of my farm, but, I don't know. I don't know if they're gonna spawn over there. It's not a river biome.
There is no floor.
And I didn't realize it.
Before deciding.
Well, that's the thing. I don't want to spend the time to fill it all in, and it doesn't work. Like, that whole entire section. The only thing is that it's not going to be in the center of the farm anymore.
Ramps are more people. The Imperium
So, I don't know. And then I'm worried about the nether portals linking too. Hopefully they do.
One of them gives soldiers to the Imperial Guard for the tithe. On a given battlefield, in a given fight, foot soldiers number in the millions.
I told you it was cold.
Tens of thousands, and you have enough artillery to turn the night sky day. You have walkers and APCs and
Do you want to help me with kelp?
cavalry and tanks.
I got to place a bunch of kelp at the bottom by the soul sand.
You have trenches and spec ops and rattling snipers
Help me?
and gigantic.
I told you no bed because you're stinky. Get off my bed, please.
I'm talking about testing what you have already built, and if it's satisfactory, you can knock down that side.
Oh, I get what you're saying.
Use a water bucket.
Wall of guns. At the end of the day, though he's been ferried through hell on a ship that's 10,000
They all gotta be water, but
godforsaken
water sources.
though he deployed from
Petal.
though he
They all gotta be bubble columns because above
Above this water is going to be scaffolding. So that way that they all get funneled into the nether portals.
fires small suns
that's the whole point of the farm.
because the knowledge of how it functions has been lost. Though his
I already put ice and broke it, so
run on anything you can burn. Though he wages
Chillin'.
against devouring hive mind,
All right, let's go.
hyper-advanced aliens with strange technologies and sorceries. He
Actually, doing it 3 at a time is much faster.
will remember his sacrifice. There will be no records of his deeds, no glorious parades in his honor, and no remembrance of his name. All he will earn is a shallow,
It's just kind of like hard to do it like from the side.
light years from home. Yet for all this thankless sacrifice, a
The army of the Imperium with man numbers in trillions, and billions die every day.
genetic engineer, no democratic leader, no miracles of faith. He has his lasgun, his orders, and those.
Jesus Christ.
He is the Imperial Guard, and he will. In the end,
So then there's the Space Marines and then the Imperium, right? Whole different group of people, right? The Space Marines were all about technology or whatever. And then there was people that were like against technology. I'm trying to like understand the lore.
people who are happy and sad, laugh and love, and in there are stories, because there is strength in facing the horrors of the
The
universe.
Space Marines are the special forces of the Imperium.
And a prayer on
Oh, special forces. Got it. Okay, so kind of like the Marines in real life.
begins its great crusade into the stars to rescue the stranded primals and reunite them to their legions. But the thing is,
Last time I did saw you, sunlight was radiating your face with a glamour.
With glamour.
alive out there in the galaxy, what would they be like? The technological advancements
I'm just building this boring farm.
the Dark Age technology was unfathomable. It allowed them to spread through the galaxy with ease and allowed them to settle once inhospitable planets. These branches of humanity
You
were
mean
provided
with
with the
glitter?
vast knowledge of human creation. To make arduous
With glitter. I was never wearing glitter.
of these massive colony ships was known as the Long March, and these ships would be retrofitted into settlements upon arrival to their new homes. Accompanying them were the gigantic pieces of farm equipment that served multiple purposes and the specialized pilots that could maintain them. They were not only able to tend the fields and do labor, but when interstellar communication was cut off, they
Anyway,
also
good
did a
night.
great job of
Oh,
protecting
shoot.
the colonists
I forgot to start recording.
threats demonic and alien. Because of the significance of these machines, those that could pilot them were powerful enough to be considered leaders, and the upkeep and preservation of the machines and the lineage of those who could pilot them was imperative. These machines, over the thousands of years, would eventually be known as the... He must be humble of heart, strong of arm, be savage in war, loyal to heart.
Good night. Okay, wait. Send me another video to watch after this one.
With all, banish cowardice from his doings, and bring his house no shame. He must serve the emperor and defend the Imperium, thus should a knight rule himself. The Age of Strife caused these colonized worlds to be cut off from the Imperium, and the reversion of these worlds resulted in the reverence for this farm equipment turned feudal, and the leadership that controlled the devices became viewed as a noble hierarchy. During the Age of Strife, exploratory fleets from Mars found plenty of these worlds, and it seemed the majority of them reverted to a similar state. Like King Arthur seeing Merlin himself, these feudal worlds welcomed the tech priests of Mars with open arms. The mutual relationship between the Admech and the nobility was beneficial.
Okay.
The Admech were able to
I hate when I forget to record.
resources and potentially
I've been
long-lost
watching you for a long time,
information,
and now I
noble
feel like I'm
houses
falling
were
for you.
provided with technological and modifications from
That's crazy.
the suits became more specialized, and their history as mere pieces of equipment were lost to time. What was once a tractor became a catapult, and the Imperial Knights were born. Unlike other military aspects in the Imperium, the nobility of the Knight houses remains just
That's insane, Persona.
focused feudal hierarchy that swears fealty to either the Mechanicum or to Terra. Like the Knights in our history, once they swear fealty, they can be called to aid their respective allegiance.
I need more links, bro.
The ones that swear fealty
Where do you leave,
to Terra
Shazam?
are led by the High Monarch, while the ones with the
What the hell am I supposed to watch after this? Or listen to?
Terra might be sent directly to the front line of war, while the ones with Mechanicum tend to be sent to protect the Forge world. And the heraldry of these houses is what you'd expect from a generic history of knights. Houses pledging allegiances here and there, your run-of-the-mill War of the Roses aesthetic. Except instead of ponies, you have gigantic death machines. These knights can't seem to be piloted by any old person, however. A member of the nobility of any given knight house must go through the ritual of becoming. This ritual involves them sitting on the device used to control the knight, known as the Throne Mechanicum, for a full night. What's wrong with that? I mean, sitting in a chair for a full evening sounds pretty great right about now. So, a pilot cannot drive a knight. They can, but it moves about as effective as Ripley from Aliens 2, big, lifter thing. It is, in a sense, a beast that must be controlled, and a pilot must merge with it. The mind of the noble is connected to the machine and must fight with the mental signatures and personalities of the higher pilots as well. Everything a knight experiences in battle is felt by the pilot themselves, be it the general movement in the battlefield or damage sustained by the machine itself. If a knight's leg is blown off in battle, the pilot could experience a broken bone in the same spot. The merging to the machine forever changes the mentality of the noble that experiences it. This connection
It's weird.
a strong degree of nobility and honor in the pilot, and a desire to fight for the glory of their house until the bitter end, as their ancestors' minds are linked directly to the knight. The size of these knights can vary, but generally speaking, they stand in the ballpark of 30 to 50 feet tall and are protected by a thick adamantium armor. Beyond that, they have their own unique ion shield generators that give them added protection, and when it comes to their looks, the most common pattern across the Imperium is the Questoris pattern, and it's honestly the one you're probably thinking about right now. But there are also smaller versions like armatures and bigger ones known as the Dominus. As As for a loadout, these guys are essentially a violent Mr. Potato Head. Battle cannons, Gatling cannons, heavy flamers, thermal cannons. Up close and personal, how about a gigantic chainsword or a straight up gauntlet? And for that empty spot up top, screw it. More auto cannons, maybe add some missiles. Whatever you can do to make it as over the top as possible, you gotta do it. A squire serves a knight serves a lord serves a baron, and a baron serves a monarch. So who does the monarch serve? He serves every subject, from the
Exclamation mark
to the
watch
members
time.
of the court. Chivalric fealty, when ideally practiced, is
So almost all of this is filled in now.
ironically on the
That's good.
surface. Night worlds themselves are one of the least grim, dark settings in the galaxy, reverting to an ancient time with knights and
1.42 days.
escapism into the techno hell of the modern Imperium. But this, of course, doesn't make it great for everyone. It sounds fun on paper to play a game of knights, but it's not so fun when you're the peasant of that world. For the knights themselves, the knights give their entire lives to the Throne Mechanicum, and their reality is not their own, as they have to hear the voices of thousands of generations of their ancestors controlling their actions and their lives for as long as they live. It's a strange dichotomy. When it comes to Warhammer, most genres tend to be terrible. However, if there was one that could be considered enjoyable, it would be the pilot of a knight, or a princeps of their larger cousins. While it does contain an egregious amount of hardship to be a knight pilot, you do enjoy a wealth of privilege. A knight pilot is often an asshole who can back it up. The rich noble that, despite his braggadocious behavior, is still very much him, and he will continue to be him. But knights are not the only things that the Imperium found lost in the stars during their Great Crusade. Due to the circumstances of the Age of Strife, humans were changing and adapting to their new homes they were now isolating. Some of these humans evolved over thousands of years to adapt to these areas, and they were known as abhumans. Many abhumans found their way into the Imperial Guard or other lesser positions in the Imperium if they were not wiped out immediately for being too different from their human counterparts. But their abilities and appearance vary from planet to planet, and one particular group of abhumans have made quite a name for themselves in the center of the galaxy. The origins of what will be known as the Kin start at some point during the Dark Age technology, where their ancestors left a planet that is very much Terra and went to the galactic core to mine it of its resources. They brought along with them everything that they would need for a long-term stay, most important of which were the incredible AI-based supercomputers. Be it guidance, technical or philosophical, schematics, or the ability to upload the memories of a deceased explorer to gather information from them, these computers became an essential part of their everyday life, especially considering that the galactic core is one of the most inhospitable places in the galaxy. It is an exceptionally star-dense location, full of abnormalities, black holes, and sentient hostile nebula. Whatever that last part is, it is not a safe and easy place to make a living, and this only got worse thanks to the warp storms during the Age of Strife. In order to adapt to this area, these travelers perfected a genetic makeup that made their future clones to be more adept to the area. These future clones would be shorter and more robust than their ancestors. The need to procreate would be unnecessary because why risk messing up a good employee when you can just make a new one? These would be known
Oh,
as
what?
the and they would all die, except for when they didn't. And now they are known by a different name. Most void-faring races have at least one cautionary tale of foolish explorers vanishing amidst its blazing stellar nurseries and strange anomalies. Yet for the leagues of Voton, the galactic core has been home now for millennia. These squat humanoids
So, hold on.
established themselves in the
I want to do these sections one at a time.
as their ancestors. Rock and stone! But like, actually kinda, yeah. Whenever one of them would die, they would know that that sucker would need to be uploaded to the machines like their forefathers did. But the original purpose of these machines was lost to time. What was once a technical resource for them turned into a ritual known as joining the ancestors. And the fact that they were clones at this point meant that the same copy of the same individual would be uploaded countlessly. The sheer overuse of these computers and the repeated uploading of redundant data has turned these once powerful supercomputers into your parents' computer after you installed LimeWire on it, and whose 50 Google Chrome tabs definitely contain information they will return to one day. So much corruption that these computers began to develop the makings of a personality of their own. These would be known as the Voton, and the kin, this dwarf-like abhuman of humanity, would revere them. The Voton still operate to this day, but the volume of corruption have made anything outside of their very basic functions highly unpredictable. They may not answer a question for centuries at a time, and if they do provide an answer or data, it has become so corrupted and so incongruent that it takes a literal kin wizard to comprehend it. The kin, much like the dwarves of fantasy, exist nowadays as a mercantile species that constantly work to mine and manufacture. However, their capitalistic desires are dangerous. The biggest crimes a kin can face are being lazy, unproductive, and breaking a contract. Stellar conflicts have broken out over hundreds of years due to the breaking of a deal. So if you sign a contract with a kin, you best stick to it. Because of this, the kin have been known to interact with other species in a fairly common manner. This includes humanity, who have met various members of the kin multiple times, but constantly considered them to be all a different species. Famously, the Imperium noted that the kin they referred to as the Squats were their own species and were wiped out by the Tyranids. Little did they know, they were still around. The kin are acutely aware of two things. The first is that the humans of the Imperium are deeply terrified of technology, so the sheer existence of the Voton is a secret as well as the truth. This extends also to the Iron Kin, sentient robots that are treated in the same esteem of flesh and blood kin, because kin is kin. The second thing they are aware of is where they're from. They are fairly confident that they are from Terra, and they know that if this secret was to be known by the Imperium, then the Imperium might want to take ownership of them and everything they built. So the more alien they are, the better. Now, this sounds fine and good, right? What could possibly be wrong with these guys besides the hyper late-stage space capitalism? Well, we have to go back to their creation. The kin are an entirely clone-based race, made from the computers that are exceptionally difficult to recreate. These machines, the Voton, are becoming more and more unpredictable and derelict. If anything were to happen to these machines, it would be a twofold ending of the kin. New kin cannot be reproduced, reducing their numbers, and the existing kin would have no further purpose, because the end that awaits them would be non-existent. The horror of the kin civilization is that the entire purpose of their lives is to do the best they can at their duty, and upload all they know to the Voton, their ancestor cores, join their ancestors. But doing so is actually the thing that is killing these supercomputers in the first place. The ancestors were dead, but through the first truths, their legacy continued. And though their eyes had shut long ago, indeed the ancestors were watching, not with a gaze from eons gone, but with the eyes of every living kin. Each generation was the embodiment of the ancestors cast anew by the Voton. The galaxy changed, stars died, planets were destroyed, and civilizations fell. But as long as the Voton endured, the ancestors still lived. I do want to end this last bit with an enjoyable quote from one Kim. As you may have assumed, the Leagues of Voton are space dwarfs with a corporate sci-fi motive. But they are still very much dwarves. They're squat, they're strong as hell, and they hold serious grudges. This time it's just more about your contracts than anything else. And so because of this, they might treat most things about it. How do you expect a capitalistic dwarf would treat this? You misunderstand, human. I am not here to wait. I am not here to compromise. What you see as yours, I am taking for my kindred. You want to bargain? Torek, unholster our means of negotiation. As the Great Crusade continued, humanity would find their missing Primarchs, re-establish the locations of all of their various worlds, and finally reclaim what the Emperor was always hoping for. But eventually, all the Emperor sought to build would be his undoing. His original attempt to have all the Primarchs lead his great armies and usher humanity into the better ages would end up crumbling down. And we will learn about how the Imperium backslides and the horror of the modern day of 40K in part 2. I will see you very soon. Thank you.
Oh no, it's over. Let's see what video plays next.
This video is part 2 in a 2-part series.
Oh, it played part 2. Nice.
If you have not seen part 1, you were either snatched by the YouTube algorithm,
Oh no.
or you don't like anything, not even you back. And for that, well, I wish I could be that strong. The quest to find the Primarchs was expansive and treacherous. Despite never seeing the Emperor before in their lives, the Primarchs all instinctively knew who the Emperor was. Whether it's his psychic connection to him or just plain old intuition, the giant golden god is a bit of a giveaway. The Primarchs all lived their own lives, and some lived substantially better lives than others. The Wu-Tang men of the Old Dragons rose through the ranks of this world and ended up turning an entire sector into a high society.
Alright, more.
Like Tyrion,
Nice. I love how it just automatically fills itself in once you place the kelp, and then it automatically gets you bubbles. It's so useful.
catch with their dad at first. And some didn't trust the baseball bat he was carrying, and some didn't want to play at all. Eventually, one by one, the Emperor returned his sons to his side to bring them back as one happy family. A family who needed a good cleaning. Are you tired of boring old soap? Is your son the foulest being ever? Do your eyes sting when he comes near? Well, clean that man right.
What the heck?
That's right. The brand new moisturizing bar soap brought to you by Critical and Bricky approved. Nurgle hates it, but you'll love it. Bar soap is always so sticky and has a ton of fuss, but now you'll be glowing to the surprise of Lehman Russ. Cheeky soap is so good, we didn't even take a down payment for the sponsor. That's right, we love this soap so much, we are operating on 100%.
Elijah, I need your help with Max, okay? I need you to get us food and coins. Can you work on that right now, please?
That is not a hyperbole. Your satisfaction is guaranteed. Take it from the man himself.
Ricky's right. It's very good.
Enjoy a multitude of flavors, including lo-fi lavender, Pope Francis, just soap, touch grass, and absolute cinnamon. Cheeky alone has made me swap back to bar soap as my primary choice. No more liquid soap for this brick. Cheeky is the play. Go ahead and go to useshiggy.com/bricky or code bricky for 10% off your purchase and to massively support these videos. That's code bricky at useshiggy.com/bricky or click the link in the description to learn more. Get clean now. Oh, yeah, so half his sons turned on him. After the Emperor was able to bring all of his sons back into the fold again, he sent them on their way with his end goal in mind, reclaiming the lost worlds of humanity. Each of his Primarchs fanned out across the galaxy to accomplish this goal, but the one they were expected to report to was his favored son, and the first one found a legend, which was Horus. Horus was great to the and he certainly lived up to Big E's expectations, which were very specific and set by Big E himself to all of his sons. However, either intentionally or not, the Emperor did not mention to his sons some of the more chaotic aspects of the galaxy. Horus himself, while in the process of reclaiming a more advanced human world, was informed of the existence of chaos gods, a factoid.
Wonder if I need this. All right.
His father would emit such significant information on the inner workings of the galaxy. However, he soon realized this was the truth, and this.
Holy. Okay, yeah, I don't need these.
With the astronomical weight put on his shoulders and his father immediately leaving it all in his hands, combined with the slow corruption of his mind by those closest to him.
All right, so we just gotta do this side, and then we're done with this section. I think that these, I don't know if I need these kelps or not.
While this was occurring, Magnus the Red tried to FaceTime his dad back on Terra, and that resulted in the shattering protective barrier between Terra and the demons of the warp. Due to this damage, the Emperor was
I think I don't need these kelps. Something's telling me I don't need these kelps here. I think I'm done with this side.
Horus eventually gained the upper hand and arrived in orbit above Terra itself. After antagonizing the Emperor temporarily removed himself from the throne, strategically putting his old friend there as a seat warmer, and went to confront Horus himself. The The Emperor faced down his son after a heated battle. In 64 novels, the Emperor managed to obliterate Horus on his son's throne, not before his favorite son was able to mortally wound the Emperor. As the dust settled and the traitors fled from town,
Right, this side definitely needs. This side is good.
permanently to assure that it continues to
You're just as lethal as Tsunade.
forced to constantly hold back the
Can be.
and guide humanity with his
Damn
Come
you,
on.
dirty then.
and that light
Mhm.
flickering. From there,
Yeah, I'd like to think so.
traitors to the Emperor fled to their respective safe havens. These are the veterans of the law.
Okay.
The spiteful, and to them, the wronged. Those who would let the galaxy burn if it means the Imperium gets caught in the flames. These are the and what are the achievements?
USMC that stand for United States Marine Corps.
Rotting slowly
Yes.
from within while maggots writhe.
Yes, it does.
With the toil of heroes and giants, and now it is inhabited by frightened weaklings to whom the glories of those times are half forgotten. I have forgotten nothing, and my wisdom has expanded far beyond mere mortal frailties. The Horus Heresy saw the collapse of the Imperium as we knew it at the time, and half of the Space Marine legions fell to the ruinous powers.
Oh my god, there's so much.
Favored son, War Master Horus, was killed, and the rebellion ended. The heretical forces retreated to the warp and remain a constant threat to this day. The twisted reminder of what the temptations of the warp may bring, the Chaos Space Marines act as a mirror to the loyal legions, and as time progresses, their warp taint further changes them to suit the needs of their original deal. Though marred and absolutely mangled by the ruinous powers, they are still unmistakably Space Marines in stature and shape, and according to them,
Cool.
they
Thank you.
have been
Ah.
free. After the heresy, the loyal legions of Space Marines became very strict in their organization, and their separation into separate
What are you
chapters
doing today?
had numbers and
Finishing, well, trying to finish this copper farm is taking me freaking 2 weeks to do.
are a bit different. Ultimately,
Taking freaking forever.
subject to the primary legions that fell into this era. The majority of these legions, the Black Legion, the Word Bearer,
And I kind of built it wrong, so like that whole side over there might not even be useful. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
or sometimes shunning them altogether. But a few of them follow a thousands
All right, let me start on the end that doesn't have cope. Hello? Can I please go down? Thank you.
The legions themselves are separated into roaming war bands that may go under unique names or may stake a claim to primary legions. Most of the gear and armor of the Space Marine remains the same, but stylistically it changes quite a bit to reflect the intention of the legion or their patron god. The Death Guard's armor has become rotten and full of
I'm hungry.
plague-filled voids. The World Eater's sharp and violent armor reflects their bloodthirst, and the chaotic noise of the Emperor's Children armor, nipple rings included, pleases Slanesh greatly. Due to the taint of chaos, the armor itself becomes less about plating and more about a new skin for any given Chaos Space Marine. Though the Chaos Space Marines have no true fear of death or numbers diminishing, there are still major recruitment efforts for the legions. However, the conscription of these recruits is a lot more chaos-fueled and is more of a forced assimilation, and in some instances, breeding. The organ implementations and other modifications are the same, and the necessity of a gene seed remains the same, but the result is a hell of a lot different. Understanding Chaos Space Marines is a difficult exercise. If we took my original video 5 years back and looked at the Imperial Knight section, it mainly...
Damn, that's how old this whole freaking lore is.
Now that I understand more, I can discuss the Code Chivalry, throw Mechanicum, Squires, and Monarchs, and bring some more context to it. To assume Chaos Space Marines are simply the opposite side of Space Marines would be foolish. For once you understand the plight of their Primarchs, it can provide a context always needed. Horus himself turned through an overwhelming weight on his shoulders and lies told by his father. But what of Angron? Angron was a slave gladiator for his planet's masters, who took Dark Age technology and shoved it into his brain so experiencing any emotion other than rage was agony for him. He finally leads a revolt for his fellow gladiators.
Agony.
Frees himself from the
Nuts.
confines of servitude. The emperor finds him and says he will take him home, but Angron refuses. He will fight with his friends against the tyranny of his slave owners to the last. At the final last stand with him and his closest friends, slave gladiators, all of them, outnumbered and on the verge of death, the emperor forcefully teleports Angron to his flagship and none of his compatriots, leaving Angron to live and watch all of his friends die.
Jesus.
Russ kept his kin friends, the lion kept Luther, humans, brothers, and foster fathers, saved and raised into legion ranks, but not me.
Oh no, this is just not filling on this side. Maybe I gotta fill it on the other side. Hold on.
Grabbed custodians down to help me in my army? No. Did he free the warhounds and order them to battle, fight alongside me? No. Did he save my brothers and sisters the way he spared and honored the lion's kin, the way he honored Corferon? No, no, and no. No mercy for Angron, Angron the Oathbreaker, Angron the Betrayer. Conrad Kurz lived as a lonely boy, scrounging the dregs of a hive city plagued by constant visions of an assassin sent
Wonder what's gonna affect this.
by his
Let me see.
father. Lorgar was born on a world of chaos worshippers with
Let's try this.
and the emperor decided the best way to reprimand him was destroy his holy city. The emperor robbed Mortarion of vengeance and suppressed Magnus at every turn.
Maybe this is not filling it in.
Why the Primarchs rebelled? The question is, why didn't they sooner? To them, they are not the betrayers. They are the betrayed. They were under the boot of a golden tyrant, and they finally could be free from his heel. Of course, things have changed a lot since the heresy, and the Primarchs of the Chaos Space Marines that have survived the fall are a twisted variant of what they used to be. They have all, for the most part, ascended to the position of demon lords and act as a direct connection between their god and their legion. However, due to the nature of the transformation and dedication to a particular chaos god, their actions tend to be separate from their legion actions. Fulgrim, for example, is so infatuated with being a demon prince of Slaanesh that he is, at times, far too focused on his own personal perfection as opposed to conquest, and sitting around like Frankfurter on his throne. Meanwhile, Lorgar is being stalked by a bird, so he's always on edge. The most adamant against the temptations of the Chaos Gods, Perturabo, was even made a demon prince as a reward for being the one who did the most work on the group project. Chaos Space Marines are a fascinating faction because there is a great deal of cognitive dissonance that is represented.
There it goes. It's this side.
Depending on which faction you follow, your devotion to chaos is a sliding scale, and the representation in the universe is so varied. Some are there to reap a
Oh no, it's still not. Oh, I might have to do that middle section. It's like weird.
purely to destroy the Imperium and wrong them. Some are there to torture and maim, and some are there to conquest and conquer. There is no unifying glue. They fight each other as much as they fight everyone else, and their machinations are entirely up to their warband. You have all walked different paths, but together we have come to the same destination. The Emperor has failed us. The Imperium has failed us all. It has failed us by the laxity of its laws, the decadence of its culture, and in the injustices it has failed us by never recognizing our virtues, never rewarding us for the blood we shed and bringing about its ascendancy, and never providing unity when we needed it most. It has failed us by being flawed to its core, imperfect in its pursuit of a perfect culture, and in its weakness against the encroachment of Xenos breeds that seek to twist humanity to alien ends. And it has
Oh, this little corner was the culprit? Interesting.
the Imperium is forged by a dangerous
No shot. Now it's all filled. Dude, is that freaking corner? Isn't that crazy?
This is an empire propagated by sin that deserves to die. And here, in Israel 5, we begin the purge. From these ashes,
No! Let me down.
an imperium of justice, faith, and enlightenment. An imperium
I'm gonna break all these.
and protected by the avatars of the gods themselves. An empire strong enough to stand through a future of blood and fire. Naturally, however, As I have said before, Space Marines do not make up the bulk of the fighting forces. So it would be ludicrous for me to not mention their dark cousins. The Code Chivalry is the sign of the power of the Imperial Knights. But what about... Ruinous powers claimed during the Horus Heresy extended beyond just the Space Marines and the Paladins. Mars itself was subject to a revolution that saw half of them fall to chaos as well. And some of the once loyal knight houses saw them...
Alrighty then. We're getting faster at this.
...allows for the war machine of chaos to continue uninterrupted and to have firepower equal to that of the Imperium itself. The Dark Mechanicum, as the name suggests,
Hello there, baby zombie.
branch of the Mechanicums, and have a lot more free reign, much like the freedoms of the Chaos.
There's real zombies. How the hell are real zombies spawning on top of glass?
Some of the
It must be the obsidian.
not really seeing the Emperor as the Omnissiah immediately, and Horus exploited this to allow the schism to happen a bit more natural. Unlike their brothers, the Dark Mechanicum have the ability to invent and innovate. What a concept. While also utilizing forbidden technologies such as the Silica Animus or AI. The Dark Mechanicum do have their own desires to find lost technologies and put them to use, but they're more interested in taking ancient and forbidden technology from Imperial worlds and activating them for their own purposes. Because what good is a bunch of knob and tube wiring if you don't overload it with as many extension cords as possible? However,
I think this side might be done. I just need to grab all these. I think if I grab all these, this is all done.
Genetic experimentation and modification, the fusion of man and machine are exceptionally common, and world creation is more reflective of this than the demon engines. Instead of regular tanks, the demon engines are machines bound with the presence of demons to make them living war machines. Unlike the vehicles of the Imperium, who are able
Nice. Alright, so this section is done.
a warpsmith sorcerer is there to essentially repair and irritate.
Oh, wait, hold on. We got some kelp down here. Let's grab these.
Killing machine. In certain factions, like the bitter and siege-loving Iron Warriors, they will lure demons with the promise of glory and easy bloodletting, only to then
Oh no, these didn't grow, did they?
demonic engines to use as weapons of war against the Imperium.
Okay, we'll have to place these two.
Vastor the Archifane is also a contracted arms dealer for the demonic stuff that comes out of chaos. Many demons may sign a pact with Vastor in the soul forges of the war, and in doing so are given the weapons of war to kill as much as they can. Should they do so, excellent, you may keep it. Should you not, I hope you enjoy your soul working in the forges for all eternity. That's what you signed with blood and oil. In addition, much like their ties in the Loyalist realm, the Dark Mechanicum and the Chaos Knight House...
Not all of them do it.
There were, of course, many Knight houses that swore fealty and bent the knee to War Master Horus and heresy, but a good portion of them had no choice, as they were absorbed by warp storms and corrupted into compliance. Many of these Chaos Knights reflect the very early Dark Age technology with more corrupted weapons. The Throne Mechanicum, which once had a noble sitting and taking control of generations of previous drivers and taming a beast, is now a saddle to a monstrosity of wrath and hatred. The nobles of the Chaos Knights fight to aggravate and
Alright, so now we just go down to here and just break this.
corrupted minds of their fallen ancestors. Some of these nobles may do such a good job that they themselves fuse into the throne itself and become one with the knight. When one dies, no worries at all. Unlike the Imperial ones that require a pilot.
Perfect! We had 73 boats. Hale Oak took the cake, man. Let's go.
Corruption as well. Where there were once peasants, there are now cultists. And the goal of the Chaos Knights are just as chaotic as the gods they follow. Some are sent to war by the ruinous powers. Others may protect Dark Mechanicum Forge worlds, and others still may be so hyped up on the ruinous powers that they are
Oh
just
god, I hate when I do that. Hold on. Let me turn off the,
universe itself. Though the aspect of nobility is
There we go.
similar to the Chaos Knight, but it's hardly the same as it is on the Imperial side. As opposed to a beautiful knightly stallion, the knights here are horrifying and unpredictable monstrosities fueled
Oh wow, we got lots of drown spawning now, guys. Well, we know one side of the farm works. We might as well just build the whole thing just to make sure everybody's good.
One might ask, how do knights enter the battlefield? Normally, they can be deployed by dropships the standard way, but Imperial Knights can be deployed with a drop keep. A gigantic knight keep with like towers and stuff will hurtle towards the surface like a drop pod and be slammed into the ground with an excessively thunderous crash. Then, massive drawbridges slam down, banners unfurl, and huge horns play the song of their people as these lumbering robots charge out of their, again, drop keep to fight for the Imperium. So imagine what
What the heck happened to this trident?
of this could look like.
It's like suspended. Can I get it? No.
Chaos Knights have such a presence, the warp fluctuates in their chi. They bring doom, dread, and despair across the battlefield. Warp storms occur overhead, and psychic phenomenon cling to them.
Well, at least now I know I don't have to do it along all the edges. Some of the stuff will
Or perhaps
like collect itself, which is really beneficial.
of blood as the air gets heavy, the enemy feels a crippling sense of paranoia,
No.
and the sky begins to rain blood, acid, and God knows what else. The horrors of the warp have resulted in a dramatic change in technology in the favor of their forces. Though in practice, it is a horror beyond
Alright, I'm
comprehension.
getting tired of this.
Seem that radical on paper. They are
Alright,
creative builders working
let's
with
place some
while utilizing
water.
to accomplish their STEM goals. Looking at the dark forces of chaos and the Emperor now on his golden throne, humanity is fractured. The Emperor himself is the guiding light for warp travel for humanity, and in being that exists as a beacon for the entire species. Without him, things would get somehow worse. Therefore, he needs his protectors. Where a Thunder Warrior wasn't enough for his armies, and half of his Space Marines turned traitor, the Emperor's personal bodyguards are something else entirely. They are not the fallible Astartes, nor are they a nightmarish concoction of organs and indoctrination. They are built and gene-crafted, with science bordering on magic. They number 10,000 strong, and each of them is a hero. They are the
What? He always cuts off.
Rare is the battle where an emperor's custodians outnumber our foes. We are ever beset, surrounded upon all sides by heresy and foulness, just as is Terra itself. Yet, like the throne world, we stand resolute, indefatigable, indomitable. Let the enemy come. Let them darken the horizon with their numbers. Still, we will prevail. Though the emperor sits rotting on the golden throne.
Okay, so then there's this section. So this section ends here.
Was the name
It's
given
nice.
to the most elite forces at his disposal. The left hand of his talents comes in the form of the Sisters of Silence, psychic blanks that scour the galaxy to claim souls, to fuel the Astronomicon in the form of the Great Tide. 1,000 psychers sacrificed daily to keep the Emperor of Mankind alive, dragged into the black ships of the Silent Sisterhood. The right hand of the Emperor's protectorate, his golden bodyguards that serve him and only him. These are the custodians. While the members of the Space Marines went out to take back the galaxy, the Legio Custodes stood back and kept a close watch over the Emperor himself. The Custodes are, in a sense, similar to Space Marines in that they are genetically modified super soldiers clad in power armor, but that is where the similarities stop. Their genetic makeup seems to be made from the Emperor himself, or at least something quite close. And the precision of their creation predates the development of the Space Marines and even the Primarchs. Unlike Space Marine recruitment, where there's a process undertaken when a subject is at least somewhat grown, a custodian's process begins at infancy. The methods in which they are made are a secret, but what is known is that at the very beginning, each custodian was made by the Emperor himself. Regardless of the bioalchemical process, the process is exceptionally long and grueling, and only a handful of selected aspirants make it to the end. Those that do are clad in the most regal and effective armor in the Imperium. Commonly, a custodian is seen carrying a guardian spear, an utterly yoked up version of the staves the Praetorian Guards of the Emperor in Star Wars had. They are also clad with specific shields and blades, but the most interesting thing with all of their gear is that due to the meticulous and dedicated maintenance and preservation of their armor and gear, These items are the same ones they used 10,000 years ago. The custodians do not age biologically, so some of the veterans in the guard may be several thousand years old. And unlike the Space Marines,
Whoops.
they fight entirely as a solo force. When a line of custodians is holding back waves of enemies, they operate independently. There are no battle formations, there are no squad tactics. Each custodian is the main character, trailed by serfs and servitors, tasked in—
Alright, now we just gotta wait for this to melt, and then we'll have this section done, and then we'll finally be able to finish the damn farm. Whoops!
Their spears are within inches of each other, but never close enough for a killing blow. Their strikes are intentionally defensive, allowing their opponents to attack 1 to 2 times before parrying and ending their lives. Each strike deflected is an opportunity to know their enemy more and learn from their patterns. They are truly the Emperor's bodyguards, masters of close combat, enemy knowledge, and reactions measured in milliseconds. Though the custodians are a part of the Adeptus Terra, the members—
Then we could possibly finish this tomorrow? Finish the water? Possibly finish some of it? I don't know, we'll see.
Individual squads of custodians are overseen by a shield captain. As their focus is on the Emperor, their command center is located within the Imperial Palace.
Wait.
The Tower of Hegemon serves as their primary base of operations, but there is a dedicated elite guard of custodians known as the Companions that stands 300 strong by the Emperor's side. In total, the custodians are 10,000 strong, and when a member retires, their name is added to the Hall of Name and vanish across the galaxy in a cloaked disguise to serve as eyes and ears for the Imperium. Despite their numbers and their strength, the members of the custodians do not consider themselves to be soldiers or warriors in any way. They see themselves strictly as the guardians of the Emperor in all facets of his presence. This extends beyond the physical. Custodians believe they represent the guarding of the Emperor's ideals and philosophies too. Their gains are both physical and literary. They are the protectorates of everything the Emperor stood for, and in doing so, the custodians are also artisans and scholars, in addition to being the golden guard of the Golden Throne. However, due to this nature of being protected—
Alright, I'm gonna wait for these to melt, and then I'll see you guys in the morning. I'll try to get on earlier tomorrow so I'll have more time, so I can stream longer. And we'll see how I feel. Maybe later on tonight we can do some PvP training.
Before them, the custodians were meant to be the judge, jury, and executioner of this will.
This is
Not only to
plains.
but to be able to go toe-to-toe with the Primarch as well.
This is plains. This is plains. This is all plains.
Suspiciously easy it was to kill.
This is all plains.
As if they were trained and made for that explicit purpose. Constantine Valdor, one of the closest advisors to the Emperor—
This is river in this corner. Just in this corner. What are we missing here? Oh, we're missing a piece of soul sand? Oh my god, it must have been an Enderman.
I do my best, but they don't. Let me ask you a very fair question. What do you do successfully? Quick.
Back. Warren, I was just saying I'm gonna get off for a little. I want to eat and stuff, and then maybe I'll get on in a little while to do some PvP. We could do some PvP training. If you're down. I'll put a message in Discord.
And besides the trained distrust for Space
K.
Marines, the custodians
Okay.
also have evidence.
Alright, guys.
The Horus Heresy saw half of the chapter.
Alright, let me finish the recording.
In the mind of a custodian, the fact that half of the Space Marines fell before means that the other half can fall with ease. They are
Then let me send you guys out.
force put against them, and in a sense are the final representation of the golden age of terror. However, they are
This out. In. Oh man, I meant to raid out the other channel. Hold on. Whoopsie daisies. I'm gonna do this one first. Anybody lurking can rewatch the stream. Live. We'll go to, I believe it's this one. Is this the horizontal one? Yeah, it's this one. And then we'll go to this one. And go to that one. Leave. Okay, back. Nice, very nice. All right, I'll see you guys later on. I'm probably gonna do some PvP training tonight, so I'll get back on in a little while. I just want to eat and relax for a little bit, and then we'll get on, because I didn't do PvP last night and I feel bad. All right, so I'll see you guys later.